Good evening, everybody. I'd like to remind everybody if you could please silence your phone at this time, and if you would please join us in the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Please pray with me if you'd like to. Dear Lord, as we come together today, we ask that you continue reminding us why we serve. Guide us as we make decisions, ensuring we take everyone and everything into consideration. We ask you to bless today's meeting, the residents of St. Lucie County, and this board as they conduct the important business that is before them today. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 4 is the approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any additions, deletions, or revisions? I'm going to refer at this time to Mr. McIntyre because there is going to be a revision of the agenda this evening. We have an item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's on the regular agenda, item 11B2. It's a status update on an exchange agreement with Destin Beach Inc. and the county. I'm asking that the board allow me to pull that agenda item. We were able to reach an agreement on an extension, and we're working towards a solution. So appreciate the board's indulgence, but I'd like to remove that item.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So, Madam Secretary, Commissioner Fowler made the motion. Commissioner Bart seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. If we don't have any presentations tonight, we'll open up to public comment. Is there anybody wishing to come forward? If so, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. This is any item not referencing a public hearing this evening. Good evening. How are you?
You can tell that crayons are fun.
That's
we
right,
are
they are.
so thankful for Edwin Benny being in St. Lucie County and all the things that he has done for it. We are here tonight to thank our commissioners who attended Color for Pierce Beautiful and how great it was. It was a phenomenal event for our first time. And we got a lot of great feedback from Crayola, which they're continuing to build a relationship with us. And we hope that it will continue to inspire our young people and our community. Edwin Benny was a major contributor to St. Lucie County. He was also very much an environmentalist. He really believed in keeping our environment safe for our nature. He also believed in clean water and fish and all that. We really do want to thank Chris Dazowski, Kathy Townsend,
Commissioner Fowler.
Linda Bartz. And I believe, Larry, did you show up? You did. I did see you. I thought you were there. Thank you so much for attending the Color for Pierce Beautiful on March 30th, and we look forward to doing more events with Crayola and with the city and the county in the future. We took the crayons that we made for the monument and we put them out at Benny's house called Florindia, and they are out there right now. So we hope to build more sculptures honoring Edwin Benny in the future in St. Lucie County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Jeannie, y'all did a good job. Everybody that I talked to and that I witnessed was having a great time. So it was a great event.
Yeah, we had a blast.
Is there anybody else wishing to come forward at this time? Seeing no movement, we're going to close public comment. We're going to come back to the board. Madam Secretary, would you begin with item 7A, please, Nurses Week?
Resolution 24-075, a resolution proclaiming the week of May 6th through 12th, 2024 as Nurses Week in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determinations. Registered nurses in the United States constitute our nation's largest healthcare profession. The depth and breadth of the registered nursing profession meets the different and emergent healthcare needs of the American population in a wide range of settings, including the front line of the pandemic. The American Nurses Association, as the voice for registered nurses in this country, is working to chart a new course for a healthy nation that relies on increasing access to primary and preventive health care and better utilization of all our nation's registered nursing resources. Professional nursing is an indispensable component of the safety and quality of care, hospitalized and non-hospitalized patients. The demand for registered nursing services will be greater than ever because of the aging of the American population, emerging health challenges, and continuing expansion of life-sustaining technologies and the explosive growth of home health care services. More qualified registered nurses are needed in the future to meet the increasingly complex needs of healthcare consumers in this community. The cost-effective, safe, and high-quality healthcare services provided by registered nurses will be an increasingly important component of the United States healthcare delivery system in the future. Along with the American Nurses Association, the Florida Nurses Association has declared May 6 through 12, 2024 as Nurses Week in the theme, Nurses Make the Difference, with appreciation for nurses' unparalleled impact during the pandemic and their contributions to healthcare, and an open invitation to #ThankANurse for enriching our lives and the world we live in. Therefore it be it. Now therefore be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida, does hereby proclaim the week of May 6 through 12, 2024 as Nurses Week in St. Lucie County, Florida, and encourages all citizens to celebrate registered nurses' accomplishments and efforts to improve our healthcare system. Passed and duly adopted this 7th day of May, 2024.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. We have with us Mrs. Quinto with FNA Southeast Regional Director. Is she present? Hi, would you like to join me? While she's coming up, I just want to say thank you to the nursing field. It's a profession that I don't think it's recognized enough. You were always there through crisis. You witnessed that. You proved that during COVID to us. And I don't think that realistically you're given enough credit because you sacrifice your lives every day being in the medical field. So thank you all for what you do. Please join me.
Thank you all so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marites Quinto. I'm an advanced practice nurse and a doctor of nursing practice, and currently the Southeast Region Director of Florida Nurses Association. But most importantly, with me today are nurses from St. Lucie County. We have nurses from Fortis College, St. Lucie, HCA, St. Lucie Hospital, and I wanted to share that. Thank you, first of all, to our county commissioners for this proclamation. It's really very important to recognize the hard work of the nurses, but also we wanted to share that nurses are experts in their field. We are a specialty. We are experts in the area that we are in, but most importantly, we care for our community. And this is why we wanted to say thank you to you all for supporting us, for supporting the policies that affects the issues of nurses, including the workplace violence issues, including the shortage that we experience. We really appreciate all the support of our community for being there and being able to understand the work that we do. It's a lot of hard work, and I wanted to really share the podium with the other nurses that we have here. The theme for this year is Nurses Make a Difference, and I know all together as a community, we can make a difference for our patients and the community.
My name is Lisa Rivera. I'm the Dean of Nursing at Fortis Institute in Port St. Lucie. Again, I would like to thank the Board of Commissioners and all of you for recognizing us this week. One of the sentiments that the Florida Nurses Association and the American Nurses Association is pointing out this year is that we are a community that needs to work together. And it is so true that there's such a shortage. And the great thing about wonderful hospitals like HCA East Florida Division, Cleveland Clinic, and other local hospitals in our community is we are working together with the colleges to create competent nurses to take care of all of you, because our community is important. So thank you again for having us today, and thank you so much for recognizing us. We appreciate it.
To our county commissioners and to our St. Lucie constituents, I wanted to share this proclamation is dedicated to HCA Florida St. Lucie Hospital. For your knowledge, HCA Florida St. Lucie Hospital is the only hospital in East Florida Division with a Pathway Excellence designation. And what that really means is that we employ best practices. We do employ nurses who are trained in their field using the high technology and advancement that is available out there. So I wanted to share that information with you all, and thank you to HCA Florida St. Lucie Hospital.
I know that I'm looking out here and I see a couple people in the medical field that I think should be recognized. At this time, if you have served in the medical profession, would you please stand to be recognized? Thank you all for your service. And at this time, I'm going to give this to you. And if you want to join me up here, you can have a picture with the board. Yeah, everybody come up here.
Thank you.
Come up front, no, come up front here, and then the board will stand behind you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you please read the next resignation?
Resolution number 24-076, a resolution proclaiming Saturday, May 11, 2024 as National Letter Carriers Food Drive Day in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determinations. On the second Saturday of May each year, letter carriers across the country collect non-perishable food items and donate the items to local food pantries as part of the nation's largest one-day food drive. And establish 12% of American households in the United States may experience food insecurity in any given year. For low-income Americans, that number jumps to 36%. After recognizing the need to address this critical issue, members of the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, created the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive. Since the pilot drive was held in 1991, the NALC Stamp Out Hunger has generated approximately 1.9 billion pounds of donated food and distributed the donations to more than 10,000 cities and towns in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and Guam. We recognize all local letter carriers for their commitment to their communities. We acknowledge the noteworthy milestone of 33 years that the National Letter Carrier Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive celebrates in 2024. Together, we can all help to feed our hungry. We encourage the citizens of our county to support the 2024 drive by placing non-perishable food items and or near their mailboxes on Food Drive Day. Letter carriers will pick up the items while delivering mail. Volunteers coordinated through Mustard Seed Ministries, the Salvation Army, and others will package and distribute all donations collected to food insecure community members throughout St. Lucie County. Now, therefore, be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida, that this board does hereby proclaim Saturday, May 11, 2024 as National Letter Carriers Food Drive Day in St. Lucie County, passed and duly adopted the 7th day of May 2024.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We have with us Greg Smith from Mustard Seed Ministries. For those of you that aren't familiar with Mustard Seed Ministries, you should make yourself familiar. It's one of the best agencies. We are very proud to have them here in St. Lucie County for all that you do and serve. And here's your proclamation. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Thanks to everyone, Board of County Commissioners. I'm the Executive Director of Mustard Seed, Greg Smith, and recently we have seen more people coming to us and the other agencies, food insecure, and these are people that work. We see a lot of people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. Their money simply does not stretch the way it used to stretch. So they come to us for food so that they can use that money to also pay other items, electricity and things like that. So the Association of Letter Carriers have us as the sort of the spearhead of this drive every year. We're honored. We have other organizations that work with us. We go out and collect the food, and that's going to be this coming Saturday, May 11th. And the carriers are going to put bags in everyone's mailboxes and also a postcard to remind you. Just please ask your friends, your family, your neighbors, just put a few canned items in, a bag of rice, a few other items. It goes a long way. We take it out, we distribute it out to the community. And like I said, a lot of people think it's people who don't work, but we're seeing more and more people. The last 2 years have seen probably a 20-25% increase in people who come to organizations like ours to be helped. So I thank the community. In the past, we've gotten as much as 100,000 pounds of food in one day. It's the nation's largest single-day food drive. So I'm glad that St. Lucie County supports people in the area that need it, and Mustard Seed really appreciates you, and the letter carriers as well. Thank you all.
It's okay. Makes you more important.
Thank you, Greg. We also have some other proclamations. We have a policy that only 2 are done per meeting, so I would like to recognize some other proclamations this evening. We have the Haitian American Heritage Month. The ladies were here earlier. Would you please stand? Thank you for being here. We've done a picture, and I'd also like to invite all law enforcement to please come to the dais for Law Enforcement Week and the St. Lucie County Correctional Officers Week here in St. Lucie County. So if Sheriff Pearson and his young men and women could join us, please.
Got something to say? Get your steps in.
I am.
One tall guy to another. I don't know.
Never had that problem.
He didn't get the report. Okay. You guys can get rowdy now.
Thank you for being here. So to ratify those 3 resolutions for heritage, law enforcement, and correctional officers, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll come back to item 8 for the approval of the minutes for April 2nd, April 16th, and April 23rd. If there's no changes, I'll take a motion.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll go on to the consent agenda. Anybody wishing to pull anything at this time? Seeing none, I want to recognize item 9B1. It's our septic to sewer 9H2, the Shin Road Bridge Repair, 9H3, Easy Street Culvert Replacement, and 9H4, the Glades Cutoff C24 Canal Replacement. This is the American Rescue Plan funding that's paying for these projects, and some is with your half-a-cent sales tax that we continue to take care of infrastructure. So I always like to point out those. If nobody else has anything they want to recognize, I'll take a motion.
Move approval. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. We'll move to item 10, public hearings. There's going to be some changes this evening. I'll go over those in just a second. We'll go ahead and begin with the county attorney, though, at this time. Item 10A1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is item 10A1, as you indicated. It is an ordinance that, if adopted, would amend the boundaries of the Solaris Community Development District. There is a memorandum, and attached to it is a petition to amend those boundaries. It adds approximately 1,060 acres to the district, which already exists. The board has already created the Solaris district some time ago, in August of 22. We granted permission to advertise, and then we approved ordinance 2230 establishing that district on November 1st of 22. The board granted permission to advertise this particular ordinance in March of 22 of 24. Madam Chair, staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Any questions? This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward at this time, please come forward. Seeing nobody, we'll close public comment, come back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Item 2, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item will be presented by Assistant County Attorney Catherine Barbieri. It relates to a proposed ordinance that, if adopted, would prohibit parking along South Jenkins Road on both sides from its intersection with Glades Cutoff Road to the intersection with North St. Lucie River Water Control District, Canal 101.
Good morning, evening, Commissioners. Assistant County Attorney Catherine Barbieri. As Mr. McIntyre said, this is the public hearing. You already granted us permission to advertise. In our code, we can prohibit parking on streets if we have a public hearing and an ordinance. And this is South Jenkins Road, which is over by the Walmart Distribution Center. We've had a problem with parking of semis there, to the point then their RVs showed up, people were living there. We have managed with considerable effort from code that right now have them all move on, and it is cleared out. And now we'd like to have permission to put no parking signs so that they don't. We can use law enforcement if they decide to come back. You did give us permission to advertise, and staff is recommending approval, and this is a public hearing.
Thank you. Any questions? This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward? Seeing no movement, we'll come back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
So, Madam Secretary, that was Commissioner Fowler with Commissioner Bartz making the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, this is where we're going to do some changes. We're going to go to item C1, Public Works, North Hutchinson Island MSBU. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Barbara Gettler, MSBU Coordinator. Tonight's public hearing is for the board to consider creating the North Hutchinson Island MSBU to fund the cost of providing wastewater system improvements to the properties within the proposed North Hutchinson Island MSBU boundary. Not sure it's not on these, if we need that on them. A municipal service benefit unit is a legal financing mechanism wherein A county establishes a discrete area within which to provide the delivery and funding of the essential services or improvements such as conversion of on-site septic tanks to central water systems. Improvements through the imposition of special assessments against real property located therein. The MSBU boundary is legally determined by the properties which will derive a direct benefit from the improvements funded by the assessments. The North Hutchinson Island boundary includes Coastal Cove, Coral Cove Beach, and Fort Pierce Shores. There are 316 total parcels, 294 single-family, 19 multifamily, and 3 motels. In October, the board approved the Notice of Intent resolution as required by Florida statute. This resolution notified the state that the county may elect to collect non-ad valorem assessments within the North Hutchinson Island MSBU in 2024. In March 2024, the board approved the initial assessment resolution approving the MSBU boundary, the estimated MSBU cost, the method for assessing, and established tonight's public hearing.
All right, thank you, Barb. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Rebecca Olson, Director of Public Utilities for the record. I also have Eric Grotke here from CDM Smith to answer any technical questions regarding the system that may be out of my scope of knowledge. Eric and his team have been working on this for several years, battling a lot of obstacles to get to this point today, so we're thankful for them for sticking it out. So, Clean Waterways Act. In case you missed it, the Clean Waterways Act was passed as Senate Bill 712 and House Bill 1379 this past year. It transfers the oversight of on-site septic systems from the Department of Health to the Department of Environmental Protection. It also requires local governments like us to create septic remediation plans for certain basin management action plans, or BMAPs. In simple terms, a BMAP identifies an impaired body of water that needs our help. North Hutchinson Island is in the central Indian River Lagoon BMAP, and this project includes 135 waterfront parcels. This act also requires property owners with traditional septic systems to transition to a central sewer system or an enhanced nutrient-reducing septic tank by July 1st, 2030. This means if we wait to do this, we may at some point be forced, at which time the grants we've received will no longer be available. For comparison purposes, a new enhanced nutrient-reducing septic tank can cost upwards of $20,000 depending on the size. As you can see, this project is a heavy monetary lift with a total project cost of just over $15 million. You can see here how the funding load is spread. We have about $7.3 million in grants, $990,000 of which was specifically for design and has already been expended. Between the American Rescue Plan dollars and utility reserves, the county is contributing just over $6.2 million. And Barb will speak to the MSBU cost in just a minute. Some common questions we get are whether a homeowner in the MSBU is required to connect to the wastewater system. All new construction must connect to the system. Additionally, the health department may refuse permits for replacing existing septic tanks. If an existing homeowner opts not to connect immediately, they are still subject to this MSBU assessment. The second question is whether or not the county will restore road surfaces after the project is complete. The county will repair any cuts made in the roads to install sewer lines. However, a complete resurfacing after project completion is not in this budget. And 3, some residents have asked what will happen to their items that are located in the county's right-of-way. If private items are located in the county's right-of-way and interfere with the MSBU improvements, these private items will be placed in the owner's yard.
The assessment amount levied on each parcel is determined by dividing the total project cost by the total number of equivalent dwelling units for the entire MSBU, minus grant funds and county contributions. The assessments will be placed upon assigning 1 EDU or equivalent dwelling unit for each single-family dwelling unit or subdivided residential lot capable of development with a single-family dwelling unit, regardless of the size of the lot. The assessment for the multifamily dwelling units are based on 0.75 EDUs per unit, and the parcels comprised of motels are assessed based on 0.75 EDUs per room. The total number of EDUs within the North Hutchinson Island MSBU is 358.5. If the board approves the final assessment resolution tonight, property owners will be given the option to pay the assessment prior to the county obtaining financing, thereby avoiding interest and financing fees. The tentative prepay dates are May 14th through July 8th. If the assessment is not prepaid, it will automatically be placed on the tax roll and collected in annual installments on your property tax bill for a period of up to 20 years. The interest rate is currently a conservative 5.5%. The actual interest rate will be known once financing is secured. Assessments may be paid off at any time without penalty to avoid interest from that point forward. The total assessment estimated project cost is $15.2 million. This amount includes administrative costs and expenses as well as financing costs. After grants and county contributions, the MSBU cost is $2.7 million. If the assessment is paid in full during the prepay period, the maximum discounted prepay assessment amount is $6,759.32. The maximum assessment amount, if not prepaid, is $7,949.24, and the annual amount to be collected is $665.19. The property owners were notified in March of their proposed assessment amounts and of tonight's public hearing. Just some more information, MSBU information. The wastewater system includes auxiliary generators to provide service during power outages. A restaurant's on-site costs, such as abandoning the septic tank and connecting the wastewater improvements, are not included in the assessment. The assessment runs with the property, not the property owner, therefore is not required to be paid off when the property is sold. Queens Cove is a private community and has opted out of the MSBU, thereby leaving more grant funds for those within the proposed MSBU. Availability of sewer service increases your property values. The county will maintain and manage the system and cover all costs up to the point of connection. Construction of the proposed improvements is expected to commence in the fall of 2024 and should take about 2 years to complete. When applying for service, the fees are currently $321.36 for guaranteed revenues, and $89 refundable deposit, and $28.19 for the initial monthly base facility charge. If approved, tonight's resolution number 2024-91 will determine that real property within the North Hutchinson Island MSBU will be specially benefited by the improvements, create the North Hutchinson Island MSBU, ratify and affirm the initial assessment resolution, approve the assessment roll, impose assessments upon parcels described in the assessment roll, and provide a method of collection for the assessments. Staff recommends board approval of resolution number 2024-91, the North Hutchinson Island MSBU final assessment resolution, and authorization for the chair to sign documents as approved by the county attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Madam
questions?
Chair,
Yes.
Commissioners, if I may, appreciate the indulgence. It's been a long time coming, trying to work on this project. I would like to share a couple things. I know they covered it briefly in their slideshow, but one of the things that we need to take into consideration when you're thinking about this one is we have almost 84% of the cost of this project covered by grants, which is kind of unprecedented, right? We've never had an MSBU that had this level of grants going towards it, and with the pending change in legislature and everything that's happened and what's going to happen in 2030, if we didn't have where we're at today, this could be a significant burden to the folks there on North Hutchinson Island. So we're in a unique time, and I think we're very fortunate at this point in time, so I hope that you take this into consideration, because I think this would be a great opportunity for North Hutch and for the residents as you take this into consideration, so we appreciate it.
So you said everything I was going to say, and I'm going to also add that even tonight, we continue to add funding to it because we added in consent agenda another $200,000. So this is not a final number. It could stay there, but it cannot go any higher than that. It could actually go lower because we're continuing to go after grants. So is there any questions for staff? If not, I'm going to open it up to the public. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to come forward at this time? Please step up to the podium.
Good evening.
Commissioners, audience. My name is Robert Brantman. I live on Jackson Way. And when we went to a meeting in December of 2021, we were told that Jackson Way would not be subject to an assessment. And I know myself and a lot of neighbors had drain field issues. We personally couldn't flush our toilets if it rained, couldn't shower in the house. We were washing our dishes in a bin in the sink and throwing the water outside because our drain field was shot. The house was built in the 50s. So we did have a new drain field put in because I was in touch with Mr. Landry's office on and off. I have 6 pages of emails, and it went on. It was delayed, and we just couldn't live that way anymore. So I want to know if there's any consideration for people who spent $10,000 to put a new drain field in because they couldn't flush their toilets. So that's my question.
Mr. Landry, do you want to answer this? Or Rebecca?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, with this, unfortunately, the time that it took from when we started this project, I think back in 2017, 2018, to getting to the point that we're at today, we know that there's some residents that have experienced this. However, at some point, the system that they currently have is going to have to be modified or changed based on this legislature. So I think having this assessment in place for them now, even though they may not have to connect for some period of time, to save on that monthly cost, it's still a benefit for them, because if we were to forego this particular resident on this assessment and then 2030 they'd have to change to the new rule, that could cost them $25,000, and that's on them to do so, and there's no option there, or they would have to connect and pay a much higher price. So understanding the hardship and the dilemma they're in, but I think all in all, it's not going to get any less than what it is today, and at some point there'll have to be a connection or a modified system there based on the rules that are in place by the state of Florida.
Madam Chair, and I think he brings up a good point in that if we don't do this now, this type of situation may happen to many others in the community, because there is a large portion of the island that is older, such as your area. So I think that just proves the point that these delays. It was also the fact that 84% of the money was grant funded. That's something that we are proud to have gone out and secured through lobbying efforts, through state grant questions. I sit on the National Estuary Program with the DEP and the EPA, and we've talked about septic to sewer transitions probably for my entire time over there for 15 years. And now we are putting that forward as an effort. And we're very fortunate that staff has been looking at this as long as it has, and we fell right into a bucket of money. It's your money, don't get me wrong. It's your money coming back to us, so don't get me wrong there. But we're very fortunate that the timing for the rest of the community is happening, and I'm sorry that happened to you. But you may be able to use your downspouts and actually use your old septic tank in the drain field for irrigation on your property.
It's actually a brand new septic tank. I had to get the whole new tank and the drain field put in.
You can actually use it as a cistern now.
Thank you.
Repurpose.
Good evening. Tom Vossler here. I have an empty lot, and I never received this letter. I got this letter from a neighbor of mine. I'm also in the process of building a house. I'm working with the health department. They tentatively told me I have to put in an entire system, septic system, when I suggested, can I just put in a holding tank and have the holding tank pumped out until this is installed, and then I would transfer over.
Have you applied for your permit for your home yet?
Yes, I have. It's partially built.
It's partially built, okay. So that is an interesting question, because if he needs to have utilities to get a CO, the system that we're putting in is not going to be done by the time he's ready to get a CO.
Madam Chair.
Wait, let Mr. Landry
Mr.
respond.
Landry, I was just simply going to state that because the EPA is now in control of this as opposed to the health department, it might be prudent to actually have a conversation with DEP, the health department, and the EPA as part of that discussion from a transition standpoint, because we'll probably run into this situation again. So there may be an alternative. They will be the agencies in which to review that. I think it should be an option from a short-term standpoint. How far are you on the build of your house? A year?
The frame is out hopefully by December.
Well, that would be my first recommendation, having had spent so much time on the National Estuary Program and having those agencies nearby. I think they would be open to having that discussion as a transition option.
Okay. And the other thing is, since I did not receive the letter, how do I get on the list, and did anyone else not receive the letter?
Barbara can address that.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, all the letters or notices are sent to the owners as registered with the property appraiser, so and the tax collector, so wherever you get that mail to, that's where the letters went. So you are on the list. Whether you got your letter or not, that may be a problem, but they were sent 45 days ago, so you should have received it.
I've talked to you on the phone. I'll contact you tomorrow sometime.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Good evening. How are you?
Thank you, Commissioners. I just want to clarify a couple things.
Wait, I need you to state your name for the secretary, please. I know who you are, but our secretary
Oh,
doesn't. We're being
Martin
recorded.
Riccio. I live at 2320 Oak Drive on North Hutchinson Island. So in 2030, regardless, like say if the system comes in and somebody has, or say if he has to put his septic tank in, and 2030 comes, he's going to have to hook up regardless, even though he has a fairly new system. Is that correct?
That's my understanding for the legislation.
That is correct. It'd have to be, if municipal sewer is available, it'd have to hook up there. If there wasn't sewer available, then it would have to go to the advanced system, which is about 25 grand for an advanced system if there was no other option there.
Okay. And the sewer lines that are coming down, that has nothing to do with actually hooking up. That's a separate cost of the homeowner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea what that is?
We do not. It's all going to depend on where your line leaves your house to go to your septic and where it is adjacent to the property line. So you'd have to have a local plumber give you a code to run that size of a line to there. We would have a junction box right at your property line for you to be able to connect into.
Okay. And then finally, my house is 4.5 years old, so I've never had septic before in my life, but they tell me, oh, it's supposed to last for many, many years. So as far as me, I would just have the option of hooking up anytime between once the system's in and 2030. Is that correct?
That is correct. Or if your septic causes you problems beforehand that would require some sort of replacement or repair, you'd probably have to connect at that point.
Okay. And then is there any idea, I think it may have been on the screen, but I didn't really put it together well. So right now my water bill is $50. So this system comes in, I hook up, now you're going to have a water bill and a sewer bill, correct?
Correct. It'll come as one bill, but it'll have both charges on it.
And is there a percentage or?
That is correct. Currently, they do about, it's 80% of your water consumption is what you'll be charged for sewer on a price per 1,000 gallons. So
Okay.
if it's $6 per 1,000 gallons and you use 2,000 gallons, you would pay whatever the sewer charges at 80% of that per 1,000 gallons.
Okay. Okay.
So hang
But
on one
you're not-
second.
You don't pay that until you are hooked up, correct?
Correct. But George, could you just give him an average of what an average home runs, please?
An average home's sewer bill is roughly around $40 a month.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Good evening. My name's Joel DeFabio. I'm a property owner on Ocean Drive. I also have 2 rental properties. I missed the beginning of your statement. Can somebody explain if any of our tax dollars are going to this cost of this project?
Yes, sir, they are.
And what, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
a percentage?
So, George, you want to address this?
So we've received a $5.75 million grant from FDEP, and we also have American Rescue Plan money that came from the federal government, and then we're also using some funds from what's called equivalent to residential connection charge for sewer towards the project. So all in all, you're getting about $13 million. But actual general fund tax dollars or tax dollars that are assessed on your property, no, none of that is. It's all
That's the
through.
question.
It's all through DEP, South Florida Water Management, and the ARP money from the federal government.
Okay. Property values have been increasing a lot. Our tax, especially on non-homestead properties, going through the roof. I have a small property I rent for $3,000 a month. I already pay, I think, close to $7,000 taxes on that. This puts a severe burden on not just me, but on the tenants. I would really ask and hope that somebody could go back, crunch the numbers. A lot of tax dollars are generated off of that island, and I think some of our tax dollars should be applied to this. And I hope that someone will look into that, and that's the only thing I would ask. I think it's a great plan. I appreciate all the other money, but we've been paying taxes for a long time, and we continue to pay a lot of taxes over there. So I would ask that some of our tax dollars go to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Messinio from Fort Pierce Shores. I have to agree with the last gentleman to a point. Where I guess this is the simplest way for me to say it. Where I come from, all infrastructure was funded by tax dollars. Whether it's water improvement projects, sewer improvement projects, anything like that, always funded through tax dollars. So this comes as a shock and a new thing to me. But welcome to Florida. It's okay. I'm still happy to be here. But I do have some questions. And I am concerned for some of our residents have been there for a really long time. And they are very old. Their income is extremely limited. And I don't know, frankly, how they're going to handle this. I really don't. So that concerns me for those folks. We have quite a few of them. But also, I have a question, please. When is this assessment supposed to start, actually be levied in our tax bill?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if the board chooses to, the assessments would be levied tonight, and it would start on the roll in 2024, November 2024. It would be on the tax.
So we would be paying for this long before it's available to us to use.
Right. We have to secure a loan, and to secure a loan, we have to have payments come in and to pay that loan back as we're constructing.
Okay. All right. That's all my questions for the moment.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Last call.
Good evening. My name is Cayetano Alfonso. We have a property on Fort Pierce Shores. And the question that I'd like to have is answered is, as we move forward with this project, if we move forward with it, and I hope we do, who do we contact along the way as to find out when they're going to be, near our property, at what time or at what point in time in the future they're going to be, actually on the property to connect? And who is it that we can contact in the future as we move forward?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, you can contact the Public Utilities Office.
Okay.
And that number is 462-1150.
Okay. The other question is, many of us have our septic now in the front yard. I have one in the back. Is the cost that is covered by the grant going to connect me all the way in the back?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, no. The grant the MSBU will pay for all of the lines within the roadways all the way up to your property line. You'll have a connection there. So
Okay.
it's for the mains. So you would have a plumber connect you from your septic tank to the connection out of the road.
And can we hire any plumber, or are there designated plumbers that the county wants used?
You can hire the plumber of your choice.
Really? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I have you spell your name, please, for the secretary?
Cayetano, Cayetano, and the last name is Alfonso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hey, Jonna Purdue, Atlantic Beach Boulevard in Fort Pierce Shores. Just a quick question. When does the construction start, for one? And two, is there a map of the easements and where the construction is going to be placed?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the construction is tentative to start fall of this year, 2024. It's going to take about 2 years. If after this anyone is interested in seeing the plans for their area or street, we'll be out at the table at the end of the hall here with a full set of plans for you to view.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. Is there anybody else? Seeing nobody, we'll close public comment. We'll come back to the board. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
Madam Chair, I'm just ecstatic that staff and the boards have been stalwart in trying to find grant money. I'll point out our state legislature, our delegation has worked hard as well, and we're appreciative of them. And I think what we've seen over probably the last 25 years with the degradation of the Indian River Lagoon, the heightened awareness of the quality of water in our lagoon, the loss of seagrasses, the deaths of manatees, the lesions in fish, all of those things come into play because of, well, look, we're not going to stop eating, and we need to manage what happens after the fact. And the lagoon is what we call a blue economy. Scott Deal, who had owned Maverick Boats, made it very clear that he couldn't sell boats if the water was unclean, and unfishable. And so I do know that, having sat on the National Estuary Program, that we've done several studies of the lagoon, and it's an $8 billion economic engine for our community. If you live on the water, if you live on the island, it's part of the value of your home, sir, that you're talking about. Is we're one of the last bastions in the state of Florida from the north that still has green space on our beaches. St. Lucie County owns approximately 3,300 acres on North Beach, 3,200 acres on South Beach that will never be built upon. They're preserves, they're conservation areas, and you should be proud as members of this community. In the 1990s, when they created a referendum to put money aside to buy those lands, they did it in advance of seeing what's happening in South Florida coming here. We're under siege with the development, and the more those types of things keep coming this way, we have to continue to stem the tide, no pun intended, to protect the lagoon and your way of life, your quality of life. There's a reason why we love being here, and it is our waterways, it's our quality of life, it's our beaches. And so, Madam Chair, that being said, I would be proud to make the motion to approve.
Okay, before we move on to the second, I want to ask a question for Rebecca and George. If somebody wants to do their own plumbing and go to Home Depot and get the stuff and they are capable of doing it, is this allowed?
Yes, ma'am. They can do anything they want on their property up to the box, and then when they go to connect, a utility guy will make sure that it's done right at the box and make sure it's flowing.
So I asked that question because it's important. If you get a plumber, it's going to be thousands of dollars. If you're handy, you can probably do it for $1,000. And so I think it's important for y'all to know that. And, you know, I agree with you, Ms. Messinio. Everybody is struggling today. It's not easy for anybody, and it doesn't matter what financial bracket you're in. Unfortunately, this is an unfunded mandate passed down to us, and we have to find a path forward. And this is something that Rebecca and George and the utilities got in front of whenever they saw it going on in session. And I concur with Commissioner Zadowski that generally, when we have done projects like this in the past, it has been $15,000, $20,000 to residents. So for this project to come in and for us to have gotten the funding we've gotten and for you to be in and to be able to do this on a path forward we have to take, because it's being forced by Tallahassee, for y'all to be in at $6,700, I think is a bargain. And like I said earlier, it's not that that's the final number. We're still not stopping. You know, if there's a path forward and Courtney and our legislative team finds more grant funding or something before it's completed, Rebecca finds out something, it still could come in less. Now, let's be real, it's government. It's probably not, but at the end of the day, if the grants are there and the funding is found, it could come in less. So I think I too want to commend you and George and everybody. I know you've worked hard on this. We've had lots of conversations over this. And I'm comfortable in knowing that I don't think with the path forward that we have to come forward and find, I don't think we're going to do any better than this. And so I'm okay moving this forward tonight. So I'll take a second unless anybody else has a comment they'd like to make.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Bartz is making a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Barb, don't go anywhere. There's a companion to this under the regular agenda for the county attorney for item 11B1. We're going to go ahead and do that to get it over with.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is, as you indicated, item 11B1. It's a bond resolution that, if adopted, would authorize the issuance of special assessment revenue bonds to help fund the project that the board just approved. It's important to note that these bonds would not be a general obligation and will not be supported by property tax revenues. They would be special assessments. There would be paid over a period of 20 years, and the bond resolution does provide for validating. Staff recommends approval of the resolution and authorizing the chair to sign.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Do you want to add anything?
No, I believe he got it all.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Madam Secretary, it was Commissioner Fellner, Commissioner Barth with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what we're going to do is, since there's only one item left on regular agenda, we're going to go ahead and go to item 11A1. We'll do that, and then we'll just wrap up public hearings. All the regular agenda items will be completed. So we are going to move to 11A1. Do you have the hiccups? We'll take a brief second to let the chambers clear for just a few seconds.
That was interesting.
What do you have in that cup?
I ain't telling. Wow.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I see we're moving to a regular agenda item on inmate medical. So just to tee up Allison and Frank before they get going on their staff recommendation. Little history, you know, as you are aware, March of this past year, we had worked out a partnership with the Sheriff's Department and took over management of the inside the jail medical. We were doing our assessments in February and March, and we came to the realization that it would be prudent to probably go out and look for a new vendor to take over the inmate medical inside the jail. So we had reached out to multiple vendors, I think 4 in total. We received 2 responses, and Alice and Frank will kind of share with you what they've done with their due diligence, going over their responses and their staff recommendation. So I'll turn it over to Alice and Frank.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Alice Sennett, Special Projects Manager, along with
Frank Amandro, Director for the Criminal Justice Program.
So Commissioners, our due diligence consisted of reaching out to 4 vendors. 2 vendors expressed interest. We met with both vendors, discussed our needs, sent them statistics about our jail and our desired staffing levels. We gave both vendors tours of the jails and its medical facilities, along with Sheriff's Office jail staff. Staff had ensuing discussions with both vendors. We answered vendors' questions and received proposals from both vendors. Staff met with both vendors to discuss their proposals and ask questions about various aspects of their proposals so that we had a clear understanding of what each vendor was proposing and what was included. Staff also met with Sheriff's Office jail leadership, presented both proposals, answered questions, and ultimately their jail leadership favored NAFCARE to provide inmate medical services. In their proposals, we asked both vendors to include several items that the county is currently paying for out of pocket, which were psychotropic medications and on-site specialty services like physical therapy, dialysis, ultrasound, and a few others, which altogether is about $500,000 of value that's included in the price of the proposal. After completing our due diligence, careful evaluation of both proposals, vendor capabilities, and references, Staff is recommending that the board authorize staff to enter into contract negotiations with NAFCARE. If staff is unable to agree to terms with NAFCARE, we are requesting permission to enter into negotiations with CorrectMed. Staff is recommending NAFCARE for the following reasons. NAFCARE has a national corrections experience, including 19 years in the state of Florida and several large jails in Florida. NAFCARE is experienced in implementing inmate medical operations efficiencies. NAFCARE has a deep pool of experts and relief nurse staffing that has corrections-specific nursing experience. NAFCARE has previously done medical records conversions from WellPath system and is better positioned for the electronic records transfer. NAFCARE has a proven track record of reducing off-site trips for outside medical care. NAFCARE owns and operates its own house pharmacy. NAFCARE's other jails in Florida are accredited in the Florida Model Jail Standards and National Commission on Correctional Health Care Standards, and they have a 100% success rate in acquiring and maintaining accreditation. County staff met with sheriff's on-site jail leadership, who preferred NAFCARE as the inmate medical provider, and NAFCARE's cost proposal is lower. Staff is available for questions, and we also have representatives from both vendors here to answer questions if the board chooses.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anybody that has any questions or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and begin because I do have some comments I'd like to make. I want to begin by saying that this, first of all, thank you, Mr. Landry. This is something that I started conversations with way back when Mr. Tipton was here, and you crossed the finish line with it, and you took it forward. It was one of the first things you championed when you went into office, and I appreciate that. The inmates out there at our jail are people, and they deserve health care. Not everybody out there is guilty, and they are somebody's brother, mother, father, and son, and they deserve health care. And unfortunately, that comes from our tax dollars. And so it's important that our medical out there is given in a way to save us tax dollars, because currently the inmate medical is costing us an additional $8 to $10 million a year from our general fund over and above what we're already paying the company that's out there. It's a lot of money to be paid out for health care, and so the service is not being provided, and the things I've witnessed from being out there and knowing staff that works out there is why I felt that it was important to be able to address this. The company that's out there right now is a big corporation, and I'm not a big corporate person. I believe that you get better working with somebody local and somebody small. And so I appreciate the work that you put into this, Alice. I do want to recognize, too, is Rick here?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Rick is another one of our employees that works out there at the jail. And again, this is another path forward, Mr. Landry, that you did. You right away put 2 employees out there when you saw that there was issues, and you assigned Rick and Alice, and I don't think you could have chose 2 better people. And I know moving forward that whoever goes out there, we're not going to have a repeat of what we have today, because Alice, I know you're on it. And I know that Rick's going to be on it. And I know that if there's a problem, there's going to be open communication, and the things are going to be fixed, regardless of whatever company we choose. But for me, I'm not interested in having another big, huge corporation out there. I personally reached out to the CEO of WellPath. I was surprised I actually got a return phone call. She flew in from Nashville to meet with me. And while she was here, she was telling me how wonderful it was out there. And it was that the captain out there told her it's the best it's ever been. And it wasn't the best it's ever been, and that's not how the captain felt. And so while we were at lunch, I asked her if she wanted to take a little tour out there and go on out there, because I knew that the employees out there were leaving by the day. The employees no longer wanted to be there. It was an extremely toxic environment. She said no, she'd come in to meet with me, and she had to get back to Nashville. Now, that's a big company, and the people that they put in that jail as directors and supervisors are not people that live in this community. They're not people that live here and need a job to pay their taxes and their insurance for the homes that they own in St. Lucie County. And so whenever you have a large corporation, and they're not, let alone here, but they're not even in Florida, those positions rotate and they change constantly. And so knowing that we were out there trying to find companies, and this was a company that I knew was currently going to be opening up and transitioning into 4 other jails in the state of Florida, I was hoping that we would have some more people interested in it. And at the time, there was a company that that had reached out to us just wanting to know if we were happy with our clinic. And a simple meeting between themselves, myself and Mr. Landry, we sat down. They were told that we were very happy with our clinic. We had just transitioned over to where we were today. Our staff was happy, and we were not interested in having any conversation or changing. We were happy with where we were today with the new people that we had put in place, and they accepted that. There's no questions asked, and they were grateful that we had made that path forward and that we had somebody that we were confident in. But upon them leaving, I'm the one that approached them and said, do you do jails? They knew nothing about the RFP going out or anything. And I went to them and asked them to please consider opening up a clinic, because that's what it is. It's a clinic. It's a triage place in our jail. And if you're in the healthcare field, you can set up a clinic anywhere. It doesn't matter that it's in a jail. You can go anywhere and provide medical services. As long as you have a medical director and you have nurses and you have doctors on staff, you can set up and practice medicine anywhere. So conversations happened. There was conversations with Mr. Landry, and they went out to the jail and they toured and they spoke to employees out there. And so for me to know that the small company can provide what a big company can provide, but they live here, one's an attorney, one's a physician, not only a physician in internal medicine, but dual certified. She's certified in the emergency room. So while we're sending patients out to the emergency room for them to sit for 24, 48 hours and pay the overtime of a deputy to sit there with those inmates, this company's physician is certified in emergency. So that is going to stop some of the inmates from being able to leave our jail. The other thing is they have a medical director that was affiliated with Cleveland Clinic that is willing to come on board and be a full-time medical director at that jail. Put in 40 hours a week, full-time, not telemed, not somebody that's going to be available by a phone, although I've been told he will be available by phone. So you have the owner of the company is a physician, dual certified, and you have the medical director that's going to be out there for 40 hours. And the other thing I was impressed with is for somebody, because I know that we've been told they don't have experience, they do have experience. They have just as much experience in the medical profession as NAPCare, but what keeps coming back is they don't have experience in a jail. Again, it's not about the jail. The jail is just the building where the services are provided. And so for somebody that doesn't have experience, they went out there and they obviously did their homework because they came back less than $300,000 difference with a contract that a $78 million corporation gave us. So I think they know what they're doing to come back with such a margin of a small number and to be so close. And in that same contract, they were providing 2 more employees over and above what a major corporation was providing. So not only were they within reason, there was 2 additional staff members. And it was interesting to see too that NAPCare brought up 8 hours of physical therapy. Well, Commissioner Zadowski, I think you can test because you've had lots of physical therapy. 8 hours a month of physical therapy is not going to get you there. Okay, so if you have something that you need therapy, it's going to require 8 hours a week, not 8 hours a month. And so, you know, we have relationships with New Horizons for mental health. And the other thing was with NAPCare, NAPCare owns their own pharmacy. So is that good? Well, I guess it could be. But the thing that resonated with me with CorrectMed was the fact they were going to afford an opportunity of another small business, a family-owned business that owned a company that was a pharmacy. So now that's two companies. I don't want to say small because small is mighty, okay? That those are people that live in this community and, again, pay taxes and live here and have bills to pay. And looking at the contracts, their wages were going to be raised. And I have spoke to staff out there, and I have spoke to staff out there that was forced to resign, that love what they do and want to come back. And irregardless to whoever goes out there, they want to come back. It takes a special person to be in the medical field, but it takes an extra special person that's confident in themselves to know that they're going to walk into a locked building and know that they might not be able to get out when they want to. That's a special person in the medical field. So I could go on and on and on, but I wanted to come out and say that I do have a medical background, and I'm one of the people that I'm talking about because years ago, when I worked at HCA, there were many physicians that took a chance on me, the little girl that wanted to open up an assisted living facility. And they believed in me, and I opened it up, and I was better than any corporate America in St. Lucie County, and I had a waiting list. Until this day, 17 years later, I have physicians continue to call me and ask me to please reopen my facility because dignity was restored and health services were provided. And so I am comfortable in saying that knowing with CorrectMed, if there's a problem, you can pick up the phone because the third person affiliated with this company is somebody that has served with us. She's a public servant. She's served this community. And the three people that are affiliated with this company, you're going to be able to call them and they're going to be able to respond, and they're going to be responding quickly because they live here. And they don't want a relationship to not be a good relationship because they have to face us and they have to face the people when they get out of jail out there. And if their medical has not been provided, they know they live in this community. So I'm going to stop here. I'm not going to say that something else won't come up later, but I think that it's important for y'all to really see the good that can come from a company because medicine is not just because it's at a jail. And having experience, both companies have experience in the medical field. So again, Alice, Frank, I know you put a lot into this. I know you're just doing your job. This is not anything directly saying nothing negative about you. But I appreciate what you've done, but unfortunately, I cannot support giving the contract to NapCare tonight. My vote will be going to CorrectMed, so thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to say anything?
No, ma'am.
Madam Chair, having sat in this seat for through probably 4 or 5 agencies that have passed through the jail, I've lived through the 777 plan. For those of you who are still here and understand what that is, that was a nightmare. And I've seen HIV and AIDS medicines go off the chart. I was the chairman of the AIDS Research and Treatment Center of the Treasure Coast, which now is Whole Family Health. And we had a Brian White fund for medications. The first day I ever met George, I told him that was one of the issues that we had to face. And we had to fix that situation because the inmates that we got after they were released from the jail would come through our agency. And we were finding that we had anywhere from 3 to 10 times the amount of medications being provided to those inmates, which was way more than they needed. And we had to take them back down to what was appropriate, and they weren't getting any more benefit. But the cost of those meds were extremely high and costing us millions. Having gone from a $2 million a year inmate medical process to the worst one I saw was over 11 million, and it's disheartening. I understand and I appreciate the idea of securing, buy local, shop local. I just having seen what I've seen in that jail, I don't want to be the one to cut my teeth on folks that are new to the system. I'm sure their medical background is stellar, and I'm not saying anything about that. Just simply saying that for me, I just can't get there. I've tried going through it. I met with the folks. They're incredibly professional people. I just can't get past the fact that they've only been a short time in this type of medicine. And so I won't be supporting, if you were to make a motion on that, I couldn't support it. I'd have to go with staff's recommendation. And for the reasons, and I actually shared my point of view with them, which I rarely ever do, that if I wasn't able to reach some conclusion as to the experience issue, that I wasn't going to be able to support it. I am making that decision tonight. I shared with them that I had that as a cross to bear to try and get there. I just haven't been able to get there. So that's my feelings and that's my position today.
I appreciate that. I just want to point out, I know you brought up about HIV meds and stuff. The 340B provider, it's not that it's NapCare or them, because that is a certification that a pharmacy holds, and it stays with a pharmacy.
True.
So either one coming in is going to be able to have the 340B provider because it's provided through the pharmacy. I do want to also point out that, again, it's not that they don't have any experience in the jail. They have experience in medicine. They've had 5 different clinics here in St. Lucie County.
Understood.
And I also want to point out, I'm sure you all received this, the EDC, our Economic Development Council, is actually endorsing and standing behind the local company as well. They're endorsing CorrectMed. Did everybody get that email? Okay. So I do want to point that out. And I didn't want to bring this up, but I do want to bring this up just briefly because I think it's important. If you go back to a year ago, the 5 of us sat up here, and Commissioner Fowler and Commissioner Leet were new, and it was overwhelming the first couple of months coming in. And something that doesn't come often in government is to hire a county attorney and hire a county administrator. And it was one of the first things y'all were tasked to do. And Commissioner Zadowski, you and I, we were on the same path. Commissioner Leet, Commissioner Fowler, Commissioner Bartz, it's all a different one. And they took a chance on somebody that was local and somebody that was within our agency, and they believed. And you and I joined that path, and we willingly did a 5-0 vote. And not only has he rose to the occasion, he's exceeded expectations. And that is something that I thought about when I was thinking about this morning, was the fact that it's okay to take a chance. And we're not taking a chance because they have the medical experience. So I just want to, say, Commissioner Zadowski, I can understand where you're coming from, but if you truly knew medicine and you truly knew the experience and what happens in big corporations and big corporate American healthcare, it's not the best interest of a patient. So is there anybody else that has anything they want to say?
Well, I might as well add a few 2 cents here. I have to go along with staff's recommendation, mostly because of the staffing that is going to be required out at the jail. And as was mentioned, it is a unique individual out there. The larger company has people on staff to support when people either leave or get sick. And it's one of the problems we're having out there, from what I understand now, not having the proper staff and having to send the individuals to the hospitals, which increase the cost for all of us because it's our tax dollars paying for that. As much as I love corporate, local business and strongly support them, I do believe that the larger company will be able to staff it better. I would like to see, though, in the contract a get-out clause, so that if for some reason it doesn't work, that we can go back and try the other company without having to endure excruciating financial pains by trying to get them out, like I've seen in several incidences in the past. All that being said, I do support the staff's recommendation on it, as much as I would love to have the local company. But again, I would like to see something in the contract that we can get out if it is not working out to our expectations.
Well, I think that would be in either contract. And just so you know, Commissioner Lee, that is called travelers. And anybody in the medical field, including a doctor's office, has the right to hire somebody. And that is exactly what's going on out there right now. It's because they cannot keep local staff because of the way they're treated. They're having to go out to the medical pool and get travelers to come in. And that's not usually the best answer, because those people come in, they do something for 2 weeks or 6 weeks. They're travelers. They take a very short time, and that's why they're called travelers, and they move on. To have the continuity of people out there that know the system, know the med pass, and know the jail, and people that are here, that live here and permanently are here and want to work in the medical field is a lot better than having constant travelers rotating around. So I'm just telling you from a medical perspective. Would either of you ladies like to say anything?
Madam Chair, thank you. Bonus points for creativity. That was a really good argument, bringing up our county administrator.
But it's the truth.
I'd like to get on your boat with this. And I see a lot of your points. They're definitely valid. Some of the issues, however, it is still different serving the public than it is working in a jail atmosphere and dealing with, inmates. I think given the current situation we're in, going with a company that's nationally recognized, already accredited, can step right in and know what needs to be done, especially given how much taxpayer dollars are at stake here. This is a $10, $11 million contract, and those are your taxpayer dollars that get spent on it. So I know this board wants to make sure that whoever goes in there can deliver and deliver as they should. Maybe down the road when there's more time, we could put it out to an RFP. I think Martin County I think the Martin County Jail is looking for a new provider. They're a smaller jail. Maybe that's something they could bid so that this way there is a track record when and if this were to come back around for, an RFP. But just at this point, I would personally have to agree with staff.
Commissioner Forrest, do you have anything?
I think that we have all talked about the tough situation for our inmates at the jail. I know over the years I've seen things that I can't unsee. Madam Chair, you are right. These are people that have made a mistake, have done something wrong, but we need to remember they're still people. And medical services are tough no matter what. I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Alice, is that regardless of what we do, there is still going to be staff oversight to a point of what's going on there, what staffing is like, that type of thing, right?
Yes, Commissioner Bart, staff is going to remain on site and continue to provide oversight of the contract with whatever vendor comes in.
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure that got out there. Pardon me. We have a large jail. We have numbers that fluctuate daily, but we're always right there at being full. I get medical service is medical service to a point, but I think medical service in our clinic out here is different than medical service I was going to say with a captive audience, but that's not really what I wanted to say. But with people, as the chair said, you go in there to work and those doors close behind you, it's tough. And I don't care that you can get out. We've had this conversation. There is something about that. And to me, it's like somebody who works for hospice. Again, they are nurses, they are doctors, but it takes a special breed of individual who is a doctor or a nurse to work in that atmosphere. I gotta say, I am going to go with staff at the present time, knowing that we're going to have some oversight, I believe that you will make sure that staffing gets up to par and stays where it needs to be. I have my concerns about the changeover. We've all seen it in different areas as to what can happen with that. So at this, I'm going to support staff with your recommendation. And I thank you for all the work you have done on this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just to remind, Chair, we're asking for direction tonight to go into negotiations with NAVCAR. So we're going to ask them to sharpen that pencil. You know, and if we can't work out a contract, then we are moving on to our next proposal, and that would be CorrectMed. You know, this is a partnership between the county, the sheriff's office, and our next vendor. And I think that's important. I don't think that if going back 3 years ago, if we had Alice and Rick and Amber out at our jail, monitoring that contract, we wouldn't be here today having this discussion. So moving forward, I think it's key on two components. You know, the people that we have out there monitoring our contract and a good contract to work from. And, you know, Chair, I appreciate your comments. I've been in public service now for 30 plus years. A lot of that has been at the city of Fort Pierce overseeing purchasing for the police department. So yes, I agree wholeheartedly with you when it comes to local vendors and whatnot. You know, but with our discussions, again, our partnership with the sheriff's department, when we took a look at both proposals, I think we're both comfortable moving forward with NAVCAR, and regardless, we're going to make it work. If we can't work through our contract, then we're ready to work with CorrectMed and work that contract as well.
Okay, thanks. So I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so Madam Secretary, is Commissioner Zadowski, Commissioner Bart second. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Fowler,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Bartz,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Zowski,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Townsend.
No, ma'am. Okay, thank you. All right, so that wraps us up with regular agenda. We're going to come back to public hearings again. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess, and then we're going to come back. That way, anybody that needs to leave can go ahead and leave, and anybody that needs to use the restroom, and we'll be back in 5 minutes, please.
change the prep like, oh god. All right, drop.
Our 5 minutes is up. We're going to come back to this wonderful evening. Thank you all for being here and joining us. We're going to begin with item B, Planning and Development Services, and we're going to go to item 1, the Wawa at Midway and Selvix.
Good evening, Commissioner. For the record, Tahir Curry, planner with the Planning Department. Agenda item 10B1 is a major adjustment to Wawa Midway and Selvix planned non-residential development to include self-storage facility as an eligible use within the commercial, within the PNRD zoning district as a conditional use with a height allowance not to exceed 45 feet in height within the undeveloped lots. In accordance with public notice of the St. Lucie County Land Development Code, public notice were advertised in the St. Lucie County News Tribune on April 24, 2024, and notices sent out within 500 feet and a sign placed on the property. It was sent out to 44 property owners within 500 feet. The Planning Department did receive an email this morning for a neighbor that's in the rear of the Wawa, but that response was forwarded over to the commissioners this evening. This is the area showing the subject site outlined in red. The overall site is 6.2 acres for the commercial subdivision, which is located on the northwest corner of Midway Road and Selvix, and consists of a Wawa convenience store and gasoline service station on parcel 1 to the east, which consists of 2.76 acres. Parcel 2, which is highlighted, consists of 3.24 acres, which is the proposed adjustment to include the self-storage facility. This is just shows the zoning of the site. It is a planned non-residential development, and it was rezoned back in 2021. It was a commercial neighborhood, and it went to PNRD, and that PNRD included the Wawa that it is open currently today. And in 2022, that was a minor adjustment for the Wawa, and on October 3rd, 2023, a plat was recorded to separate the two lots. The future land use is commercial. As stated earlier, this outlines the original approval of Resolution 2021-415, which included the Wawa and other permitted uses in compliance with the Commercial Neighborhood Zoning District. In accordance with Section 70202, permitted uses within the planned non-residential development of any commercial uses may include commercial neighborhood zoning uses that are consistent with that use. The applicant may propose self-storage facilities as a conditional use provided under the Commercial Neighborhood Zoning District. The adjustment is to include self-storage facility as an eligible commercial use within the allowable height, for a height not to exceed 45 feet within the undeveloped lot. Commercial neighborhood is allows for self-storage facilities at a single-story height. That is the reason for the amendment to amend the self-storage facility to not exceed a height of 45 feet. Also, the development must comply with commercial architectural standards, and it must be consistent with the surrounding area, which will come back later if the board does approve it as a conditional use permit and site plan. That will be at a later time. Your planned non-residential development conforms to the standards of review as set forth in the St. Lucie County Land Development Code and is consistent with the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan, goals, objectives, and policies. Staff recommends the board approve this request to include self-storage as a conditional use and with a height allowance not to exceed 45 feet outlined in Resolution 2024-096, subject to the following conditions. These conditions that are outlined will more so be with the site plan when it does come in. So it just talks about a final landscape plan will be required, final tree mitigation will be required as well, excavation, grading, planting, vegetation, defined in the St. Louis County Land Development Code. Prior to clearing, filing, excavation, grading, planting, vegetation, prior to commencement of a Gulf tortoise survey shall be submitted to the department prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy. All invasive category species shall be eradicated from the site, and that will be for site plan, not for this action currently. Staff is available to answer any questions, also the agent as well.
Thank you. Any questions?
Madam Chair, Tahir, what is the height of the New Horizons building on Midway Road? Is it similar to the 45 height request here? Happen to,
give me one second.
I'm going to say it's around 35, 38 feet from.
I think it's 40.
Good evening, Chair Townsend, Vice Chair Zadowski, Corey Benton, Planning Manager for the record. For context, the New Horizons campus is located within the institutional zoning district. That district allows for a height of up to 40 feet. The existing buildings that are on site are predominantly single-story with some two-story extensions. It's difficult to identify exactly what the overall height would be as it exists on the ground, but I would speculate that ballpark of 24 to 25 feet when measuring the average height of a sloped roof for New Horizons. The surrounding zoning districts, the commercial neighborhood to the east, the agricultural residential to the north, and the city of Port St. Lucie's residential district to the south, those surrounding districts immediately abutting or directly across rights of way have a 35-foot height allowance. So 35 to 40 feet for the districts presented on screen.
And will this come back to us as a site plan for review?
That's correct, as a conditional use and site plan.
Okay, because I assure you that we want to make sure that the legacy of Franny Hutchinson is invoked of the landscaping and lighting of the area.
Yep. Any other questions? This is quasi-judicial. I'll disclose I have spoke with staff. Commissioner Leet?
Staff.
Commissioner Zadowski?
Staff.
Commissioner Bartz?
Staff.
Commissioner Fowler?
Staff.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to come forward at this time?
Good evening. For the record, I'm Lee Dobbins with the Dean Mead Law Firm here in Fort Pierce, representing the applicant. Unfortunately, our planner could not be here this evening as she took ill. But I don't have a presentation for you guys. I just want to go over a couple of things. I appreciate staff's hard work on this. As Ty explained, this is a PNRD zoning on this site, which, as I'm sure you understand, is a zoning that allows for conditions to be placed on the property and for it to be tailored a little bit to the site. Currently, that PNRD zoning allows for all of the uses allowed under the CN zoning, and one of those is self-storage, but only at 1 story. The applicant would like to do a taller self-storage building. He would like to do a 3-story project. You don't see a whole lot of one-story self-storage anymore, except maybe in rural communities, the multi-story is a little more common. The 45-foot height would be a max. It wouldn't necessarily be that height, but we would like some room in the limitation to be able to work with an appropriate height and design a site that fits the location. So what this would do is it would allow for the applicant to come in and apply for a conditional use approval with up to a maximum of 45 feet in height. As you know, a conditional use application is not a by right approval. The application comes in, it's reviewed by staff, it goes to the planning board, they make recommendations, and it comes to you, and you can approve it, you can deny it, you can approve it with conditions. So they're just really looking for the ability to do something taller than the one story that's allowed now, but they understand they would have to come in through that conditional use approval process and show a building that that fits the site, that isn't too high over neighboring properties, that is attractive. And as I'm sure you've seen with self-storage buildings, there's a lot that you could do in terms of architecture and the way those look to make an attractive building. Also, I'd like to point out that the Midway Road corridor, it's been widened. It's a commercial corridor that has seen more building on it in recent years. That's probably likely to continue into the future. And I think we could design something that fits the corridor and that isn't too tall for the corridor. But at the end of the day, you guys get the ability to look at what's presented to you and decide if you think it fits and if it's something you want to approve when that day comes. With that, do you have any questions of me?
I don't. Anybody?
Madam Chair, you said that you're going to restrict it to 3 stories?
Yes, he wants to do a 3-story building with what's planned with respect to self-storage and the constraints of what they need. They wouldn't be able to do a 4-story self-storage within a 45-foot footprint. And they have no plans to. They want to do a 3-story.
The surrounding homes in the area, do we have any, what is the surrounding heights in the area? I know directly north of that is residential, and most of those are 1-story. On the opposite side of Selvets, I believe it's the same. Do we have anything out there that's that high?
Well, as mentioned, like we don't have the exact estimate height of the buildings, but as Commissioner Dazowski has mentioned, 35 to 45 feet is the allowance within that surrounding area typically.
I believe the hospice building's 3 stories.
That is correct.
Yep.
I think I called it New Horizons. I meant that. You're right. That's okay.
And across the street hospice.
That's the one I
Yeah.
meant to say.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Dobbins.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to come forward? Seeing no one, we're going to close public comment, come back to the board.
Madam Chair, move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're going to move down to item 4. I'm going to try to change this around to try to get to things that are just very brief, like first readings and transmittal hearings. We're going to go to item 4, which is Lennar Homes for the text amendment. Oh, go ahead.
Good
Sorry,
evening.
I'm waiting on you.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Board of County Commissioners. For the record, Irene Settlemyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This is a transmittal hearing for the proposed amendment of Chapter 11 of the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan regarding the towns, villages, and countryside element. As you know, if the board determines to approve the transmittal of this text amendment to the comp plan, it will come back to you for adoption after review by the State Land Planning Agency and state and regional reviewing agencies. Only published notice is required for a text amendment, and this ad was published on April 25th. Public hearing was duly noticed. So on the screen now, outlined in green, is the
TVC, the 14,600 acres, give or take. The pink is the urban services boundary, and the pale area without any color is outside the urban services boundary. This comprehensive plan amendment was brought to the county by, with regard to a particular property here, the commonly referred to as Lennar Indrio Groves. But the proposed amendment is not limited to this property. The policies are not restricted to that particular site. The comprehensive plan has one goal for the TVC, and that is to establish a development framework that encourages sustainable settlement pattern that preserves the rural character of St. Lucie County, protects and enhances the natural environment, and increases the quality of life of the citizens. There are maybe 6 objectives under that goal. The first objective is to prevent suburban sprawl by restricting the development of land outside the urban services boundary to a system of compact, mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly towns and villages. And we've spent a lot of time on the TVC over the last few months, so this will be somewhat familiar to you. But the comprehensive plan policy 11.1.4.1 identifies many of the goals for the area: to preserve the rural character, encouraging opportunities for continued agriculture, to offset the biological and ecological impacts of new development, improve water quality in the Indian River Lagoon, manage water comprehensively throughout the area, provide for interconnected system of preserves, greenways, and parks, to reduce automobile trips, that is in terms of the number of trips or the length of the trip, to balance housing with jobs, retail, and civic uses, provide a variety of housing for diverse ages, incomes, family sizes, and etc. Create predictability and allocate infrastructure and public costs to provide for fiscal neutrality. Those plans, policies, and objectives remain in effect through this amendment. The 2 key strategies that the comprehensive provides for achieving those ambitious aims are the way it regulates residential density and the settlement pattern. The residential density is a function of the transferable development value map, the transfer of development rights or development credits, and then multipliers that are applied to the TDR that encourage favored development. The settlement pattern encourages compact, mixed-use, pedestrian-friendly development and preserved agriculture. So the transferable development value map is fundamental to the residential density in the TVC. It brought forward the future land use map densities that were in existence at the time the TVC was adopted. So all this pale orange color, all of that is 1 dwelling unit per acre is the base density that's allowed in that area. Whether inside the urban service boundary or outside it, you can see somewhat faintly this red boundary is the urban services boundary. And then there are other areas that at the time the TVC was adopted already had future land use designations in place that allowed for greater density, up to 9 dwelling units an acre here on the pink, but there's the blue, 2 dwelling units an acre. That's one of the fundamental aspects of the TVC policies and regulations. So the proposed amendment will keep all those comprehensive plan goals and objectives in place, and it provides for a new settlement pattern. So in addition to the town and village and planned country subdivision, a hamlet will be permitted. The hamlet will be permitted to increase its density without the purchase of transfer of development rights. The maximum density will be 3 dwelling units an acre compared to 5 dwelling units an acre minimum density for a town or village. And in order to get to the 3 dwelling units an acre, a hamlet must provide workforce housing or use the transfer of development rights from another property to achieve that density. Some of the proposed policies for Hamlet, the minimum of 500 acres outside of the urban services boundary. It should be developed as a PUD. It's still scaled on the 5-minute walk, that is the compact walkable neighborhood. The hamlet must contain a mix of residential, civic, and recreational spaces, encouraged to include live-work units, offices, and flex space, co-working space, and a local store. That last item 5 there, that's just encouraged, not required. A variety of housing types and prices are required. Accessory housing units are permitted. In pedestrian mobility through active and passive recreation spaces, walkable blocks, and connectivity is a mandate. The transect is encouraged but not required, and streets must provide interconnectivity to the area outside the hamlet. So the baseline for a hamlet is 1 dwelling unit an acre, because it's outside the urban services boundary, and that's what was established pre-TVC, and it shall provide 60% open space and 8% workforce housing. So that's the baseline that would apply to that property. The open space requirement can be reduced from the 60%, and by providing recreation near most of the residents, you can decrease your open space from 60 to 50%. Now, of course, this is the minimum. You can provide more open space, but the minimum required is 50%. If you provide recreation near most residents, include civic uses, and provide for at least one local store, you can reduce the minimum open space to 40%. The density can be increased by providing workforce housing. In a town or a village, workforce housing must comprise 8% of the housing units. In a hamlet, if the development provides 9% workforce housing, the permitted density increases from 1 dwelling unit to 2 dwelling units. If the hamlet provides 9% workforce housing and provides for an on-site daycare center, the permitted density increases to 3 dwelling units an acre. The other way you can get to 3 dwelling units an acre is by providing 10% workforce housing, or you can buy transferable development credits from an off-site location. The workforce housing may all be the same unit type, but must include a variety of sizes and price ranges, and workforce housing must be completed prior to certificate of occupancy for 60% of the market rate units. So this is a little repetitions in the content, but a little graphically maybe a little bit more interesting. So currently, a town or a village must provide 8% of the residential units as workforce housing, and they must remain affordable for 8 years. The hamlet must also provide a minimum of 8% of total units as workforce housing, and those units must remain affordable for 20 years. Again, the current policy in black, the proposed policy in blue. A town must provide no less than 60% of its land area as open space when the town is located outside an urban services boundary. If the town is inside the urban services boundary, it can provide 40% open space. A village that is located outside the urban services boundary must provide 75% open space. If it's inside the urban services boundary, that is reduced to 40% minimum open space. A hamlet, again, must provide no less than 60% open space. That can be reduced to 50% if active or passive recreation is provided within a quarter mile of a majority of the residents. If you add a local store, you can reduce your open space to 40%. Again, the residential density in towns and villages, the minimum density is 5 dwelling units an acre. In a planned country subdivision, the maximum density is 1 dwelling unit an acre. In a hamlet, the baseline is the maximum density of one dwelling unit an acre. If you provide 1% extra workforce housing, you go to 2 dwelling units an acre. If you provide 2% extra workforce housing, you can increase your density to 3 dwelling units an acre. If you provide 1 extra percentage of workforce housing and you provide an on-site childcare center, you also increase density to 3 dwelling units an acre. So it's basic trade-off: density for workforce housing or density for workforce housing plus childcare center. Reduced open space for providing active and passive recreation close to where the residents live. Reduced open space for providing a local store. So the comp plan will provide for that the workforce housing must be provided at the time 60% of the market rate units are completed. Currently, the comp plan doesn't have any policy that provides that level of detail. It's covered by the Land Development Code. In the hamlet, all the unit types can be the same. The comp plan policy doesn't currently address that. And then the comp plan policy provides that if the county adopts alternative methodologies in the future, that the BOCC can approve those upon request of the applicant in the hamlet. Currently, that's not a policy. So workforce housing is not defined in the comprehensive plan. It's defined in the Land Development Code. So I'm just going to venture into the LDC for a minute here. The Land Development Code tells us where to look for the area median income, and the area median income is established by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it's promulgated also by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. We're in for this area median income, they use what's called the St. Lucie or the Port St. Lucie Standard Metropolitan Statistical Area, which is Martin County and St. Lucie County. So because Martin County does have a higher per capita income, so it does affect our numbers. St. Lucie County's AMI, area median income, is $84,500. So workforce housing, as defined in the Land Development Code, is affordable to households that earn between 80% to 120% of AMI. So for a family of 4, that ranges from $67,750 to $101,640. Affordable, the word affordable is defined in the Land Development Code to provide that the rent or mortgage payment, including taxes, insurance, and utilities, does not exceed 30% of family income. As you are well aware, the National Community Survey of St. Lucie County residents last year, 39% of respondents identified housing affordability and the cost of living as the single most important issue facing the county, and the Board of County Commissioners chose housing affordability and workforce housing as its #1 strategic priority for fiscal year 2024. Again, tonight is the second of 3 public hearings. The Planning and Zoning Commission heard this matter a year ago, or more than a year ago, in April of 2023, and they recommended that the Board of County Commissioners approve the transmittal. If the board determines to transmit this item, then it will come back to the board in, say, plus or minus 45 days for the adoption hearing. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I know the applicant, represented by Dan Sorrow, is here with a presentation. Staff recommends that the board provide whatever guidance it deems appropriate regarding any revisions to the proposed policy, and direct staff to transmit the proposed comprehensive plan amendment to the State Land Planning Agency and the State and Regional reviewing agencies. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any questions for Irene?
Madam Chair, we have another part to this, and it has more to do with the language. I have an adjustment to the language that I'd like to submit. I just want to make sure I'm in the right place. It's either here or the next item.
Perhaps both. The Land Development Code, which is the next agenda item, closely follows, closely tracks, if not, is not identical. So that it could be appropriate to be included in both the comprehensive plan and the land development
Well,
code.
let me just tell you where I'm at. I did meet with the applicant. We had a very nice conversation. I will share that that group has been patient to look through and go through the TVC public meetings that we've gone to and through. And I will share that they are making an active approach to maintain the components of TVC that I think quality of life provides for and makes St. Lucie County that much better. Just simply, and I had it placed in on the notes on 11-4 in item B, just simply to add in that the market, let me see where it is. Shall be included in a variety of unit sizes, price ranges. Workforce housing units must be complementary in exterior design to the market rate units and located throughout the hamlet. So just those 5 words, so that there's an opportunity that the workforce housing can be interspersed within. You clearly state there that they could be the same building types. I just didn't want to get in a situation where, to try and because the problem is people interchange affordable housing, workforce housing, essential housing all under the same umbrella as low income housing. That's not what this is. And that's not what we're going to hear later either on another project. So I want to make sure that this is not low income housing. This is workforce housing administered by what you've just shown as the graph as to the area median income as a calculation. And I also appreciate in there that they were going to 20 years. Yes. And in the current TVC, it is at 8. So they're far exceeding the limitations of the 8-year component, which is a value. And so and I talked to the applicant, and they agreed that they would have no problem with that language being added in. And they can speak to that if they come up. But that's one place in it. And then also followed into the table of note 7-1, also in item B with the same language.
So the table 11-4 is the comprehensive plan. They're identical tables. 11-4, that's the in the actual ordinance text, and it fits right in there.
Okay. Well, I spoke with them. They're going to speak, so we'll hear from them as to if it's okay to them or if it's something that we can discuss.
Okay. Any other
Thank
questions?
you, Madam Chair.
Would the applicant like to say anything? Good evening.
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mr. County Administrator, Deputy County Administrator, staff, thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Dan Sorrow with the land planning firm of Kotler and Hearing. Commissioner, we are in agreement with the proposed text changes. And on behalf of our entire team, we want to thank the County Commission for the last year and working to address some of the citizen feedback and some of the comments and some of the meetings that we've had with Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. We think it's provided for a better plan and a better outcome, and we thank you. We're here to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? If not, I'm going to open up public comment. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to come forward? Seeing none, we're going to close public. Come on. Good evening.
My name is Chaim Katzman. I'm with Isram. We own about 580 acres in the TVC out of the boundary. First of all, I want to congratulate staff on remarkable work that's been done coming up with the hamlet concept. We believe that really that would be an engine of growth for the county and would allow for a lot of new developments. As always, I believe that the devil is in the detail. And unfortunately, what we saw here presented to us would allow for one hamlet to be developed, one and only. And that is hidden, well hidden inside the language. And I would refer you to the code, to section 40405, and you have to read it all the way to the bottom on F2, and it talks about consolidation. And it says that separately owned, what used to be non-contiguous was changed into neighboring, and I would ask staff as to what is the definition of neighboring. I could not find an answer. Parcels of less than the minimum size of a town or village in the TVC, meaning 500 acres, may be consolidated to create a town or a village. Full stop. So in other words, and to the best of my knowledge, since there is no other parcel of 500 acres, what you're actually doing here is you're approving one hamlet and precluding everybody else from doing anything to create the same structure and enjoy the same benefits and actually be able to do it to help. If that is such a great idea, then why not do more than one? Or why not allow at least the possibility of having more than one? And unless somebody goes out and buys 500 acres and put them together, there is no chance that anybody, not that there's no chance, it's impossible for anybody else to develop a hamlet. So in fact, what you are doing here tonight is approving one hamlet while precluding everybody else from having such. The change that needs to be in the wording, these are 2 words, or 3, I'm sorry, or a hamlet, or an hamlet, at the end of paragraph 4.04.05 F2. That would allow others the chance to create similar parcels of land and develop hamlets as well. The other thing is we need to understand what neighboring means, because the wording, the original wording, is non-contiguous, which is clearly defined. Any parcel in the TVC may be qualified to transferring rights. Right now, without a clear definition, it's at least vague. So these are our comments.
Corey, would you like to identify neighboring, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, and I would invite Irene to join in, but the section referenced during the public hearing actually relates to the next agenda item, the Land Development Code text amendment within Chapter 4 of the county's Land Development Code. This is the Towns, Village, and Countryside overlay, in which the existing language in code states separately owned non-contiguous parcels of less than the minimum size of a town or village in the TVC overlay zone may be consolidated to create a town or village. This section, as proposed for modification, one edit by staff, would replace non-contiguous with neighboring. That adjustment only is written to pertain to towns or villages. Neighboring, in the field of planning, we're typically looking at adjacent or very close by. So if you had 500 acres collectively and is being acquired to form one particular development, as opposed to having 300 acres and then 100 acres of farm, and the additional acreage of this proposed town or village is on the other side of a farm or on the other side of Indriel Road, for that matter. we're looking for these types of development to be somewhat unified and that they're interconnected with streets, potentially flowways, that sidewalk pedestrian movements, and that utilities can be planned in a more systematic fashion. So I would submit that neighboring would be adjacent or in very close proximity. I think neighboring does allow the board through a rezoning process to have some latitude, but I think that the scenario in which if you had 300 acres contributing to a town, village, or a hamlet for that matter, and it was 200 feet away or 500 feet away, you were looking to contribute additional lands and have 3 units per acre on either side of an active farm, that would be a potential concern.
Okay, thank you.
Can I respond?
Please.
First of all, I still did not hear a clear definition of what neighboring means. Does it mean within the same section? Does it mean within 1,000 feet? What does it mean? It needs to be something that can easily be defined, and it has to be defined in the language. That is my first comment. The second is that 500 acres has not been etched in stone. You try to etch it in stone right now. So I don't see what's the harm that's going to be caused to the county if, as you said, we own 450 acres and then another 100 acres within probably 1,000 feet away from where we own it. And if we contribute those rights, those building rights, into the 450 acres that we already own. So, and since the hamlet is a great idea, and I do agree with that, then why should we not be able to do it?
Irene?
Yes, Madam Chairman. So not to be argumentative, and I hear what your point is, but in the comprehensive plan, that text isn't in the comprehensive plan. It's in the comprehensive plan. It says for parcels of 500 acres or greater. Now it says parcels of 500 acres or greater. A hamlet may be developed in accordance with policy 11.1.4.6. The hamlet shall consist of compact, pedestrian-friendly residential settlement with a variety of housing types. Home sites within a hamlet are eligible to receive urban services at the property owner's expense. New development of a hamlet must ensure compatibility with existing or planned nearby development and provide connectivity of roadways, trails, open space, and a flowway. Now, there are other places in this comprehensive plan where staff had suggested that the words land area be substituted for the word parcels, because sometimes the word parcel sounds like it means like the parcel ID, like the property appraiser uses, and that's clearly not what was ever intended, that it all has to be 500 acres under one parcel ID. So perhaps if the board determines to transmit this, we could give some further, with the comp plan, perhaps to say 500 acres or greater land area. The detail that we're hearing from this property owner, that detail is in the land development code.
Okay.
About the neighboring meaning adjacent.
We're not going to debate all night.
We're not, I was going to say, so you
got
have
more people that wanna
3
speak.
minutes, and there's other people that we need to speak. We need to move on.
Sure.
So if you want to, if I understand correctly, you own property and you want to have a hamlet on your property.
That is correct.
And so that's a conversation for you to come in and have with staff and let them sit down with you and tell you how you can get there.
Yeah,
We're
but
talking
not-
about a different piece of property and a different project.
That would make it harder. I mean, adopting that resolution tonight and transmitting it would make it harder on us because we are not being precluded, and now we are being precluded from having a hamlet.
Okay. Corey, do you want to respond to that?
Madam Chair, if I may, that same section of Land Development Code, when we're talking about property outside of the urban service boundary, there's already a 500-acre threshold met. Now that pertains to towns and villages. I think what we may be recommended in doing between first reading and second reading, should it progress, is clarifying that if somebody is looking to pursue a town or village outside of the urban service boundary, they have 500 acres, that the striking of non-contiguous, replacing with neighboring, won't adversely affect what they could do today. And then we can certainly discuss, what the terms and the eligibility of a hamlet would be. But again, neighboring in our terms would be adjacent or immediately nearby, as opposed to being split by several parcels of land, different context, different compatibility. So
that is a departure from what we have in the code today. Today we have non-contiguous eligible for consolidation.
And Madam Chair, if I could place context to that, if I were proposing a 500-acre village outside the urban service boundary, and I had 300 acres closer to Indrio Road and 200 acres abutting the Indian River County line, as we looked at previously, I would need to be able to provide upwards of 65 to 70% open space. I could preserve that 200 acres adjacent to the Indian River County line, continue agricultural farming. I can have a small ranch, emulating a very small Adams Ranch, if you will, and I could propose to transfer that density from the 200 acres to the 300-acre village, have a more compact urban form. Think of something like Abacoa with other open space and parks and civic spaces, as opposed to if a hamlet applied and it could be bifurcated like that, you could in theory have 3 units per acre of residential homes, 200 acres of 3 dwelling units per acre, single family, with that active ag or the other property segmenting it in the middle. And so it would partition, and you'd have 2 smaller hamlets, not one uniform hamlet that's grappling with compatibility, with infrastructure, with utilities, all in one cohesive unit. So I think we have a little bit to talk about should this proceed, and we're more than happy to meet with the speaker this evening. We've talked about some different concepts on their property before.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I can
Mr.
suggest,
Zalesky.
I think it's important that you email your thoughts and the verbiage and your background and some of the things that you've suggested. This is a first reading, correct, Irene? Corey?
It's transmittal.
So it's
Yeah.
transmittal,
Yep, it's
but
first.
there's still time to adjust language and so on and so forth. And I did have the same concern about simply creating a situation, just one type of opportunity. But that's why I also put in the language, as I did, about how the workforce housing it goes in, so that it would transfer to anybody else who would want to create a hamlet. So I think it's important to try and litigate and to massage language on the fly is not good government. It's not good process. You bring up good points, but I think you need to put your thoughts in writing. And then I understood from staff that they would be willing to sit down and walk that through. And then as we go forward, the applicant that's on the table today, they'll certainly be having that discussion as to where we can massage language that might be beneficial. I don't think that the applicant wants to preclude anybody. I think it was just the idea of having 500 acres as a specific amount of property to do certain things. But I think we're in the first reading. I think there's opportunity between now and next reading, and staff has indicated willing to speak to you. But I also think you should send your thoughts in writing so that we can review them in a different context. It's not going to work out here. It's not going to work tonight.
Yeah, this isn't the time to have that conversation, but you need to meet with staff, because I don't think it's the intent of this applicant to do that.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay,
And
Can you
we
spell
will-
your name for
we
me,
will do.
please?
Thank you.
Can you spell your name? Spell your name, please, for the secretary.
C-H-A-I-M.
With a K?
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to come forward? We're going to close public comment, come back to the board. Conversations, if not, I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, question for staff. As it stands now, as it's written, how many property owners within the TVC would benefit from the hamlet being added?
Chairwoman Townsend, Commissioner Fowler, if I may acknowledge and then encourage Irene Selmeyer to speak further. The applicant's property that we referenced earlier, which is approximately 1,000 acres cumulatively, it happens to be 3 individual parcel IDs, each of roughly 300 plus acres apiece, collectively being 1,000. So if we look at it, single ownership, contiguous or neighboring, that would be an eligible site. We could look at, there's several other areas where someone may own 400 acres and be eligible to buy a parcel at 100 acres and meet that 500 acre mark. And I know Irene's taken a closer look at that.
There are, depending on, you're right, most we're talking about land area of 500 acres, not, an individual parcel ID, land area of 500 acres. So on the west side of I-95, there's some large tracts, none of which are individually more than 500 acres or even, but they're 400 plus, and they appear to be the same family. Right now, they're under different ownership, but so anyone can buy and sell to put together 500 acres. So if we're looking at, I looked at the large property owners, and there are not individual parcels that are 500 acres. With a parcel ID, there are not other parcels with 500 acres.
Okay.
As the subject property, I don't believe their individual parcels are 500 acres.
Okay.
I think it's something that could get some additional attention, I think, between now to everybody's perfectly clear and that we don't have confusing language text.
And I agree, Commissioner Zadowski, the applicant has been patient, and some of the potential plans have definitely gotten better as you guys have worked with staff, so thank you for that. The challenges that I still have with this are that it is outside of the urban service boundary, and we set that for a purpose with having an understanding of that is where we are expecting our growth to occur. And it's over 1,500 feet outside of the USB. I know the primary basis for staff's recommendation is obviously the 20-year affordability of workforce housing, which is one of our top priorities. But I'm failing to see how this area meets that, because for us to have that workforce or essential housing, we need to have the infrastructure and the amenities close by for there to be, a symbiotic relationship. This is creating urban sprawl. This is creating additional trips. And so I think I don't think we're quite there yet, in my opinion. And coupled with the fact that we're also several months away, 6 months away from perhaps having the revised TVC overlay. Maybe I'm being a little ambitious there. But I am, from when we had our informal, going back to use Corey's words, is the last thing I want is a patchwork, so to speak, of development in this area. I want to have something that's cohesive, and I'm just worried we're going down the wrong path if we approve the transmittal right now.
Okay, Corey, is it true that, with the urban service boundary, there is still an additional 1,000 to 1,500 feet outside the urban service boundary that still allows for this?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the policy referenced that's within our comprehensive plan would allow the board, if we were evaluating a rezoning petition or development proposal, to consider up to a 1,500-foot extension from the established urban service boundary. It's not, so it can be somewhat dynamic. Let's say I owned 100 acres and 80 acres was within the red shaded area and 20 was out. I could ask for the 20 acres, if it's within 1,500 feet, to be considered, to have more of a cohesive, consistent plan. In this instance, the applicant's property, there's an edge of it that is close or abuts the urban service boundary, but if we were to apply that 1,500-foot measurement, it may encapsulate, I'm going to estimate, roughly 5% of the holdings, but not a significant portion. So it's predominantly outside the urban service boundary. As Irene indicated, the TVC today has a couple various options for development outside the urban service boundary, ways to increase density, but those trade-offs are preservation of open space, a significant amount, preservation of lands off-site that might be environmentally sensitive, allocation of lands for targeted industry, a wide variety of menu options to be able to increase density and have a more compact form that has infrastructure and a mix of uses to support it. This would be one alternative approach to a full town or a village, but the land is, at least that one particular site is outside the urban service boundary, and that's what a hamlet would address. The urban service boundary alterations, that's a horizon item. So we talked about with the 2022 adoption and expansion in South County, this area would be evaluated, but the TVC has a lot of framework for those lands outside the USB, ways to achieve infrastructure.
And I know that we have coming up a conversation to talk about the extension of our open service boundary, knowing with this corridor, because it's not been changed. A couple years ago, we changed on Okeechobee Road, going out that direction. So how far away from having the conversation of what we need to adjust out in this area?
Madam Chair, the county later this year will launch, or at least acknowledge to the state, that we will be revising our comprehensive plan through the evaluation appraisal review, or EAR. That's something that we tackle roughly every 7 years. And we're expecting that study to align with the EAR updates. If I were to put a timetable of roughly 12 to 18 months for that exercise to be completed. We have engaged a consultant who has updated our EAR in the past, or processed our EAR in the past alongside staff, and they are going to be assisting in that urban service boundary study for North County and Central County east of Header Canal.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that has questions or comments?
Chair, may I speak? I'm sorry.
Absolutely, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that there's an existing policy within the TVC. It is policy 11.1.2.6, which actually already provides 6 options for the development of land outside of the urban service boundary. It includes a town, a village. We've proposed including a hamlet within that. There's also the ability to to continue agriculture. You can maintain the land in its natural state and transfer all those transferable development rights to another property. You can subdivide the property into individual home sites, so you don't have to build a town, a village, or even this proposed hamlet, but you could divide it into 1-acre lots. So the TVC today already provides for the development outside of the urban service boundary. You don't necessarily have to extend that boundary, because the hamlet itself has to provide utilities at its own expense. So it's not a county expense that would be going on, it would be the private owner's expense.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion. I'll pass the gavel. I'll make the motion to approve.
Second with a conversation. Irene and Corey we've continued this many months with the cooperation of the applicant. Trying to do the language as we just tried to do here. It's not unlike the last meeting we had where we were trying to deal with another property nearby here. And it was a cluster, and it didn't need, we should have just backed up and kind of started again. I think in the way of managing this to get this to a better place is to continue it again, because this is the first reading, and the applicant's probably having a heart attack back there. But I think that we are so close to getting a better product that we continue this for 1 month, have the conversation, have the applicant, have anybody else who had issues with the language to meet with you, put their issues in writing, so that there's an opportunity for us to go back and take a look at where we are, because we have been, this TVC has been in a editing mode for a while, trying to maintain the quality of life elements that are in it, to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, poor baby. But come on, that was pretty funny. Anyway, so Irene and Corey, would you entertain the thought process of pushing this a month, continue to work with the language, and because I think the definition of nearby neighborhood, or what was the terminology? Neighboring. I think that is a challenge. Part of what we have determined to push staff to do is simplify the language so that it's not as complicated. And if there is some question of definition, I think it's a challenge. And I think that if we can rectify that with the language before we come back with this and move it to transmittal, I think it'll be a better product. And I'm not looking at the applicant because they're burning out things in my eyes. But I think that'd be a better way. And Commissioner Fowler, I think you brought some good points to the table again today. And Commissioner Townsend, I understand your thoughts as well. But would you agree that would be a better opportunity to find a better answer to
I agree,
language?
but I also feel that because it's a transmittal hearing, it's got to come back anyways, and there's still time when it comes back to be able to tweak things and make those corrections. It gives them time to meet with the gentleman that spoke earlier. Look, I'm interested. I would like the applicant to come up here and give their opinion if they're okay with that. But I think because it's transmittal, there's still room to be able to have that conversation and tweak things and make it better before it goes back.
Would you mind asking staff what their thought, because they have a
Yeah,
workload.
so is that
and
true?
so-
If we were to approve it, those conversations still happen, changes happen, and it comes back a better product by the time it comes back for the next reading. Is that true?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Zadowski, members of the board, the matters that were presented with the speaker, not the applicant this evening, pertain largely to the Land Development Code text amendment, which is the very next item. That would be a first reading. So as the chair indicated, should the comprehensive plan amendment be acted upon this evening for transmittal, it would be roughly 45 days. Based upon our calendar schedule, it's likely it wouldn't be until the July BOCC hearing that we would hear the Land Development Code text amendment along with that adoption hearing of the comp plan, second reading. So that would afford time to work through some of the content and language of the LDC, as well as provide an opportunity for the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, neighboring jurisdictions like Indian River County, even the city of Fort Pierce, the state, whether it's the Historic Resources Division or FWC, Department of Transportation. There would be a wide variety of state agencies that would provide feedback. And at that time, should the board feel that there should be a continuance of an adoption hearing based upon some of the feedback, findings, comments, input then, or even the ability to recommend modifications to what was transmitted, that can be explored as well.
Okay, so that was a lot of language, Corey. So the question is, if this is transmitted tonight, yes or no?
Yes.
That languages
There's
and
some.
conversations can still happen. Maite, would you like to?
The answer is yes, and the best case scenario is 45 days for adoption, but you actually have 180 days to consider it and make changes after you get response from the state.
Okay, would you like to speak?
Just a few points, Madam Chair. Commissioner, the plan always gets a little bit better when we take a step back and wait. So we do want to acknowledge that. However, we do have a lot of time before transmittal and adoption hearing. This board has the ultimate say, the ultimate discretion. If you want us to include other elements that weren't previously on the plan tonight, we'd be happy to do that after meeting with your staff and after meeting with some of the public that also wanted a hamlet within their community. So happy to do that. I did want to just make a couple points, though, because this isn't urban sprawl. You have Spanish Lakes community right adjacent to the Andrea Groves property. This is a continuation of the development that's preceded TVC and is already in place. And just for density comparisons, when you look at a town or village, Ms. Settlemiter said it, it's 5 units per acre is the minimum. The Andrea Groves property is happy with 2 units per acre or 3 units per acre. That's taking effectively 2,000, 3,000 units off the table. So we have made those considerations. It's not that we can't develop because we're outside the urban service boundary. We can develop as a town or village. It's just the way that the building form happens as a town or a village versus a hamlet is really what we're here tonight to present to you as another tool that you can use at your discretion, fully vet out the plan so that this hamlet comes back in a format that's acceptable and that we think St. Lucie County is going to be very proud of. It respects all the good qualities of the TVC land use and just implements them in a greater fashion. I don't know, Mr. Myers, did you want to say anything?
No. First of all, I want to thank the board, the commission. Look, it's been a long process. We've been at this a year and a half. We worked with staff. We went through a bunch of public hearings. It was then suggested that we step back and listen. I hope we have. I think we have. We're really happy to continue to listen. I think that as we looked at some sort of conceptual plans we drew and the conceptual plans we're working with now, it's a much better product. I think we found ways with the hamlet to take planning concepts of layout and where recreation is and what's walkable and make them executable. That's the whole idea for us for a hamlet. You guys control what size is appropriate, what contiguous means. We're not policymakers. We don't want to be policymakers. We want to put this forward, make the conversation happen. Our idea of the hamlet is that you can take the concepts of, and I won't use TVC, I'll use the term traditional neighborhood development, because that's what really is the underpinning of TVC, and you can apply them to whatever properties are appropriate of the right size that you can create a village, a hamlet. Because if you have a little piece, a little piece, a little piece, a little piece, you really can't create it, because you've got to create boulevards and parks and space and an ability to walk with some other things. So what we think the hamlet does, it allows traditional neighborhood development to actually get built here, to get built in that TVC, which already provides for development outside of the urban service boundary, but in a responsible way, and reduces the density. That's what we're trying to do. If we can transmit and continue to discuss, I think we've shown we're happy to discuss, so we'll do that. If we need to pause, again, we need to do what we need to do, but I would hope we could move the ball forward. We've come so far, and you guys get so many more looks at it, staff can look at it. The language on contiguous, this, that, that's up to you guys. It's totally up to you guys. We're agnostic to that. We want to do what you want. But we would like to see something get created that takes those concepts of a traditional neighborhood development that were buried in TVC that in 20 years have never happened. We're looking to go try and make it happen. So whatever you think is best. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Sadowski.
Commissioner Fowler, you had some good points, and I'd like to hear from you with the idea, because there is a significant amount of time between here and the end result. It's something that you would support to have that process unfold with our staff, the applicant, and any other concerned groups out there?
So, thank you, Commissioner Zadowski. Just to clarify, Maite, if we transmit, we still have the flexibility to change the proposed policies that are being submitted as is?
Absolutely. The board is the policymaker, and you can make changes up until adoption, and even after adoption, you could always propose further amendments.
Okay. Okay. Having that comfortability and knowing that I can advocate for more open space and even less density, I would be comfortable with moving this forward for transmittal then. Okay.
Staff?
Are you
You're
good?
good
You
with that?
understand? Okay, so I passed the gavel, but I'll take the gavel back if somebody would like to make a motion. If not, I'll pass.
The motion's on the table, and the second's already there. You haven't called the vote.
I'm not calling a vote because I passed the gavel to you to make the motion. So you call the vote.
You made the, oh, you
I
passed the gavel?
can.
Oh, okay.
I passed it to you.
I got you.
Robert's
Okay.
Rule of Order here.
Correct.
She passed the gavel to
I
me.
passed the gavel to you. It's up to
You
you,
and
buddy.
second motion, yes.
I'm the vice chair. I got it. I got it.
Okay, let's roll. Let's come on.
Ah. Is there any comments or questions on the item? Hearing none. Vera, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Bartz?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Fowler?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Townsend?
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Zadowski?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Here's your gavel.
I'll take it back. Okay, so the companion to that is the code text amendment item 5. We'll go ahead and get that done, so that finishes that. I don't think we need another whole presentation or anything. I don't,
Yeah, Madam Chair, the Land Development Code text amendment, which would update the TVC overlay district and other associated sections of Chapter 7 of our Land Development Code to introduce the hamlet form of PUD, was submitted as part of staff's report, and our recommendation is to consider the amendment at first reading and schedule the second reading subsequent to the transmittal and feedback from the state and reviewing agencies.
correct.
So that
And this-
being said,
This is the first reading.
can I just ask Dan? You there, Dan? When we do that, do we have to set a date certain, or can that unfold over time?
No, I don't think you can really set a date
I was
certain.
gonna say, 'cause I
right
just
now.
wanna make sure.
So we know.
You really won't know when the state gets back, and then you'll have to have your adoption hearing. I think the idea would be to schedule it at the same time as the adoption hearing. So I think you can schedule it without being specific that you would like it to come back at the same time the adoption hearing is heard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so you know how you're going to make your motion. I'm going to open this up to public comment. Is there anybody wishing to come forward? Seeing nobody, we're closing public comment. We're coming back to the board.
Madam Chair, move approval to schedule a second reading, the proposed amendments of the LDC the same date as the adoption hearing for the comprehensive text, plan text amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to go to item 6.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irene.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll be joined in just a moment by Thad Crow, Senior Planner with our team, to present the first reading of the Commercial Neighborhood Text Amendment that looks to introduce grocery stores between 6,001 square feet and 15,000 square feet as a conditional use within that district.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, for the record, Thad Crow, Senior Planner, Department of Planning and Development Services. Corey explained what we're doing here, and as Irene said earlier, the only advertising requirement is a newspaper ad, which was run for this text amendment. The applicant is EDC, and again, this would basically add to the list of conditional uses in the CN zoning district, grocery stores under 15,000 square feet on properties at least 4 acres in size. There have been, in the last number of years recently, changes to CN zoning, including in 2017, adding medical marijuana dispensaries as a permitted use. In 2020, adding self-storage as a conditional use. And in 2022, adding smaller auto home supply stores under 10,000 square feet and household appliance stores also under 10,000 square feet with hours of operation limited to between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. Just to give a quick snapshot as the CN district, what's allowed here, and these are mostly low-intensity type uses that serve neighborhoods, barbershops, churches, banks, repair facilities, retail trade. The conditional uses are a little bit more intense, car washes, daycare, and gas stations, telecommunication towers, and self-storage facilities, as was mentioned. So the result of this would be to add number 6 to the list of conditional uses. And again, grocery stores, and we have, it's a little bit of a long definition, but located on properties at least 4 acres in size, hours of operation between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. And I think this is a key part of it, which stock an array of fresh meats, fruits, and vegetables, because the idea is to have kind of something that fights the food desert concept, something that has healthy foods and is not, say, not to pick on the dollar stores, but it's not something that would not serve the purpose of having fresh food, essentially. You can see the locations where CN is located through the North County generally. So summarizing this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We believe it would reduce auto trips, trip length, and access to healthy food supplies while providing jobs and shopping opportunities in close-in type locations. The conditional use process allows a case-by-case basis to look at compatibility and to make adjustments to make sure that it would be a good fit in the location proposed. Also, conditional use provides a public input process that does involve the public and get them into the process. We don't anticipate that the amendment would adversely affect property values. Again, this is just step 1 of someone wanting to do this. Step 2 has to be the conditional use. This just sets the stage to allow the process to happen. We do recommend scheduling a second public hearing for the adoption of the text amendment for the grocery stores. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions? Seeing none, we'll open it up to the public. Is there any? I see Brad moving forward. How are you, sir?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Brad Curry with Engineering, Design, and Construction. It's a pretty simple application. Staff's done an excellent job presenting it. This is just to allow a grocery store, a small grocery store in close proximity to residents. Be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Bart?
Brad, don't go away. Can you give me a comparable size grocery store that we may already have?
A comparable style is like an Aldi. An Aldi is around 15,000 square feet. That's a good example. The gentleman who's looking to purchase this or has purchased this property looking to develop is doing a Bravo, but it's a smaller Bravo, so it wouldn't be, it's not a Publix or a Walmart or anything like that. It's a smaller grocery store. So those would be the 2 best examples that I could give you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Brad. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward, please come forward at this time. Good evening.
Thank you for having us, Commissioner Townsend. My name is Deb Pizzamenti. I live in the property directly south. There is no food desert here. Not only do we have a Publix within 1.5 miles away, we have a Winn-Dixie that's 1 mile away. We also have Nelson Family Farms that's been there for 40-odd years. There's a pond on that site, so we're really not sure exactly how you plan to build a parking lot on top of a pond. We were told by Commissioner Fowler's aide that since it's under X amount of acres, that there is no requirement for environmental impact. Living in that area for the amount of time that we've lived there and watching the encroachment coming through the area from Ravinia and other areas coming in, we see a lot of flooding. We're talking flooding where we can't get our cars in and out of our street. Just to the north of Midway Road, we have commercial use there. So perhaps if we need a grocery store, we have a food desert as they're describing, perhaps they could move to that side.
Good evening.
Hello, my name's Phil Pisamenti, and I live on Gray Twig, right there behind the proposed Bravo grocery store. You know, the encroachment that's been going on, it's, you know, the growing is it's out of control, if you ask me. I remember at the previous meeting, I forget who it was, mentioned that Midway Road is not at what they call gridlock, and there's plenty of availability, if I remember the proper term that he used, on Midway still allowed, or still available for traffic. I don't know if anybody here's ever ridden on Midway Road recently. It's really almost gridlocked, in my opinion. I drive on it every day. It's ridiculous. Clearly it's going to get worse. Once again, you know, the environment's just getting destroyed. You know, talk about moving these turtles. You know, it's not just turtles that we have. We have owls. We have migrant birds. My wife and I have become bird nerds, if you will. We have all kinds of migratory birds that come. You can't relocate all the birds. You can't relocate the turtles, the rabbits, the raccoons, all that stuff. You know, and filling in a pond and put concrete. I don't know if you know, we have all septic systems on our street. I don't know if anybody's aware of how the water is supposed to drain. It's supposed to leach into the soft, sandy soil that we have. Well, when you put parking lot here, all that water is supposed to be leaching this way is now just going to go this way, which is our street. So it's going to get worse. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Anybody else? Good evening.
Commissioners, my name is Ronna Perry. I live at 5080 West Virginia Drive. I am just to the west of the proposed project there. I do have some concerns. My big concern has been traffic. It is getting worse and worse. It's very problematic to get out of my street now. I agree with the two former speakers that it is gridlock often. I see on a daily basis people running the red light. I live, unfortunately, Ravinia is in my backyard, and it's turned into a rental when it wasn't supposed to be a rental community. And now I am dealing with the constant thumping of cars going up and down behind my driveway, behind my house, and so that's already a thorn in my side. My concern is with the grocery store. I don't understand why we need another grocery store, but I feel for those on 12 Oaks, because you have a grocery store, you're going to have all the lights. You're going to have the rodents. You're going to have the dumpsters, in my opinion. Although I did ride behind the new Aldi's, and it was very clean back there, but I do feel for the lights and the possible other issues. There is commercial right across the street, so I'm not sure why we would have to change this site to commercial if another grocery store is needed. And I know the people on the other side, which of course is near my house as well, don't want to hear that also. But I'm just very concerned about all our environment being taken away from us. I like the idea of a small restaurant, maybe some small stores. But I think we really need to be concerned about what we're taking away from our community, the added traffic, the dangers. Ravinia, they go straight across the road when they're supposed to turn right, and U-turns to get into a grocery store, and that area there is just going to create more problems. I don't see many officers patrolling that area, and I think we're looking for more accidents right down the road with all this increased traffic. So I'm very concerned, and I would really like you guys to do a study and talk about what we can do for traffic calming. I think especially 25th Street all the way up to Oleander or US 1, we need to do something because the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit is a joke. There's nobody hardly there except probably locals that are doing 30 miles an hour, especially at that park. So I would like you to consider looking into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Seeing nobody, we're going to close public comment. We're going to come back to the board. Conversation?
This is off the subject, but she raised the issue about the 30-mile-an-hour issue. I did look into it, and the state of Florida has zero death as their focus on state roads. And as part of that, they found that a person being hit at 25 miles an hour has a 75% chance of living, 35 miles an hour, like 50% chance, and 30 miles an hour, they actually have a chance to live. Anything over 45, it's a pretty significant 25% chance to live. So if you go on the FDOT website, you can see where it says zero deaths, and it'll give you the whole background of how the state has perceived that, and they pushed the issue with us when we were here. We had that conversation and we asked why, and that's largely why it was a state initiative to push that in that constrained area of Midway as opposed to the far west. I wanted to share that with you.
Okay.
Agreed.
Just, so is there any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, if I may, the subject item before you is the text amendment to the Land Development Code. If approved after a second reading, and tonight is the first reading, there would be an additional public hearing for the second reading. It would introduce the grocery store use as a conditional use in the commercial neighborhood. This particular item is not specific to a site. It does have parameters of hours of operation, size limits, as well as a minimum square footage or acreage for the property. And the conditional use, the process requires a public hearing, one of which for the site addressed this evening by speakers, which is along Midway Road. The conditional use process is intended to provide for uses that are generally compatible with the use characteristics of a zoning district, but which require individual review as to their location, design, intensity, configuration, and public facility impacts to determine appropriateness at a particular site and explore compatibility with adjacent uses. And it allows and affords the board the ability to apply reasonable conditions. So again, to distinguish that, this is the legislative policy-based consideration that would allow for grocery stores as a conditional use to be pursued via public hearing throughout the commercial neighborhood zoning district, not an action on a specific site. That would be a subsequent matter this evening.
Okay, so I just want to bring this in a little bit for people to understand what you just said. Okay, so commercial neighborhood, CN zoning. We're not really specifically tonight talking about a potential grocery store going in on this site. We're talking about a text amendment being changed to the commercial neighborhood text amendment. So if somebody has a piece of property on Integrated Road, it's commercial neighborhood, like where the Rocket Fuel is. Okay, if Rocket Fuel wasn't there and that was zoned commercial neighborhood, this would allow if somebody wanted to come in and put in a small grocery store. So this is changing the text amendment, and it's going to come back as a conditional use. It's not that it's just literally changing. It's just saying that if you have a lot that is commercial neighborhood and you want to put in a grocery store, it comes before the board, and it's a conditional use, and it stays with the property as long as it follows code. It's not specific tonight what we're discussing to this particular site. This is a site that's commercial neighborhood, but we're not approving that grocery store tonight. We're talking about the text amendment change being allowed for the commercial neighborhood to potentially have a conditional use for a small grocery store. Is that accurate?
That is correct with this agenda item. This is the policy. The site in question, which is also on this evening's docket, but staff is recommending evaluation and continuance of that item. Today, that site on Midway Road is within the agricultural residential district, so it would be a rezoning plus the conditional use. We've had public hearings before the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that site that you referenced on Indriel Road, if it were to be eligible under the terms of this text amendment, they could apply for conditional use. We would mail notice to owners within 500 feet, post a sign on the property, come back in this room and evaluate it with our Planning and Zoning Commission, and then forward that recommendation to the board for further action with the ability for the board to apply reasonable conditions. Yes.
So this is kind of a two-part item. It's making it universal throughout the county, unincorporated county, that you will be able to come in if you have a commercial neighborhood and you want to do this for conditional use. That's coming back per site. But this is also specific to say that this particular piece of property, if this goes through tonight, we are going to be voting, this is the first reading, to move it forward, that conditional use, because the text amendment's going to be changed. So they're coming in, and this being wrapped into it, that conditional use is on that piece of property.
With a subsequent item, rezoning and conditional use, they are asking for a specific site.
Okay, because I know there's a lot of people following this, and I want them to understand.
Yeah, separate public hearing and separate action.
So this is kind of two parts, everybody. This is the commercial neighborhood. We're approving the text amendment that a commercial neighborhood property can come in, anybody that has something in the county, unincorporated, and they can apply for conditional use for this. But it's also specific to tonight, this piece of property, that this text amendment is going to allow the path forward for them to come in, and this is their conditional use for that piece of property.
But
When
the
it's subsequent.
rezoning and all that doesn't happen. We
Right.
can't hear them tonight.
Right.
Because we have to go to
Right,
the second.
so I just want them to understand
Yep,
that.
you're
up
doing a
front,
great
okay?
job. You're doing a
And
great
because it's the first reading, we are not approving this to happen tonight. They have to make an application and come back, and then when it comes back, it's site-specific to that particular piece of property, and then the board decides if they will say yes or no on the conditional use to go into site-specific to that with their site plan. Is that true?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. I've closed public comment. Unfortunately, I can't reopen it. But I'm happy to stay afterwards and have conversations with you. Okay, so again, does everybody understand where we are with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll entertain conversation or motion. Let's roll.
Motion to accept.
It's your district, Commissioner Fowler. You want to make a motion?
I'll second since Commissioner Lead already started speaking.
Commissioner Lee, you're making the motion?
I did.
Okay, Commissioner Fowler, second.
Second.
Is there any conversation? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. So again, this is a first reading. It's now going to be universal throughout the county, but this comes back with this site specific, and that's when y'all need to be here. For those of you that live around it, you need to come back and be here at that meeting to let your voices be heard that night. Corey, do you have something?
And Madam Chair, the public notice was distributed for agenda items 10B7 and 10B8, which relate to the rezoning of the particular site on Midway Road and the associated conditional use. Because final action cannot be made this evening, because the eligibility for the grocery store would be with the second reading of the text amendment. We have the ability to proceed with our presentation to highlight and present the details of that preliminary non-residential plan and the associated conditional use. But we would be asking the board to continue this matter to an upcoming public meeting, presumably the June 4th Board of County Commissioners meeting at 6 p.m. or shortly thereafter. But this evening's public hearing was duly noticed with a display ad in the newspaper, mailed notice to owners within 500 feet, and a sign posted on the premises.
Okay, so again, let's explain this, because I'm glad you're doing June 4th, because it needs to be a night meeting so that the residents can be here and be present, and they can talk, and they can have their voice heard. So the next item, which would be number 7, it's a public hearing, so I have to open it and I have to close it. Okay, so this is an opportunity for y'all to come up again. Okay, so we are on item 7 for those of you that are following. And staff is recommending that the board continue this item and, until the second reading comes back to us. But because it's a public hearing, I have to open this up, and if there's anybody wishing to come forward at this time, come forward and speak before the board.
Again, Madam Chair, for the record, Brad Curry with EDC, representing the applicant. I think you and staff have done an excellent job presenting the three applications associated with this property, the text amendment that was just heard, this project, or this item number 7, which is the rezone, and then item number 8 would be the actual conditional use for the grocery store. I just want everyone to realize that this isn't a preserve area. This property has 5 unit to the acre zoning, I believe, is it RU, was my memory. So it could be developed residentially. The zoning that's on there, as we all know, is a zoning that was put in place many years ago. This property is along Midway Road. It's going to be developed with something. So whether it's residential or commercial, it does have the development potential. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm sure y'all are aware of that. We think it's a great plan. It does have the plan that staff would present or is going to present on June the 4th. Has a small 15,000 square foot grocery store, a 6,000 square foot restaurant, and some inline retail with a securities quarters on the second floor. So we are going to have a residential unit for security quarters associated with this project. We think it's a great project for the neighborhood. We are proposing to build a wall, 8-foot wall along the southern property line, and preserve a number of the existing trees on the property. So we'll get into more detail on June the 4th, but I just wanted to come up and say a few words. So
Thank you.
be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so again, this is coming back on June 4th, so anybody wishing to come forward, please come forward now.
It's my understanding that it's zoned AR right now. So as Commissioner Fowler stated earlier, it was zoned this way for a purpose. Commissioner Dizadovsky said earlier,
Just call him DZ.
we're under siege for development. So we're just standing up for 25 years in this county, paying taxes, and this is zoned AR, so you guys can change it or not.
Just repeating what the applicant's representative says, the underlying land use is RU5, so that means 5 units per acre. So the land use and the zoning are two separate things. So it could be developed in the future under that term.
Okay, but again, we're not approving
we're
this
not.
thing tonight. That it's coming back on June 4th. So is there anybody else wishing to come forward? We're closing public comment. We're coming back to the board on item 7. Is there a motion?
Move to continue to date certain, that which is June 4th at 6 p.m.
Is there a second?
Or soon thereafter.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? And then item 8, it's the same thing. It will basically the same.
Would be the-
Actually, let me back up for 1 second. Let's go back to item 7. It is quasi-judicial. Let's disclose. I spoke to staff. Commissioner Fowler,
Staff and Brad Curry.
Commissioner Bart,
Staff.
Commissioner Zadowski.
Staff.
Commissioner Lee.
Staff.
Okay, item 8, this is also quasi-judicial. I've spoke to staff. Commissioner Fowler,
Staff and Brad Curry.
Commissioner Bart,
Staff.
Commissioner Lee,
Staff.
Commissioner Zadowski.
If I feel slighted, I didn't talk to Brad.
I know.
You
Okay.
missed out.
Okay, so with this, again, Corey, you want this to come back on
That's
June
correct, Madam
4th
Chair.
at 6 p.m. Okay. Is there any questions? This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward? We're closing public comment. We're coming back to the board. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to continue to June 4th at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter to be heard.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. We're going to take a brief 5-minute recess to let those that want to leave, and then we're going to come back.
You can all get up and leave.
Some people have to go get notes, and some people have to use the restroom. So 5 minutes. We're going to get started again. Again, if you were on your phones, I'm going to remind you to please silence them. We're going to move on to item 9, Creekside. Because we went to this page to wrap stuff up that was the easier stuff, and it's judicial and readings and stuff to go on, so we're trying to get the quick stuff done fast. Because the other items coming up are going to be a little bit longer. Okay. Y'all ready?
Yeah, it's ready to get it up on us. Okay, there we go. Good evening, Commissioners. For the record again, Tahir Curry, planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. So tonight is agenda item 10B9 is for Creekside PUD major adjustment. In accordance with public notice, section 11003 of the St. Louis County Land Development Code, advertisement was noticed with a sound petition site in the St. Lucie County News Tribune on Friday, April 26, 2024. And notices were sent out to property owners within 500 feet. 2 signs were placed on the property at both entrances of Creekside community. Creekside is located south of Okeechobee Road, State Road 70, half a mile west of the Florida Turnpike. Originally, when it was approved for Creekside, it was approved for 800 residential development, approved for 443 single-family units, around 343 multifamily units, including a 5.5 acre commercial community recreational area amenity area, and a 5.1 acre public park. D.R. Horton has completed the first phase, known as Parcel A, which contains 136 single-family homes, and is still, finalizing the Parcel B, roughly 129 single-family homes. So that was the original approval of some of Creekside. Just go over the future land use quickly. Residential urban and residential suburban. This slide just shows the zoning, which is a planned unit development, and has adjacent zonings as AG5 to the north, AG1 commercial neighborhood to the north, recreational vehicle park, AR1, so it does have a mix of uses to the north. So these are the proposed adjustments that are in front of you tonight. So it will adjust the proposed project phasing plan, provide building layouts for the multifamily townhomes, parcel E and F, reconfigure the pedestrian walkways and trails along the adjacent to 10 Mile Creek, including removal of 2 pedestrian bridges and relocation of the remaining bridges. Remove the planned Native American Heritage Village that was originally planned, that is now being removed. Also relocate and reconfigure Parcel E, Open Space Park. Clarify the approved South Florida Water Management District bridge and location. Relocate the transit school bus stop locations for parcels C and E. Affirm minimum landscape buffers with entry signs, features, miscellaneous layouts, and modifications associated with the stated adjustments. This is the original approved, well, it has some modifications for this, but this is one of the most recent ones. The color exhibit was probably one of the most ones that came in a while ago, years ago, when they showed this color exhibit. So it just showed some of the amenities that are now being changed or relocated, and just kind of go over that briefly. Number one, it shows where the planned Native American Heritage Village was. That's being removed. Parcel E, it shows the open space park. That is being more relocated. You'll see on a different slide where that's being located to. The pedestrian paths is highlighted, shows where they were originally when it came in years ago. They were going to be more into the oxbows, the environmental areas. Now those are being relocated, and you'll see an additional slide that would show where they're being relocated to. And this is just kind of to have less impacts on the environment and to save on the costs and expenses of the proposal or the original trails. And this showed the original location of the transit bus stop location that has been relocated. And also this shows the original South Florida Water Management District bridge location that is being all within the adjustment of this proposal tonight. So the site plan adjustment, it affirms the layout of the multi-family townhomes of parcels E and F. Also looks to relocate the transit bus stop location for parcels C and E, affirm the minimum landscape buffers, entry, signs, features, and miscellaneous layouts modifications associated with the stated adjustment. And also, like I mentioned previously, it shows that the Native American Heritage Village space has been removed, and also relocate the configuration of parcel E open space park. This is a phasing plan that's being modified from the original. It's kind of condensed a lot of those phasings more into 3, 4, and 5, which is before you now. So phase 1 and 2 was a single family, which is more so complete now. Also for phase 3, it shows what is being included in phase 3 is a flowway, oxbow, reconnections, pedestrian paths, preliminary amenities. Parcel C, D, E, and F will all be within phase 3. Phase 4 would be the community park area. Phase 5 would be a much future phase, would be the commercial use area. This is the pedestrian circulation path here before you. So the adjusted proposes to reconfigure the pedestrian walkways and trails along and adjacent to 10 Mile Creek, include a removal of 2 pedestrian bridges and relocation of the remaining bridge. The modified pedestrian path would link trails adjacent to the environmentally significant sensitive areas, along 10 Mile Creek and around the Oxbow restorations areas to a planned sidewalk within the residential development parcels to avoid such environmental sensitive areas, while reconnecting the creek and the districts for South Florida Water Management District proposed access road. And you can see that the access road is more so in purple color. The access would allow for the community and also pedestrians to walk along it. Once you see where it gets more so in blue, that will become more so where it's only restricted to the community. And it just shows from the previous slides I had, you can see that a lot of those trails has been removed to avoid the environmental sensitive areas and to be less costly on the developer and the community. A community meeting was held yesterday from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Finn Center. So notices were mailed out to the Creekside community, and a lot of the residents did show up and invoice their concerns and ask their questions in that meeting to go over the proposed adjustments and other things that was happening within the community. Staff has determined that the major adjustment to the Creekside PUD meets the standards of review as set forth in the St. Lucie County Land Development Code sections 110205 and 110207, and is in substantial conformity with the approved PUD and is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners approve the adjustment with the following conditions of approval. A future sidewalk and multi-use path to connect to the residents of the future commercial. In the future, the property owner applicant shall include park benches and 2 gazebos along the walking trails. prior to the plat approvals. C, D, E, and F shall have a finalized landscape plan and a finalized tree mitigation plan as well. So it just shows for unit development parcel E. This is just to making sure that they are affirming and hitting a lot of the required improvements they need to make before they move and proceed on to the townhome development. So the amenity center foundation, primarily amenity, is required prior to the townhome. The amenity center certificate of occupancy is required prior to CO. 100% Oxbow reconnection and excavation. Portion of the filter marsh shall occur for parcels C, D, and F. 50% of South Florida water management districts. Access road shall be complete, and that was the road I showed in one of the previous slides. Portions of the pedestrian paths where adjacent to the construction is occurring prior to CO, and 20% of the remaining non-parcel E resident units. 80% completion of the above items shall be required. So a surety bond shall be required for outstanding improvements at 50 to 80% for a one-time reduction. This is just like I mentioned, making sure they're hitting these required improvements before they proceed on to the other phasings for the single-family homes and townhomes. Next, the developer shall provide the excavated amenity conservation easement over the on-site preservation areas. Listed species survey shall be updated as necessary per the individual specific requirements. The filter marsh, including but not limited to clearing, filling and excavation, grading, and planting of vegetation. The ERP, environmental resource permit from the South Florida Water Management District shall be provided. Oxbow reconnection and excavation of the encumbrance portions of the filter marsh shall be required as completed as well before a CO is issued. And just standard comment, all category invasive species shall be eradicated from the site. A site development is required prior to commencement of work of any proposed phases for Creekside. That concludes staff presentation. We're able to answer any questions. Also, the agent is here as well to answer any questions for Creekside.
Okay. Does the agent have anything they'd like to add?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Brian Nolan with Lucido and Associates, representing the applicant. We're here before you this morning, a couple of years into our process.
Let's not rush the morning thing.
Excuse me?
Let's not rush the morning thing.
Oh, did I say morning?
You did. We're not going to be here till the morning.
Okay, I'll wrap it up.
We're not going to be here. Wrap it up.
So, this is the next
They're
step.
hungry. You're going to be buying everybody pizza.
This is the next step in our process of revamping the development, bringing it out of the ground. This major adjustment represents my firm, Kimley Horn, the developer, our site and utility contractor, Firethorn, getting together and hammering out a sensible phasing plan that takes into account the relocation of South Florida Water Management District's access road that bifurcates the property that they own in fee simple. The construction of a new bridge for South Florida Water Management District, construction of the flowway, the Oxbow, and a whole host of other things that we've uncovered as we've been working on this. We had worked with staff to come up with that list of conditions of approval to make sure that prior to the CO of the first townhome unit in parcel E, which is the unit that would be started to be worked on, the pod that would be started to work on first, that the amenity would be complete, the Oxbow, and the filter marsh and the relocation of Water Management District's access road and bridge. So no COs until all of that stuff is completed. We did have a neighborhood meeting several months back. I think it was October, November, prior to our mining permit exemption hearing that we came back, and we again appreciate your consideration for that. Many of the issues brought up were, I think, HOA type issues, but three, I think, main issues that we walked away with were lighting in the entry gates and construction of the amenity. I can say tonight that the infrastructure has been put in place for the gates. The material has been on order. The contractor has been selected, and the electrical permit drawings are in the building department under review. We're anticipating that work to be completed in July. The contractor is saying it takes about a month to complete. I reached out personally to FP&L to see if we could expedite the installation of the light poles. The date that FP&L has given us is July 19th. Unfortunately, due to some supply issues, and it's not just related to Creekside, it's related kind of all around. My contact can't pull any strings to get these light poles installed any sooner. But I do have screenshots of FPL's internal work order that I can certainly provide to the board with the July 19th start date. As to the amenity, should this adjustment be granted tonight, it's the first kind of major domino to fall that will trigger the ratification of the exchange agreement with South Florida Water Management District. It will trigger the conceptual ERPs, conceptual ERP for the entire site by the Water Management District. It'll also trigger the resubmittal of the individual ERPs to South Florida that they have seen and reviewed many times. Our civil engineer thinks it's about a 30-day review period. The applicant, I think the only two conditions of approval on site development permit as part of the Trax plat approval was the applicant's payment of the ERCs and the issuance of the ERPs. So the ERCs will be paid. Utilities will release their holds. Public Works will release the site development permits, and then we can start site work. And we're hoping that all this can happen on or around July, which would be about the same time the gates are operational and the street lights are installed. So without this, none of that can happen. We did have a neighborhood meeting last night. Your Fenn Center is quite popular. By the time we got notice of our hearing date, given schedules and everything, last night was the night the only night that could work that we could have our hearing, our neighborhood meeting. We had about 48 people, if I counted correctly, on the sign-in sheet show up. I'm sure many of them are here this evening, and will probably flambe me again shortly. But I think the benefit is, I don't think, unless I'm wrong and somebody else speaks to it, I don't think there were any issues with the major adjustment. I think the issues were mainly HOA-related type issues that, coincidentally enough, I don't think any of the same issues were brought up last night that were brought up in our first meeting. So I think that's also a positive. So I think we continue to work with the residents to get everybody to a happy place. But with that, I'd like to thank staff for this process. We've been working together for a long time on this, and I appreciate the board's patience as well and indulgence, and I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Brian?
I have a
Commissioner
quick
Bartz?
one, Brian. Most of the conditions being set are set around completion of the 66th unit. Is that July, or am I missing
The
something?
completion, that would be several months in. We haven't even started site work
That's
yet.
what I thought. Okay.
Correct. And you would have to add, staff is here. I think that unit number came from staff. Otherwise, I have no idea where the 66 unit came from. We went back and forth a lot on these conditions and the percentages and this, that, and the other, and the triggers. There was a lot of communication over a couple of weeks on that.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. This is
Thank you.
quasi judicial. I'll begin with myself. I spoke to Brian and staff. I'll begin with you, Commissioner Leet.
Staff.
Commissioner Zadowski.
Brian and staff.
Commissioner Bartz.
Lucido and Kimley Horn.
Commissioner Fowler.
Brian Nolan and staff.
Thank you very much. And this is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward at this time, please step to the podium.
My name's Stephen DeLingo. I live in 3354 Trinity Circle.
Mr. DeLingle, can I slow you down one? Right here, sir. Right here. Look at me.
Oh,
Can I ask you to please spell your last name for the secretary?
Dolingo.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I got no problems with what Brian said, but I want assurances that what he said last night was the amenities had to be started before he would get a start through the first townhouse, and Horton could build the townhouse but wouldn't get a CO until the amenities were complete. Is that true?
I think he's agreed to that. Correct, Tahir?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
All right. That's all I want to know, because we've gone through this too long now.
Yeah, they recognize that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too. Thanks for being here. Good evening.
Good evening. Dennis Grimm for the record, 10491 Okeechobee Road. We border the western part of the development on Gray Road. That is not a development road. It's a access road for cleaning the canal. I'm not sure if it's water district, which one it is. And the back of our property will be a ball field. It looks like it's going to be a soccer field of some sort and baseball field. What we're concerned about, we're actually Ag 1. We're using it as Ag. We have a research farm there. We have animals. We're growing aquaponics, hydroponics. What we're concerned about is the lighting from the ball field. Now, I know this is going to be down the line, a couple years or whatever, but I'm concerned about the berm, what kind of separation there's going to be. We do have animals on site, horses, cows, chickens, goats. They make noise. And how is this going to affect the residents, the new residents in there? Are they going to complain about there's a farm near them? So that's one of the concerns. And of course, the lights at night, if it's going to, I assume it's going to be a public park that is going to be open to anybody in the community. So there's going to be games and stuff back there. So we're concerned about the traffic, about the noise, and how is this going to affect the other neighboring communities. So basically, that's my concern is that this time. So I'm going to give my card to him and let him deal with it.
I can answer some of those questions. Whenever you're transitioning from neighborhood to that, there are walls and landscaping that has to be in place. And when a development goes in, they have to maintain their own lighting on their property. It cannot protrude and enter into your property. That's code. As far as neighbors complaining about your animals, that can be a part of the motion, Brian, that, because that has been a problem in the past in other areas, that there has to be a disclosure that any of the housing back in that section where that's going to be, that they have to be notified that there is that the property that abuts up to them is ag, and that it's ag use, and there will be animals, so that they're made aware of that before they purchase the home. Do you want to address any of his issues?
While he's coming out, the other side of that is bonafide ag has the exemption as just that, bonafide ag. And so you're exempt from any complaints and things. The other is that they're building next to an active bona fide agricultural concern. The burden's on them.
It's not on you, it's on them. Go ahead.
Commissioner, I was going to ask what the underlying zoning is if they had an ag exemption.
It is
I
ag.
think you're absolutely right. So, but I think Ricky's here, and I don't think Ricky would have a problem
Okay.
with disclosures. And I think if you look at the site plan, that would be parcel F, I believe, and that is a good. The residential townhomes would be a good distance away.
He was talking about the ball fields and
And then there's ball fields there, and then I guess there's a roundabout or in parcel C, a cul-de-sac. But yes, we have no issues with that.
Okay. And just so you know, like it was stated, you actually have the rights, and your rights can't be removed because of your ag. Okay, is there anybody else wishing to come forward and speak? I see lots of residents here.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Take your time.
Okay. I just let me get to the microphone. Susan Lamar. Can you hear me? Susan
We
Lamar. Good. I'm 8516 Cobblestone, and I think it's a wonderful idea. I love it 100%. I have absolutely no faith that what they showed us and what they told us is going to be the same thing. And behind Cobblestone there, every time it rains, I have a duck farm in my backyard, a true duck farm, for at least a week or two. It doesn't matter if it rains a little or if it rains a lot. You can even see it now because it's been dry for the last 2 months. I raised monarch butterflies there, and all my plants are dying, so I know it hasn't rained. So when the duck farm is there, I actually like it. But the mowing, our landscaping people have not kept their part of the bargain at all. Like I said, I have my duck farm back there. The fountains in the front are usually broken more than they are running. The gates don't want to open, or they're stuck open, one or the other. So the things that they promised me, and it's a wonderful plan, I love it. I just don't think they're going to do what they say. And here's the problem. We're not paying for the amenities, but we're paying for the upkeep. And I'd hate to pay for my duck pond back there, but I'm sure that I'm doing it. So that's my only concern, and that's all I wanted to share with you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Nobody else wants to come forward? She was brave.
They're all stiff. They gotta get the blood flowing.
That's why I took a 5-minute recess. Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Connie Grimm, Dennis's wife. But my question is the recreation center is right along that Gray Road. Is that Gray Road going to be developed into a road that can actually get access to that as a public park, or are they going to need to go through the whole development to get there? I would think it's going to be easier, future use, to go down Gray Road directly to the park than to go through the entire development, but that is going to be gated. And so again, we're dealing with a road that, as I mentioned back in, I believe, February meeting, that Gray Road is not a stable road to be handling a lot of traffic. So, thank you.
Want to address that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this section of the development, looking at parcel C to parcel F, and then the blue area, which is proposed as a future public park, those are currently undeveloped. That would be a later phase. It would require improvements of that roadway. That Gray Road from State Road 70 would require DOT permitting to relocate the median cut for directional turn movements for westbound traffic turning left into the site. That street would be open to the public. It would allow for South Florida Water Management District, their maintenance access on the north side of 10 Mile Creek. The parcel C would have its own gated access. Parcel F would have its own gated access. And later that public park would be improved and potentially dedicated to the county. Those details would have to be worked out. Hours of operation, layouts. We have minimum buffering standards, as the chair indicated. Have lighting considerations, whether the park would even be accessible after 7 p.m. would be a key discussion point. But yes, that would be a paved roadway functioning more like a boulevard with street trees, landscape medians along the way, buffering on the west side as prescribed in our land development code, so that would be publicly accessible.
Who's going to be responsible for paving the road?
The developer would be improving the road.
And they've agreed to it?
Required under the PUD.
Okay. Yes, because we're still under public comment.
For the record, Dennis Grimm again. That Gray Road, we have 650 feet of frontage on that road. It is approximately about maybe 35 feet from the canal to our property line. Nobody has come to us about whatever they're doing there. And I'm just concerned that they're going to put a road there and we have no say in it. So this is the first time I heard that they're going to improve that road, the Gray Road, along the canal.
Can I clarify? The road, I think that Corey, you were referring to, is our western entrance.
That is correct.
On
And
Creekside.
When I say gray, I'm talking about the color coding here, not the actual.
So that's what I wanted to clarify. Is
Gray
there a
Road.
road named Gray Road?
Yes.
Oh.
And that's why I'm saying this, because
I started to think.
Yeah. No. Corey was referencing your property inside the development. They actually live on Gray Road. It's Millings.
Okay, we're not doing anything with Gray Road.
Okay.
Or the Gray Road we're going to build. Their Gray Road we're not touching.
Okay.
My apologies for that.
It is confusing because there are roads along 10 Mile Creek, Gray Road, and there's a couple roads over there that a lot of people don't know about. They're little hidden treasures.
I got nervous.
Okay. All right, so anybody else? We're closing public comment. We're coming back to the board. Any questions for staff? Okay, we're not closing public comment. We're going to... That's okay. We're here for you.
I've almost healed from last night.
My name is Pat Jenkins, Jenkins. I live at 3354 Trinity Circle. My question is it's all going back to the concern of the amenities and all of that. And basically clarification.
Mrs. Jenkins, I need you to address the board, please. And let me just say this, we're not doing this to single you out. Our meetings, because of the ADA compliances, she is recording everything, and if you don't speak into the mic, it doesn't pick up.
She didn't hear it.
And there's closed caption going on, and it has to be heard. So we have to make sure that everybody addresses the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, my question is with the amenities, they have to start the amenities by July before they can start the construction of the, whatever they're called, townhouses? Do they have to have the amenities in that finished before they can do anything with the townhouses that they're starting in E?
Yes. Want to address that, Brian?
I told you, watch out.
No, you're good. You're good. Madam Chair, members of the board, so condition number 2 in the draft resolution spells out very clearly what our obligations are and what we can and cannot do as it relates to the amenity and the townhome construction. So just to I guess read it into the record, for plat and unit development for parcel E, this is condition number 2, if the board does not mind.
Go ahead.
The building foundation for the primary amenity prior to the townhome permit issuance. So we have to put in the building foundation for the amenity prior to starting construction on the townhomes. The amenity center certificate of occupancy. which is kind of a formal document you need to actually physically occupy a building, has to be issued prior to the issuance of a CO for any townhome. So yes, the amenity will have to be complete before we will get any COs for a townhome.
Okay, but even though the amenities are not going to be complete, once you start, you pour the foundation, you can go ahead and start on the townhouses?
Correct.
Is that going to put everything on the amenities on hold until you get everything
No, because
in place for the townhouse?
we can't sell any townhomes or
I know
occupy
that.
any townhomes until the amenity is complete.
Right, but we can't go on to the, amenities either until we get CO for that.
You're
But if
absolutely
you're-
right.
If you're tied up in E, is that putting us on hold as far as the amenities and that goes?
The way we've worked the timing out for the construction is such that, the amenity center is rather large. I think it's correct me if I'm wrong, but 5,000 or 6,000 square foot building and a 4,000 square foot pool. There's a lot going on.
They're
That
gonna need
amenity
the-
is going to take a
And
while
they're going to need the
to build.
amenity center and the pool finished in order to sell
And
those homes and townhomes. And they're not going to get CO'd and let anybody move in until all this stuff is corrected. So they can sell them all day long, but people aren't moving in unless what they promised is delivered.
Right, and I know that's the last time, when we were here, that's what our main concern was as well. So.
Go closer to the mic for me, please. A little bit closer.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm not used to being on mic. But that was my main concern is once they break the ground and they pour the concrete for the amenities, now that stops so we can move on to E and get E in place and then go back to the amenities. Because we've been told for the 2 years that we've been there, that we're going to get the lights and the gates and the amenities and that. All we've gotten so far in the 2 years is lines drawn on the curb that shows where the gates are going to be.
And I can tell you, he recognizes that, he admits that, and they know that there's a problem. They're not denying that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And they also know that we made it perfectly clear, this board did at the last time, they know they're not getting CO'd or nothing unless all these promises are fulfilled.
Okay.
We heard y'all, and that's why it's important that you're here, that you're here, because we don't know what we don't know, right?
Right.
So it's been made clear to them. They know what they have to do in order for them to get people in there to close their deals.
Okay.
Pardon me?
Crystal clear.
Yes, we've made it perfectly clear. Nobody's moving in. They can sell them, and they're going to have even more upset people because nobody's moving in there. And I will confirm, I had conversations with Florida Power and Light, and actually, he didn't tell you this. They admitted, Florida Power and Light admitted, this is rare, that they dropped the ball, that they were contacted, and it was on their end, that they dropped the ball, and it's scheduled, and they're still waiting on some stuff to come in. So they acknowledge that it's their error that the gates have not been fixed. And the
Because
lights.
we couldn't, for the life of us, figure out why did they put a yard light at the entrance? Because now that the trees are starting to be in bloom in that, you get to a certain point on Okeechobee, you don't even see the tree light, or the light. Because of the tree, it's a dangerous intersection right there. So,
And like I said, they know what they have to do.
Okay.
If they want to move forward. This board made that perfectly clear to them.
okay. I just wanted to reiterate because there was a lot of conversation last night, so.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, last call. We are closing public comment. But I can't let you come back up and speak. I apologize. You had your 3 minutes, and we have 3 minutes. So we're closing public comment. We're coming back to the board. What is the conversation? Anybody, where are we at? Do you want to make a motion? Do you want to deny? What do you want to do? Let's move this along to see where we want to be.
Madam Chair, it's deja vu all over again. Mr. Nolan, you've heard from the folks that live in the community how important it is to them. They're likely to come back to us each and every time that there's a challenge. I think you've made significant headway with your new group that's there as opposed to the other group that was there. The pressure's on you. Sorry, but it's going to be, you're the face and you're the one accepting the challenge. So I'm willing to move this thing forward with the simple statement is that we have been watching. The community is engaged. and they're going to push the developer to finish what they've promised to do and get the amenities in, because it's unfair to them who have invested to not have the amenities that they were promised.
And again, you inherited this a lot, but they were promised something, that they purchased their home and they were promised something, and it's an HOA, and the things they were promised need to be delivered really before anything else moves on. So I will say that since you have been involved since the last time, I do think communication has been better. I appreciate the fact you continue to have the neighborhood meetings with them, and again, we've made it perfectly clear, you're not going to get to the end until their promises are delivered. So, and you've acknowledged that and agreed to that. So is that a motion, Commissioner Zosky?
Madam Chair, move approval staff recommendation with the conditions as stated.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, you know what you got to do. Thank you all for being here tonight. Okay, we're going to move on to item 2. We got that done, that done. We are almost finished. So that we can move on with that, thank you. So we can continue on. We only have 2 items left. I'm going to ask you to please exit quietly so we can continue on with the next item. Staff?
Good evening, Chair Townsend and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Erin Lees, and I'm an Associate Planner with Planning and Development Services Department. Today, I will be presenting Agenda Item 10A2, a conditional use petition to allow for a 113,839 square foot climate-controlled interior access self-storage facility with associated site improvements. This agenda item was continued from the March 5th, 2024 BOCC meeting. The March 5th, 2024 public hearing was noticed with a sign on the petition site, a legal ad in the local newspaper on February 22nd, 2024, and mailed notices to owners of property within 500 feet. Today's public hearing was continued to a date certain, and renoticing was not required. This is an aerial showing the subject property outlined in red. The site is located at 6820 US Highway 1 on the east side of US Highway 1, approximately 1/3 of a mile south of Kitterman Road in Port St. Lucie. The site is adjacent to St. Lucie Battery and Tire, south of the Social Security Administration building, and west of the Savannah Ridge Elementary School campus. The site is located within the Commercial General Zoning District and conforms to the minimum lot standards for this district. The surrounding properties are located within the Commercial General, Institutional, PNRD, and RM9 zoning districts. The previously submitted site plan proposed to develop a 113,839 square foot climate-controlled interior access self-storage facility and household goods warehousing facility via a 1-story U-Box storage facility, or storage building, which is Building B, and a 3-story interior self-storage building, Building A. The retention area was oriented to the north of the parcel, with the 2 buildings oriented to the south of the parcel. During the public hearing, the board focused on several areas of concern and requested the applicant revise the design to closer align with the following. Flip the site plan north and south, providing enhanced buffering to the church to the south. The Social Security Administration building to the north has a natural buffer that is not anticipated to be developed in the future. Flipping the building orientation and placing the stormwater retention pond to the south of the property will provide a larger buffer between the U-Haul building and the church. This request was completed. Relocating the loading zone from the front of the U-Box storage building to the side or rear of the property to comply with Land Development Code Section 71024 D1B1 off-street parking and loading performance standards. This request was declined. Provide greater facade articulation and enhancement for buildings A and B to align with Land Development Code Section 71024 community architectural standards more closely, including a minimum wall offset of 5 feet to achieve horizontal facade articulation. There were some marginal adjustments. And then number 4 is reorient the locations of building A and B to place the customer interface building, building A, toward the west of the property abutting US Highway 1, and the U-Box storage building, building B, to the east of the property or the rear of the property, and this request was declined. The applicant has complied with the request to flip the site plan north and south. Staff supports flipping the site plan north-south to provide greater buffering for the church located to the south of the subject parcel, relocating the stormwater retention pond, narrowing the hours of operation, and limiting loading and unloading to Monday through Saturday limits disruptions and noise that could impact the church and church services. The revised site plan maintains the loading zones in front of Building B behind 2 layers of buffering, a 15-foot landscape buffer along US Highway 1, and a 10-foot landscape buffer adjacent to the well loading bays. However, the area is expected to be visible to northbound travelers on US 1. The loading bays are partly recessed below grade. Other U-Haul facilities have featured a fence or a stem wall to soften the loading zone appearance. The previous architectural elevations provided limited building articulation or enhancement and does not comply with the requirements of a minimum wall offset of 5 feet to achieve horizontal facade articulation. The revised plan includes the addition of orange-colored roll-up doors on the southwest corner of Building B and designates the doors as architectural details as seen in the image. Staff recommends replacing the faux roll-up doors with other design elements to enhance the building's entrance, including a functional pedestrian ingress-egress, windows, a 5-foot awning, and landscape foundational plantings to complement the commercial corridor of US Highway 1. In reviewing the proposed architectural elevations, the following modifications are recommended to more closely align with the specifications outlined in LDC Section 71024. So the display windows are typically used for commercial businesses to showcase goods or services, so clarify what we're displaying and what those display windows will present. Per LDC Section 71024 D1A, building design standards, large blank unarticulated walls, corrugated metal siding, and imitation rockwork veneer are prohibited facade features and materials. So we want it demonstrated that these materials and features will not be used in the construction of building A or B. Per LDC Section 71024CA, building orientation, the main entrances of a building shall be oriented toward the primary street front. An entry door may be appropriately and safely integrated at the at the southwest corner of Building B with a sidewalk linked to associated parking. Per LDC Section 71024 D1B1 articulation, provide varying wall offsets and other architectural features to create horizontal and vertical building articulation. A minimum wall offset of 5 feet is required to achieve horizontal facade articulation. So the proposed elevations show a minimum wall offset between design elements not meeting this 5 feet to achieve horizontal facade articulation. So moving on to environmental, the environmental impact report identifies 93 trees and 26 palms proposed to be removed that will require mitigation per section 6.00.05D3 of the Land Development Code. Satisfying the remaining mitigation can be achieved through several different methods. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing for the conditional use petition on January 18, 2024, and voted 4-2 to forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report and the following conditions. The hours of operation for the business will be put in writing prior to site plan approval, and no semi-truck loading and or unloading on Sundays. Staff recommends approval of the requested proposal to subject to the following proposed conditions of approval. So prior to final site plan approval, the architectural elevations are amended to align with Land Development Code Section 71024, Community Architectural Standards, demonstrating vertical and horizontal facade articulation, design element compliance, and foundational plantings in all required locations. Prior to final site plan approval, relocate the 3 loading zones to the east side of proposed Building B, allowing an unobstructed view of the building from US Highway 1. And the hours of operation for the business shall be presented and affirmed by the Board of County Commissioners prior to the recording of the conditional use resolution. No semi-truck loading or unloading may occur on Sundays. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The applicant also has a presentation for you as well.
Okay, would the applicant like to come up?
Good evening. My name's Cal Connor. I'm the president of U-Haul Eastern Florida. My office is in Palm Bay, Florida. We all saw each other last month, and last month was way easier on the butt than this month is, just so you know. This one's a little rough. At the last meeting, when we agreed to do a continuance on this, I went back and the items that had been suggested and discussed, we put as many of those suggestions into play as we could, and still have a project that I'm going to be able to actually follow through with. So you would think that, at least I would think, that moving dirt north to south wouldn't be any different than moving dirt south to north. But in fact, there's a huge cost increase in the changes that we made, moving the loading dock and the warehouse to the north end of the property versus the south. This is a cost that I went ahead and agreed with my team to incur. But I'm simply at a point now where the additional changes that are recommended, I'm not able to do. You know, what I'm agreeing to do now, I'm really at my limit with this. I took a project that I initially had budgeted for, well, overall it was about $14 million to include the land purchase price. I'm over $15 million now with the architectural changes and you know, all the beautification things that have been asked for that we've complied with, as well as switching the loading dock and the warehousing to the other end of the property. I'm still interested in getting this project moving, but I'm really at a point I can't do a bunch more. So I'm left with a choice now. Either I'm going to be able to get a CUP, which I hope we can resolve, or I'm just going to have to abandon the project and sell the property, which I don't want, and I don't think St. Lucie County wants. The residents here need my services. Trust me, we've done all the math. You know, we know where to put properties, and it's where customers want them and where we can reduce carbon footprint. So the location is something that I want to move forward on, but cash-wise, I'm at a point where if I go spending a bunch more cash trying to build this place, it's just not going to be economical for me to do that at that point. Now, I believe there's a little bit of misconception. The last meeting, there was some back and forth with a couple of people from the church. I don't believe there were any landowners in the area had any, that came to the podium, but there were a couple of members from the church that came up, and I believe there was just some misconceptions about what it is that my company does. We have a very low impact. We don't have a lot of foot traffic coming in and out. The semis that seem to be a major point of contention, the semis, other than when we first open, and we're going to be bringing things into the warehouse and so forth, there'll be a good amount of semi traffic for a few days with that. But other than that, it's not very many semis coming on the property at all. I'm being asked to restrict my business on Sundays and not allow any tractor trailers coming in. I think that's a little unreasonable. You know, I have a business to operate. To restrict it on Sundays when, and in fact, I may have one, maybe two semis coming in on a Sunday. You know, if I end up selling this property, some of the other uses that are already allowed on the property will include a commercial vehicle storage lot. In which case you're going to have semis constantly going in and out of this property. You're going to have the panel trucks, you know, the FedExes and the Snap-ons and all this, where every time they put their truck in reverse, you're going to have the backup alarms going beep, 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 and you know, you can hear that for half a mile away. I don't have those things. So what I'm going to have is an occasional truck coming in and out. I'm going to have the U-Haul business, of course, going on. I'm going to have storage customers that, yeah, there'll be a few of them until I get full, which I hope happens very quickly before I go bankrupt. But we're going to have storage customers coming in and out until we get full, and then there's going to be very limited storage customers coming out. So the whole project is very limited. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised once we are open at just how good a neighbor we can be, and just how uninterrupting that we can be with our business. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any questions?
Did you want to go through your PowerPoint? I apologize. It took us a second to get it loaded here.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I forgot we had it.
That's okay. This is your PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, here on this slide, you can see where we moved Building B to the north end. And we took our retention and moved that down to the south end to create the extra buffer to the church. I don't think it was necessary, but to appease the church, you know, we're going to incur that extra cost and get this done. There is a huge, huge area here now between anything to do with tractor trailers and where the church is. You can continue. These just our proposed elements. Our revisions on the elevations meet the requirements. We remove this is the same stuff we talked about last month. I don't want to make you guys tighter than you already are. Continue, please. Continue. Okay, again, more elevations. You can continue. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Again, this we discussed last month. Next slide, please. Again, the loading dock to the north. The dock is not above ground. The landing is level with the ground, and we have an additional 2 levels of screening with the landscaping. Is that it?
That was the last slide, yes.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you purchased this property, did you come in and do your due diligence with staff?
I can't really answer that question. I don't know if my team did or not.
Okay. So you don't know before you purchased the property if anybody came in and talked to our staff to see if this would be a good fit for this property?
I know that there was due diligence done. I don't know if they actually had a conversation with staff. I can't answer to that.
And
I don't want to misspeak.
Okay, and to staff, I have the mail-out responses. How many mail-out responses were done total? I see there were 6 back, but how many were mailed out?
Give me 1 second. It was the The mailed out responses were prior to the previous meeting, and I know it was over 400.
Okay,
So,
all right, that's good, I'm good.
okay, thank you.
Is there any questions for the applicant or staff at this time? Okay, this is quasi judicial. I will begin. I've spoke to staff, Commissioner Fowler,
Staff.
Commissioner Bartz,
Staff.
Commissioner Zadowski,
Staff.
Commissioner Lee.
Staff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions, comments?
Madam Chair, Mr. Connor, I appreciated that you had flipped the property. That was a request that I made. Given that there was nothing dug up yet, you hadn't really started to do any kind of construction, CAD design change, a flipping of a type of property like this, done on a computer is really not that onerous and certainly not that costly to do that. Now, moving the soil or whatever it is you just said that is your process or the challenge. I've been by this property and it seems to be all just, open space. So I'm not sure where you're having a challenge with, moving one side to the other. But let me, go ahead, I'm sorry.
It was to do with the grade. And I'm not an engineer, but
Okay.
that's where the cost came in.
Well, and then, the minor, I'm going to call it minor stuff, and that's the architectural components that were stated in the presentation that were denied by you as the applicant, and asking for the articulations or the spacing of the building. We just opened up a affordable housing unit just down the street by Walmart, and they have those articulations in those buildings. So if they can do it with affordable housing, and the cost associated with that, and it was significant. Along with that and paint, it really changes the look of the building. It's not just a square, flat, functional building, and that's what you're giving us. And so the challenge is that, we're trying to improve our community, have higher grades of architecture and designs, and those elements are really not that difficult to do. But I'm having a challenge that these are in our code. And to your point, Madam Chair, is had there been a pre-application process, and if you had just brought that cookie cutter case in and said, here, staff, take a look at this. What can I do with this? They would have pointed out very clearly, very quickly, the design elements that are in our code that are being ignored. So let me ask my staff: is there been any suggestions beyond just the butting of the walls, awnings, paint? I know that there were some things listed. I don't see it in front of me now, but I don't have the screen. My computer doesn't work.
That's okay. So to answer Ms. Townsend's question, yes, there was a pre-application meeting by U-Haul of Port St. Lucie on May 18th, 2022. Christopher McCrane, former planner, was the project planner for this. And there were several comments that I just briefly glanced through, and Land Development Code Section 71024, which is our community architectural standards, was pointed out as part of the standards of review for this parcel. I don't know if preliminary architectural elevations were provided. I see a proposed site plan, just again glancing very quickly here. I don't see proposed elevations. And then DZ, you're asking specifically for suggestions to enhance the facade?
Yes.
So some things
because
that...
I'm going to go back to the list of things that you said were denied, and that's where I am as to what were the things that were requested by staff to meet our land development code and our comprehensive plan to move this thing forward. And you listed a few things that were denied by the applicant.
So one of the things that we're looking for is that facade articulation. So the code specifically calls out the 5-foot bump out. Now, we are open to creative approaches to this. Looking at this corner here, this is going to be the southwest corner, and I understand that the cost is significant to, from what the applicant is saying, the cost is significant here. But rather than these orange roll-up doors, which I believe we can see here, our faux doors are non-functional due to the landscape buffer or the landscaping on the southern facade and the loading zone on the western facade, perhaps creating an entrance at that location with enhanced landscaping and a 5-foot canopy over that area with windows, making it look a more presentable commercial use rather than this borderline industrial use that is going to be the forefront of this development to drivers along US Highway 1.
And I think that's actually the point. The last sentence that you just said about going from a commercial neighborhood style presentation as opposed to an industrial.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that in this neighborhood, this is growing. This is an area that is expecting new growth coming in.
Correct.
So it's not zoned industrial. So that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really hoping that you can come to the table with some answers tonight, because I don't want to just blanketly say, let's deny this based on the elements that have been denied by the applicant being asked for by staff. I'd rather you come to the table and say, you have to kick it back for a week or two and go talk to your architectural people. I'd rather see you do that and stay in the game, because I'm challenged with the fact that, and I say this all the time, St. Lucie County deserves better, right? We don't deserve just what somebody else wants to bring into our community without understanding what we're trying to accomplish from a quality of life standpoint.
Okay, I thought last month when we had our discussion, I thought we had discussed the fact that we were willing to come in with different paint options and so forth to give that look. And if that wasn't clear last month, what my intention was, I apologize. But by all means, we are going to bring that look out with the beyond what we're already doing. We are going to bring that out with the paint. We have a project actually up in Fort Pierce that's almost finished. And to drive down the road and look at it, you would think that the bump outs come way out from the building. And in fact, it's the paint work that was done that made it look like that.
And Corey can correct my language here, but this is the conditional use application. We can move forward with approving the conditional use application with conditions that we further look at the architectural elevations to comply. We can look at paint schemes, we can look at enhancements, and the major site plan will come back in front of you with, and we can take a closer look at those features at that time as well. So we can move forward today with the conditional use application for the self-storage use, and then this will be coming back with the site plan once we move forward with this project.
Okay, 'cause what I'm seeing there doesn't help me.
Me either. And so with what staff has just said, with the roll-up doors and everything, are you in agreement to that?
In agreement
to the changes that she just specified with the changing of the doors and stuff? Because you just stated that you didn't want to do anything else, but yet there is something else you'll have to do if you comply to the request of the exceptions tonight from staff.
Putting in a pedestrian walkway and putting in doors, the customers don't access this building. It would really be of no point to put this in.
And I would.
It's a warehouse.
Not to be argumentative, and I apologize, but this is a commercially zoned property. So while the use is a borderline use, we need to have the appearance that this is a commercially zoned property and the commercially zoned use to comply with code, which is why we're asking for the enhancements. This isn't an industrial zoned property where the community architectural standards wouldn't apply. So I think that's where we need to get. We need to get to the point where the use looks uniform with the other properties along US Highway 1 and is suitable in a commercially zoned district.
I believe it's going to cause confusion, and I don't want to be argumentative either. I'm not trying to do that, and it's late. But I believe it's going to create confusion with customers trying to come to the facility, encouraging them to go to the wrong building.
Would signage, and I'm asking the board as well for your opinion, but would signage provided on the doors, employee entrance, please see the building in the rear, something along those lines, would that be helpful to customers?
Well, I think there's other things still involved here. So part of the path forward is the Sunday hours, and you're stating that you can't agree to that. You're stating that you can't agree to the Sunday condition. And then you also said that once the storage is full, there's not going to be that much in and out. It's my understanding that the building in the back is going to be storage units. So like if I wanted to rent that 10 by 20 back there and store my holiday Christmas decorations in, I'm going to have access to come and go at the hours you're open, to come in and out of my unit to get what I want in and out of it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I can tell you that when I had a storage unit, I went there 2 and 3 times a week.
Really?
I did. And I used it to store my stuff for my business in there, and my catering, and my Christmas decorations, which other decorations. So I was there frequently. And so I would disagree with you that if that's public storage, people are going to not go in there and put their stuff in there and not come back. They're going to come in there and access it because it's a storage unit for them, because they don't have enough room in their house. And that's more and more you're seeing that. You're seeing people come in here and they're buying condos and stuff, and they're bringing stuff with them, and their heirlooms and stuff. They don't want to get rid of them, which is why it has driven the need to have storage. So you are going to have traffic coming and going. It's not going to be they're going to fill up the units and then it's going to quiet down. So I too have concerns with this. I'm a little disappointed that out of the 4 items that was requested, you only agreed to 1. And again, like Commissioner Zadowski said, you flipped it, but it didn't really cost you any more money to flip because you've not started to turn dirt on the property yet. So it was a little bit of CAD drawing to get there. So are you understanding what staff is saying that they're requesting from you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree to the terms that they're requesting from you?
If putting a door in and a crosswalk will get this thing approved tonight, then yes, I will agree to that.
Okay.
I don't see the point of it, but I will agree to it.
Well, I think what I heard you say is the conditional use can be approved tonight with them going back and coming back with another presentation of the actual architectural components. Did you say
Correct. Yes, it'll come back with the major site plan, and we can review, you will have the opportunity to see and make comment on the latest architectural elevations that are presented.
And that's when there can be more conversation, and when it comes back, you know, that's when we are going to agree or disagree on your site plan and everything you're wanting to do onto the property. So that's your other chance, and at that point, it's either yes or no. So, but I don't want you to go that far if you're not agreeing to anything now with some of the requests that staff is giving you, because we're defeating the purpose.
Sure,
So-
sure, and I don't want to do that either.
Okay?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Bell?
Thank you. And you kind of hit on what I was going to say is, you know, when we continued this last time, there were 4 items that we suggested to the applicant. And I agree, also disappointed that only 1 out of the 4 is being agreed to. I just don't want to continue kicking this down the road and possibly incurring more costs for the applicant if he's not going to agree to what we're looking for.
That's why
it
this
just, I understand everyone's point of giving them the next opportunity, but at the same time, if he can't commit to what we're asking for, then I'd hate to prolong this out for him.
Let's go back to staff. Again, you've worked very hard on this. I know you spend many, many hours on this, and I appreciate that, and I think we all do.
Thank you.
Is that you're doing what we pay you to do and demand of you as being the professional that you are. And so the architectural components, I think, are important, especially taking, and it's commercial, it's not industrial. And so I'm going to talk about this later on, but there are land use and zoning components, and zoning actions happen because we put things in a place that are like-minded. Industrial with industrial, commercial neighborhood, residential, etc. And so all of those are reasons why we do this. And again, I should have done this presentation way earlier because it would have been helpful for a number of cases, but I'll do it later. You want to stick around for that? It'll be fun. But at the end of the day, say exactly what you meant to say about the conditional use, moving it to the thing. The pressure's on him to come back with the architectural components that would be acceptable to bring back for the board. And if you can't get it done there, there's no sense of bringing it up here.
Well, I'm obviously very happy to work with the applicant and move forward with this to get to a place where we're both happy with the architectural elevations that are presented. Corey has worked some magic next to me while we're talking, and I'm going to try to zoom in here.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the exhibits presented on screen happen to be exhibits from the package that you all presented to the city of Fort Pierce for their conditional use and site plan review. And I know we've talked about different requests of the land development code as presented by staff and orientation and, trying to avoid confusion with users. And that was the one concept considered previously, was to put the more warehouse, non-customer friendly building to the east in the rear and have the customer friendly building out toward US 1 that has the storefront glass, the 5-foot canopy, the defined entrance. In Fort Pierce's exhibit, you see a transom glass front with a canopy. You see earth tone colors, you see some shadow lines. Those are the types of themes that we're looking to have the applicant integrate to this building, since it has been maintained as the western building. It's the one most present and visible from US Highway 1. We're looking primarily at that southwest corner of the building. There are employees that need to enter the building, whether they're not introducing customers there. There's still people walking in and out of the building. The expectation of a commercial corridor.
So this exists already?
It's under development. This is the city of Fort Pierce's site plan sheets.
Have you seen this?
Yeah, we're about a week or two away from the opening.
Okay, so you're building that one, but you can't do it,
No, I'm not saying that at all.
No.
Did feature the loading on the east side away from US Highway 1.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
That's what we're looking for.
I'm not sure I understand.
But
the buildings.
Much of what you're looking at with the bump outs and stuff is paint.
But the orientation of the buildings is different. Is that what I'm hearing, Corey?
He's talking about the facade articulation. So the code's requesting that 5-foot bump out, a physical 5 feet differentiation between one facade and the facade, next to it. So, and he's saying that in this drawing here, what we're seeing is a lot of the articulation is done by paint, not necessarily a physical bump out.
No, I agree.
And this warehouse is actually all the way up, I think it's 25 feet off of US 1. So you can see the work that we're trying to do. I just need to find a path to get it there.
Well, you might have that path, but you still have work to do before it comes back. So where are we at, board? Let's make a motion one way or another, please. Do you have anything, Commissioner Lee? Commissioner Barr, anything?
Madam Chair, I had one other additional quick question. Corey, the picture of the one that's being built in Fort Pierce that you just had up, is that comparable to square footage and height as the one being proposed on the one in our district?
Commissioner Fowler, I could put together some quick scaling based upon the row of parking in comparison. I think the facility proposed before you this evening is twofold. It would have the U-Box storage facility, with it's just more the transfer component, and then it has an additional building which is much larger to the east that would serve public immediate storage needs. But in a quick glance, I think the proposed building B before you this evening is comparable in size to what's being developed in Fort Pierce. Just for quick context, I see 6 parking spaces here, plus an unused area, the loading. So if we were to look at general scaling, it appears quite comparable in size.
So
building B to what?
The smaller building, okay.
But in Fort Pierce, due south of this, there's already the established U-Haul storage building. I'm pretty sure it's U-Haul, long and linear, the more 90s style storage linear buildings.
Gotcha. So just to add to it, so the big one in the back that the customers will access is proposed to be 3 stories and 113,000 square feet. a Target is roughly about 130,000. So that is a big building. And so, again, I'd be worried about not having those articulations. I think it's easier to play tricks with the eye with paint when you're dealing with a smaller building than it is when you have a big, massive box.
Okay, Jason. Is your friend over there? Okay.
Madam Chair, just maybe walk through some options for the board to think about on this, just listening. One would, I guess, be to deny the conditional use based on the applicant's stated inability to meet the county code. Another would be to continue it, I guess, to allow further discussion. And perhaps the other option would be to approve it, but with the conditions recommended by staff, with the understanding that the applicant will have to comply with those, and perhaps that can be done through the major site plan, which is, I think, is what staff is suggesting. There's some flexibility there on how to get to the articulations that would give the applicant an opportunity to further discuss it. But that might be another option as well. In other words, I'm not suggesting you approve it and waive anything that the staff is recommending. I'm saying you approve it as recommended by staff, and the applicant will have to deal with that in the site plan.
Correct. Like we said, if this is approved, he has to go back to the staff and he has to comply and he has to get there to where they want to be. So we need somebody to make a motion for denial or somebody to approve. Who would like to do that?
Madam Chair, I'm willing to.
Wait a minute. I don't think we've allowed the public to speak yet.
Oh, I guess we've gone on and on. It's getting late. Okay.
I'm willing to listen to the public.
We're going to listen to the public. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to come forward on this item? Everybody's good. Okay, we're closing public comment. We're coming back to the board. Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Next time we'll have coffee for everybody. Okay, so now, go ahead, Commissioner Zadowski, make a motion.
Madam Chair, based on the standards of review and the presentation by staff and that which we've been guided by our attorney, I would move that we approve the conditional use with the inference and the condition that the conditions by staff be implemented or an alternate component comes back to us that's more acceptable. And I want to look at staff and ask if you are comfortable with that language and if there's anything that you'd like to share or add into it as to making sure that the next movement finds a positive outcome.
I'm confident that we can work together to come up with a plan that meets the architectural standards, specifically 71024, and that we can come together with a major site plan application that is compliant.
Chair, if I may seek clarification, condition of approval 2, if I may read it, stated as prior to final site plan approval, relocate the 3 loading zones of the dock to the east side of proposed building B, allowing an unobstructed view of the building from US 1. Alternatively, a more densely planted landscape or fence or stem wall installation to further buffer views from the loading area for northbound travelers shall be required. I think staff would be looking for direction as to which route the intent for the applicant to consider is appropriate.
I would suggest that those options are available and it gives you the opportunity to manage those when they come back in. Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable? Because you guys are our pros, right? And you're licensed to do this, and we have standards of review. We have a comprehensive plan, land use, and so on. We are bound by Florida law, and so it's like all these other things that have come forward. We're not just here to say yes or no, and just the community doesn't like something, so just say no.
Right,
you can't do that. You have to take into consideration all the elements that are in the state provisions under the law. And so, which is why I raised the issue of standards of review as to where we were, and they were not being met. So I wanted to say that out loud. So let's review. I'm looking to move forward with the conditional use with going back to the architectural components under the standards of review did not be met by our standards and that which is in our Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan for architectural components, to meet with staff, to go through those, and then the elements that Corey just laid out as to the options available, including the movement of the building, what he said. The loading dock. So, taking more notes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
I want to make sure staff is clear.
Are you clear on the direction?
Yes, I am clear, and I've been taking notes.
And then you have work to do, and you have lots of conversation that you need to have. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
All right,
You have work to do. Thank you very much. Okay, it brings us to item 3, Andrea Woods rezoning.
And Madam Chair, and I was going to go into it with that last one and earlier on, but I probably should have done this earlier, is that prior to their presentation and so on and so forth, I just want to walk through some things. We as commissioners have gone to commissioner training, we've been to Florida University, we've had Florida Association of Counties give us a lot of training up to and including advanced commissioner certifications. The elements that we must work with are in the comprehensive plan. We are required by state law to create a comprehensive plan. What is it? The comprehensive plan is a big picture document that's created by local government, city and county, as it lays out the area that should develop over time, which is what we're going to, again, talk about in the next one. But I should have done this like 3 hours ago. So what does it cover? It covers
No, because
land
you'd
use.
be covering it again, we'd be here later.
True that. It covers land use, residential, commercial, industrial, transportation, public services like schools, fire stations, and environmental protection. Why does it matter? Because it guides decisions where new buildings and roads are designed and how public services are provided. Well, under that is also the land use. The land use is planned for each use in the area of land in the future. It's a bigger picture concept in the zoning, and once it's adopted within the comprehensive plan. Zoning, on the other hand, that divides the area. It divides the area into different zones, like residential, commercial, and industrial. Each zone has rules about what can be built there. For example, in a residential zone, you might be able to build houses, but not factories. Going back to the conversation just now, that commercial is not industrial. So the obligations of us at local government, we have to develop the comprehensive plan. Local governments must create and maintain comprehensive plan, usually adopted in every 5 years. Corey mentioned it earlier on with the EAR report. We're due, it's about every 5 to 7 years. We're going into that process now. Public participation, which is what we've been doing all night. We must we must allow the public to provide input, usually through meetings and hearings, such as this. We have to be consistent with state law. The plan must meet state laws, guidelines, and things like environmental protection and infrastructure. And then the review process, that's what we're doing. Comprehensive plans must be reviewed and approved by the state agencies and ensure that we meet the requirements. Because it goes back and forth as to, if you look at this as a football game, you have two teams and you have the actual football field, and then you have the rules of engagement. Both teams try to score, try to win ground, and so on and so forth. So if you think of this as that way, there are two teams here. One is the development community, and the other is the county government or the city government. So what are the obligations for developers? They must follow the comprehensive plan and zoning. Developers need to ensure that their projects align with comprehensive plan and fit within the correct zoning. They have to obtain permits before building, and developers must get the proper permits and approvals from local governments. Impact studies. We're going to hear about that tonight probably. In some cases, developers need to conduct studies to show how their project will impact traffic and environment and the public services. Public hearings. Developers must or might need to attend to public hearings. They're here again tonight. They must have seen 6 of them tonight. And that's part of the process. The legal requirements are important to understand. We can't just say no to something because we don't like it or we don't want any more development to come to our community. So state laws and regulations of Florida have specific laws that set the framework for the comprehensive planning and zoning. Local governments must follow these laws. If we don't, we get sued. Environmental protections. There are laws to protect natural resources, so developers need to be careful not to harm the environment. We're going to hear that tonight too, about how to protect trees and water and stormwater protection. Consistency and compliance. Local governments must ensure that their plans are consistent with state laws, and developers must comply with local rules and regulations. In summary, basically, overall, the process aims to ensure that growth and development are planned thoughtfully, balancing the needs of the community and the environment and economic development. Local governments must set rules. Developers build according to those rules, and everyone must work within the framework. But the important part of this, and that's the framework of what we work under, there's the legal obligations that were required if somebody comes in and they meet all the requirements under the comprehensive plan, land use and zoning. That basically takes it out of our hands, because then they have a by right opportunity to build exactly what they came in with if they meet every single criteria that I laid out. So we need to be careful about how we approach things. We understand each of you has been in training, and you have all this experience now, and it's unfortunate that the public doesn't get to see that. Doesn't get to understand how this whole thing works and how our hands are bound, quite honestly, more times than not. These guys, these professionals, go through the land development code, and I'll just show you. This is the county land development code right here, and it's probably only half of what's actually out there. So these guys have to keep us in line to make sure that everything that we have in our comprehensive plan, the land use, etc., all has to be in compliance. Once that happens, and if we don't meet the needs or the letter of the law, then we can say no, or I'm sorry, if we meet all of the requirements and we say no and we've done what we're supposed to do, then okay, it goes on. But if the applicant meets 100% of the issues under the standards of review, because that's how we have to make our decisions based on the standards of review, that's where we're challenged. So if we do get challenged, and whatever has come before us, whatever they came in with that we denied, they could probably go back and get 100% of whatever it was they asked for, because we didn't do it under standards of review, under comprehensive plan, the rules associated with the state law. I'm saying that because I should have said it 4 hours ago, because I don't think, I want the public to be educated to the process, to know that we don't just sit up here and just play favorites for one or the other and so on and so forth. We have to take into consider all the legal requirements, all the elements that we are forced and required to follow the law, as is our planning group. So, and I'm going to look at Maite. I want to check to see if I was correct in everything I said, and if there's anything that I didn't say that was correct, please correct me.
No, you're absolutely correct. The state law establishes Chapter 163, Part 2, which requires us to make a comp plan and to follow that comp plan, and to adopt land development regulations that implement or are consistent with that comp plan. And all development must be consistent with both documents.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I took your lead from the earlier presentation. I learned from you.
Okay.
And Mr. McIntyre is going to want his book back when you're done.
I was just saying, Mr. McIntyre needs the book. So does planning and zoning. Okay, would you like to begin?
I would love to.
Commissioner, for the record, Bob Ranks here on behalf of the applicant. If I could, since we are quasi-judicial, we're going to have people providing testimony, and I'd like the staff to be sworn in too, if that's possible.
And that's the other thing.
No, Mr. McIntyre?
In a quasi-judicial hearing, the applicant has the right to request that all witnesses be sworn.
I'm just having your legal representative say that, so that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, staff, stand up. Who's going to swear them in? Bob, who do you want to swear them in?
I believe it's the clerk, isn't it?
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Anyone who would like to give testimony today, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And Madam Chair, having been through several of these, and Mr. McIntyre, is it necessary to swear in any public hearing comments, or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anybody that's going to testify, the applicant has the right to request that they be sworn as well.
I was just going to ask that. So for those of you that are here that you're going to speak, because this could potentially end up in court, if you speak, you're going to have to be sworn in and take the oath as well. Just know that. Okay. So,
wanna do that
do you want to
right
do that now? Anybody that's going to be speaking on this matter, if you would please stand and let the clerk swear you in, please. Raise your right hand, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Am I good?
You're good.
Okay. So once again, good evening, Chair Townsend and members of the Board of County Commissioners. For the record, again, my name is Erin Lees, planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. Tonight, I will be presenting agenda item 10A3 for a rezone from the AR1 Agricultural Residential Zoning District to the PUD, Planned Unit Development Zoning District, and a preliminary development plan for a 229-unit multifamily residential development with associated site improvements. The board voted on March 22nd, 2024, to rehear this petition after voting 3-2 to deny the petition on March 5th, 2024 BOCC meeting. I apologize, my voice seems to be going just a little bit, so.
Want some water?
I have some. I have some, so. Tonight's public hearing on this item was duly noticed with mailed notifications to property owners within 500 feet, a sign on the petition, a sign on the property, and an ad in the newspaper on April 25th, 2024. The 32.58 acre project site is situated on the south side of Indrio Road and the west side of Taylor Dairy Road in Fort Pierce within the county's airport and the town's, villages, and countryside overlay district. The project site is adjacent to the Indrio Crossings Commercial Center and east of the approved Cabo Rio RV Resort. The property surrounds the Binney Estate, which was recently designated a historic site. The subject parcels and the properties situated to the west are designated by the TVC future land use, with residential medium land uses to the north and mixed-use land uses to the south and east. The requested rezoning to PUD is consistent with the density afforded by the transferable development value map within the TVC element of the comprehensive plan. To note, the adoption of the TVC did not limit the potential density or intensity of this parcel. So policy 11.1.1.2E establishes the transferable development value, the TDV, allowing the subject parcel up to 9 dwelling units per acre. The proposed 7.04 dwelling units per acre falls under this limit. Prior to the adoption of the TVC overlay district, the subject parcel had an underlying residential medium land use designation permitting up to 9 dwelling units per acre. Through the planned development approval process, the application is seeking to redesignate the subject parcel zoning from AR1, Agricultural Residential 1, to the Planned Unit Development, or PUD, zoning district. The Planned Unit Development zoning district is compatible with the TVC future land use designation as per the comprehensive plan. So just a review of future land use versus zoning. So future land use guides future development and redevelopment. It dictates allowable density and is determined by the comprehensive plan. Zoning defines current allowable uses of land and characteristics of structures on the property. So for example, building height and setbacks. Density must be compatible with the future land use category, and the zoning code is found in our land development code. The applicant's previously submitted site plan proposed a 274-unit multifamily development with 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments and associated on-site amenities. The previously submitted plan shows the north 3-story apartment buildings and 1 2-story apartment building and smaller lake and recreational areas. The previous plan identifies recreation amenities and an upland preserve area on the southern portion of the site, meeting open space and tree preservation criteria. The current revised site plan excerpt shows the northern segments of the project, including reduction of 4 buildings to 2 stories and enlarged lakes and recreational areas, the reduction in height of the 4 northernmost buildings from 3 stories to 2 stories, reduced the overall unit count to 229, correlating in a reduction in site density from 8.4 dwelling units per acre to 7.04 dwelling units per acre. The expanded lake includes an adjusted western pond bank to preserve existing trees, supporting a greater buffer between the proposed two-story buildings and the Binney Estate by pushing the apartment building to the east. The preliminary plan notes the ability to alter the location of the lake's western bank through the final site plan process to further reduce impacts to existing native trees and provide an improved buffer between the development and the Binney Estate. So, and for reference, we're talking about this western bank here. The unit decrease results in a reduction of 87 parking spaces, or an 18.2% reduction in parking, and reserves 4.5% more open space on the site. The modified open space at 40% continues to exceed the minimum PUD standard of 35%. The proposed plan maintains the 7.84 acre upland conservation area on the south side of the development. The project's Indrio Road driveway has been modified from a right-in, right-out to a right-in only for eastbound traffic to prevent left turn movements onto and from Indrio Road, except at via Taylor Dairy Road. The revised site plan demonstrates a one-way internal street parallel to the west property line from Indrio Road before transitioning to a two-way internal street which extends and turns east parallel to the rear property line to Taylor Dairy Road. The applicant provided the county with a full traffic impact report on April 30th, 2024. The total projected average daily trips is 1,543, with 94 AM peak trips and 119 PM peak trips, based upon the Institute of Traffic Engineers, ITE, Land Use Code 220 for multifamily housing low rise. The 45-unit reduction from 274 to 229 equates to an estimated 15.7% trip reduction, or a 289 daily trip decrease from the prior plan. The applicant's traffic impact report with the proposed design and improvements to Taylor Dairy Road through the intersection with Indrio Road conclude that the county's level of service standards have been met. To provide architectural consistency with the Edwin Binney Estate, the buildings will feature the Old Miami style, including offset window treatments, Bahama shutters, arch details, and vertical columns. The bottom image represents the latest architectural elevations proposed for the three-story buildings. The applicant did not provide updated architectural elevations for the two-story buildings. If approved, the applicant will need to provide a consistent elevation plan. The proposed plan unit development rezone and preliminary regulating plan conform to the standards of review as set forth in the St. Lucie County Land Development Code and is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies outlined within the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan. Staff recommends approval of the Indrio Woods PUD rezone and preliminary site plan via Resolution 2024-44 with conditions. So from Planning and Development Services, prior to major site plan approval, a small trash receptacle with screening shall be provided near the clubhouse pool rec area. Prior to major site plan approval, a development schedule indicating the approximate date construction of the development or stages of the development can be expected to begin and be completed is required. The final site plan shall include construction of Taylor Dairy Road by the developer from the intersection at Indrio Road to the southern property boundary as displayed in the preliminary site plan. Final intersection design requires evaluation by the county engineer, considering projected traffic volumes and turn movements. Where traffic volumes, configuration conditions, or corridor characteristics warrant add-on safety features such as flashing lights, approach striping, and signs, such improvements shall be integrated into final design plans. The final site plan shall preserve native trees where possible within the preliminary development plan design in the area abutting the Binney Estate. Where possible, the design will meander the proposed berm in favor of natural tree preservation with proposed shrubs planted to supplement existing and proposed trees. The final major site plan approval shall require a pedestrian easement for the proposed sidewalk link adjacent to the Indrio Road right-of-way. The final major site plan shall modify the Indrio Road driveway, preventing left turn movements onto and from Indrio Road at this location. From Environmental Resources, prior to final site plan approval, the applicant shall provide a revised landscape plan reflecting the most recent site plan provisions. Prior to final site plan approval, the applicant shall provide a revised upland buffer planting plan for the proposed flowway areas that include canopy, understory, and ground cover plantings, native species only. Prior to final site plan approval, the applicant shall provide an updated littoral planting plan consistent with the TVC overlay standards outlined in the Land Development Code. Prior to commencement of development, including but not limited to clearing, filling, excavation, grading, or planting of vegetation as defined in the Land Development Code, the developer shall provide an executed conservation easement over the upland preserve area, along with the approved preserve area monitoring and management plan, the PAMP, with an attached affidavit and cashier's check payable to the clerk of court for recording fees to the county attorney. The applicant shall also provide a georeference GIS shape file or CAD file of the conservation easement boundaries to St. Lucie County. Prior to commencement of development, including but not limited to clearing, filling, excavation, grading, or planting of vegetation as defined in the Land Development Code, a 100% survey per Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, FWCC, protocol for gopher tortoises shall be provided. If any construction activities are proposed within 25 feet of any gopher tortoise burrows, a relocation permit shall also be provided in accordance with FWCC requirements. Prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy, all Category 1 listed invasive plants shall be eradicated from the site. And lastly, from Public Works, prior to issuance of site development permit, the 5-foot right-of-way dedication along Indrio Road is required to be completed. A site development permit is required prior to performing site improvement activities, and prior to issuance of a site development permit, a road improvement agreement and appropriate bond will be required for all permanent improvements within the right-of-way. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant also has a presentation prepared for you as well.
Any questions for staff?
Madam Chair, we're going to hear from ERD on any of the issues, or do we want to wait until their presentation? Because I want to address the emails that we came in to let them know that we've actually looked into the issues that they were concerned about. Do you want to just wait until they?
Yeah, we can wait. Brian Arbeiter, for the record, joined with by Amy Cooper, manager of the Environmental Resources Department, but we'll wait for the presentation.
For the applicant? Okay.
Yes.
Give me just 1 second to pull it up for you.
Well, let me go ahead while I'm introduce myself. Good evening, Commissioners. Once again, for the record, Bob Raines. I'm a land use attorney with the Gunster Law Firm, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. As you know, we're here tonight for a rehearing regarding a project that was presented to you and denied at the March 5th, 2024 meeting. And during that March 5th meeting, you recall the board made significant suggestions and comments on ways they thought this project should be improved. And the developer at that time, the applicant, made certain concessions that would result in a significant change in the plan that was presented to you that night. So we're here tonight with a revised plan that reflects a lot of those comments, almost all the comments and suggestions that you made and the concessions that the applicant made. And in a moment, I'm going to have Lindsay Libis come up and walk you through that, those revisions that we've made to the site plan. But I would like to emphasize that while this is the same application that was before you on March the 5th, it's a significantly different site plan than what you saw and voted on March the 5th. This is a site plan that we believe now provides both decrease in impacts and increases to the benefits to the public and to the neighbors. And the applicant, I believe, is bringing forward a great project that they're certainly going to be willing to build if you will see fit to approve it this evening. So at this time, I would like Mrs. Libis to come up and walk you through the site plan, and then I'll come back up and just make a few closing remarks. So, there she is.
And Madam Chair, before she gets started, I just want to point out that Mr. Raines did speak to the point that the plan that was before us was substantially changed. And while we were voting on that particular plan, there was not time to actually review all the changes and the significant changes, such as the reduction of 40-plus units, 80 parking spaces. The concerns from the public were save more trees. And so when we removed 80 parking spaces and the 40-plus units, that changed the whole plan. So, and I'm going to look at Dan because I want him to clarify this, because while we voted on something, but we never gave the applicant the chance to actually, or even our staff to review those changes, which gave us a little bit of heartburn as to, had we done those things, maybe the board had a different opinion. But I think it's important to point that out today, is that neither the applicant nor the board or staff has had the opportunity to look at all those changes that were being agreed to, and it would have been a substantially different plan, as indicated by Mr. Raines.
Right, Commissioner Zadowski, that's right. I mean, I think we've all seen many developments where there's what I would call minor tweaks that the board asked for. And really, the culprit was you, Commissioner, in terms of asking all these things. You were the one who made all these, and for a good reason. You reduced the impact to the neighbors and the community. But the point that you're making is that there were significant changes made on the floor, and so the board, the applicant, the public really hadn't analyzed the impacts of those changes, the reduction in density, the reduction in parking, the impacts on that on open space, on tree preservation, on access. There were issues about access. All of those things were fairly significant and appropriate. The board was trying to get to reduce the impacts of this development. So the point that you're making is that we really didn't have all that information in front of us. We knew what they were saying, but the impacts were not quantified, I guess, in a graphic or a numerical form, so the board could actually vote on that. And so that's I think accurate.
And then the last part of that is, I want to make sure, because the media has a way of putting information out there that may not be completely accurate, and so I need to know, did the applicant threaten to sue us in writing, by email, by verbal confrontation, or was there another way that this unfolded? Because I don't know that they did, but I need to hear it from you as to how we got the argument from the media said that they've threatened to sue us. I didn't hear that.
They did not contact me in any form, written or verbal, and threaten to sue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Lindsay Libis with WGI. Business address is 2035 Vista Parkway. Before you tonight to respectfully request approval of the project known as Indria Woods. I want to thank the Commission for your feedback last month and for your consideration of this project again tonight, and staff for continuing to support the project and collaborate through the entire process. They have been nothing short of amazing to work with, so I have nothing but compliments to say about your team here at St. Lucie County. But before I get into the changes to the new site plan, I just wanted to acknowledge that as an AICP certified planner with almost 2 decades of experience in this industry, working with communities and governments to find proactive and impactful solutions for new developments in growing communities much like this, that I'm really proud of this project. I'm proud of the work that we've done. I'm proud of our collaboration with staff. And I feel like what you're going to see tonight is a better project than we submitted in the beginning, and the process worked. And so I'm really, really excited to show you, kind of reiterating what Aaron said, but walking you through those changes and the commitment from the applicant. Which way is this pointing? Up? It's not working.
Battery's probably dead after tonight.
Oh, there it goes.
Yep.
All right, I won't. You got it?
We'll give you a mouse.
Thank you. To reiterate the request, we are requesting the rezone from AR1 to PUD. I think it's important to note that AR1 is not a consistent land use with TVC. And so the zoning not only will allow for a development break, but create the consistency between the comp plan and the zoning code that has been discussed tonight, and for a preliminary site plan for 229 multifamily units. You got next slide.
Nope, I got nothing.
Because there's a box open.
There you go.
Note to IT, bring extra batteries.
Always an IT problem. All right, so I won't belabor the same information that Erin presented. She did a fantastic job, but I did want to walk through myself the plan changes that we've made since the original hearing back in March. So we are reducing the building height. Is what you will see is that we have, this isn't Erin, this is,
We're not working. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right, so you'll see the buildings highlighted in yellow were originally 3-story buildings. The building closest to Indrio Road was a 2-story building that had been in place for some time, but after we met with the commission in March, the directive was those buildings that surrounded the Binney Estate should really be 2 stories in height, and that would subsequently reduce the density. We agreed, and we have reduced those 3 buildings highlighted in yellow down to 2 stories. What this created was a reduction in density, as Erin indicated, from 274 units to 229, resulting again in a density decrease of 16.5% overall on the site. Even though we decreased density, we are still committed to 10% of essential housing on this property. We also, as a result of redesigning the site and moving buildings around, increased the setbacks of all the buildings surrounding the Binney Estates to both structures on the site. So on the left is the March 2024 plan, on the right is the May 2024 plan, and you will see that in every instance, we increased the setbacks to the Binney Estates, reducing any kind of negative impact, further reducing any negative impact to those structures. You can click, next one. And so you'll see all 4 scenarios with the buildings. We looked at both structures, the main structure and the ancillary structure, and the setbacks were increased in all scenarios. Next slide. Access, one of the concerns that we heard were the turning movements onto Indrio Road. We had a full access right in, right out on Indrio. We did look at with the board's direction, modifying that entrance to include a right in, right out, but doing bollards or concrete medians, but we couldn't get the design to function in a way that was allowed for safe circulation of the larger vehicles like fire trucks that might need to turn out. And so the solution that we came up with was a right-in only on Indrio Road. And is what that did, you can click again, is that, you can click again, is that it allowed us to not only improve the traffic flow on the site, but it also allowed us to increase that buffer area. It doubled on that western side. So originally we had a 10-foot buffer, and now with the decrease in pavement coming in right in only, we were able to keep the 10-foot buffer and then do a 20-foot landscape area. So now you, instead of 10 feet, you have 30 feet of landscape area on the west side. We also heard you loud and clear on the viewshed of Indrio Road. We understand the importance of this corridor to the community. And so originally we had proposed a landscape buffer along Indrio Road. You can click. And it was 15 feet in width. Going back to the drawing board, we looked at the opportunity to increase that and do something that was more beneficial to the community, like a linear park. What this allowed for was greater buffer on Indrio Road and allowed us to preserve additional oak trees, which you'll see in a subsequent slide. But it also creates a walking area for residents, not only with our community, but other residents in the area. And so if you click again there, this is not an actual depiction of what this park is going to be on this site, but it is a concept. We'll continue to work with staff to refine that as we go through the process. But this site plan does indicate a 30-foot linear park, and we have started some conceptual renderings of what that might look like. As Aaron indicated, we're also reducing parking by 18%. That resulted in the reduction in units and allowed us to pick up additional open space. So we had added just over a half an acre of open space, or 4.5% to the site, decreasing impervious area and increasing pervious area. So the lakes also increased. The increase in lake adds not only an additional buffer to the Binney Estates, but it also allows us to increase our open space and pervious surface area on the site. Next slide. 13.5% almost increase in lake with these changes. Tree preservation, this was a big one. As staff indicated, we have a preserve area on the southern side of the site. After we came before you last month, in March, the discussion of saving additional trees was a big topic. And so our arborists went out on site, they did a tree survey, and in addition to this almost 7.5 acres to the south, we are preserving sables and oak trees. You'll see, I don't know if you can see clearly, but all of the green and yellow are preserved oaks and sables. We preserved as many as we could adjacent to the Binney Estate to further enhance that buffer and preserve the tree canopy that they have been commenting about over the course of the last several months. So we are committed to preserving, in addition to that preserve area, additional trees on site, and they're identified here. And if we move forward to final, we can include this information in detail in our submittal packet. Traffic reduction improvements. You'll see to the east of our site, there's a future fire station plan. Through conversations with the county, we have agreed to put a span wire with flashing signal in. However, subsequent conversations have led to us being open to a discussion about a fully signalized intersection at Indrio and Taylor Dairy. Next. We're also still committed to improving the entire length of Taylor Dairy Road. The traffic reduction based on the revised site plan equates to about 16% lower average daily trips. And we agree to design and work to permit intersection improvements. Next slide. You can just click through all of them. So I'm not going to go back through this again, but this is a summary of all of the changes that Aaron spoke about and that I spoke about. And what you'll see is that this plan, we listened to you, we took everything you said into consideration. We agreed for the most part, these were really good ideas. And what it resulted in is a plan that is preserving more trees, reducing traffic, reducing density, increasing open space. We have an applicant who is more than willing to do his fair share and more for intersection improvements at Taylor Dairy and Indrio. And with that, we respectfully request your consideration for approval tonight.
And let me just, before Ms. Libis leaves, let me just ask her a couple of quick questions. Ms. Libis, are you familiar with the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan and the St. Lucie County Land Development Code?
Yes, sir.
And in your professional opinion, does the project that's being presented tonight, does it comply with both the Comprehensive Plan and the Land Development Code?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, that does conclude our presentation. I would like to wrap up by saying, again, we do have a staff recommendation of approval, and we do agree with the conditions that are part of that approval. I think we've shown through expert testimony, through Ms. Libis's testimony, and I think one of the commissioners talked a little bit earlier about the professional staff and how important it is, and we would agree with them because we also, their testimony is expert testimony and a staff recommendation of approval, so therefore we would respectfully request that you approve this project. And we'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to explain one thing because I know that some of the residents are out there. I've seen a couple of you saying things. Mr. Raines did not have to be sworn in because he's an attorney, and because of that, that exempts him from being sworn in because he has to tell the truth all the time. So I just want to clarify that. And because this is quasi-judicial, we're going to begin with our disclosures. I'll begin with myself. I've had conversations with Lindsay Libet, Bob Raines, Melissa McKinley, and staff. Commissioner Fowler.
Bob Raines, Lindsay Libis, Melissa McKinley, staff, Janie Baugh, and Dennis Jerkowitz.
Commissioner Bartz.
I have had discussion with staff and the applicant.
Commissioner Zadowski.
Rains, Lindsay, McKinley, and the folks, owners of the Binney House and staff.
I think we've all had that
Okay.
with residents and the Bennies. Yes.
Okay,
Commissioner
sorry.
Lee.
Can I say ditto?
You can say that.
Staff, Lindsay, residents,
Rains.
and Mr. Rains.
Okay. So is there any questions or anything, or do you want to hold that until, I have a couple questions for staff. I don't know what staff wants to answer this, but I do have a couple questions to clarify before we get into the public comments. So it was stated earlier that there's a fire station going in on Andrea Road. The fire station that's going to go there, I know that we have been in negotiations with the fire department. Mr. Landry, what time frame are we looking at in having a commitment and a signed letter from the fire department?
So we currently have Madam Chair, Commissioners, we currently have a draft agreement framed up to submit to the fire district as early as tomorrow, based on the outcome of tonight's decision. And with that, in conversation with the fire district, they've indicated that if the board was inclined to move forward with this project, and some of those conditions were met, they'd be going right into a design permit, site plan design permit application process, right into construction. However, if this project didn't go as planned, they would still be interested and still want to move forward at that Taylor Dairy site, but it would probably take a little bit longer due to all the things additionally that they would have to do, that they'd have to budget for.
And is it fair to say that the fire station will be built within the next 18 months?
They said they would go right through their process. It's on their plan. They would move through the process as if it was, their number one project. I think they're building one out off of Kings Highway right now, and this is right in line. So they basically indicated that if this project moves forward tonight, they would be moving forward on their project because this was one of the triggers.
And hang on. And is our utility department, what time frame are we looking at to break ground to put the utilities in there on Taylor Dairy?
I believe our utilities had a 90% design meeting earlier today with the engineer firm, and I think they'll be moving towards going through their process to permit to go to construction probably within the next 6 months or so, and they'll be out to construction for the Taylor Dairy water plant.
Okay. Before I go any further, you have a question?
I was just going to share that as the chair, your appointee, as the chair of the fire district, that I've been intimately involved in the site locations for Milner Road, Tradition, the Deserta property, and then this one. This has been a major topic for the fire district. Our Station 7 in Lakewood Park is de minimis by any means. You can't even get out of the truck when you park it in the building. It was built in the 70s. It's antiquated, and it's certainly not able to keep up with the area as it exists. Easy for me to say. So this will actually lower our response times, and it is one of the highest rated fire stations that they're trying to get done sooner than later. 18 is going on at Milner. They're already working on the second floor. Ground is being broken at Deserta, and Station 20 at Tradition is in design and ready to go. So this one is basically a cookie cutter, but in addition to the fire station, it'll also have ample space to create a training facility which will help to lower our ISO rating, which gives an opportunity for the residents of St. Lucie County to lower their fire insurance for the community. When I started, it was 9, and we're now at 3. We're trying to get to a 2. And each level lower, it reduces the insurance cost for our community, and that's why this one is incredibly important, and we're ready to go.
And I don't see anybody here from our airport, but I also would like Mr. Landry to talk about our airport and growing, because we are getting ready to grow. We have potential airlines coming and everything, that there will be another entrance entering into the airport. Would you share that, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So as the board's aware, we have RFPs on the street for the remaining property that kind of you can access off of St. Lucie Boulevard, and we're anticipating quite a lot of interest from applicants in that area to develop, and that's the last bit of land there. And the next phase would be starting off of Indrio Road on the north side of the airport and working our way down. We have a partial taxiway pretty much about in the middle of the property, the airport property, and we'll be looking to link that up towards Indrio Road and creating an entrance off Indrio Road, kind of by the old FEMA area, and start working on that. And that's something that is in the plan. You know, we're hoping to see come to fruition in the next 3 to 5 years.
And when that happens, Commissioner Zadowski, since you're the chair of the fire board, would you care to share the special equipment that's needed for a fire station to be on the airport?
Sure. Our truck itself is a unique piece of apparatus. It can be operated by 2 personnel, one actually in the truck that actually go to the scene and spray foam and or water onto the accident scene, while another firefighter paramedic will actually go to the scene physically. We are actually in discussions with, and Ron's back there, I can't remember the name of the actual agency, but we are in discussions about getting a new ARF truck. One former employee that is here is actually in that space that's actually looking after us and making sure that if the funds come available and an ARF truck comes available, that will be a high priority for them from that standpoint. And as part of that too is where 7 would be co-located at Taylor Dairy Road, it becomes a secondary fire suppression unit for any kind of major catastrophe that may happen on the airport. So it actually improves our opportunity for the Part 139 and commercial operations that we're trying to achieve.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, you are correct. We do have a pending application in with the FAA grant for 80% participation in a new ARF truck, and that's looking favorable. So we'll be looking to move forward on that if this goes through.
Okay. So we're going to open it up to the public now. This is a public hearing. Whoever wishes to speak, if you please come to the podium and state your name. We're open for public comment. Hang on, we're under public comment, so you can come up here.
I'm sorry?
No, she was asking a question.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, good evening. Late into evening, commissioners. I don't know if you remember me from being here at the last meeting.
I need you to state your name, please.
Oh, it's Laura Lucas. I have a paper filed. I was at the last meeting. I live a quarter mile away from this property. I have my grandson living next to me. I want to tell you about an event that happened. I told you how that this, all of this taking out of our forest land around here are driving animals into neighborhoods, predatory animals, not just endangered or pretty or tortoises and beautiful birds, but predatory animals. I have bobcats in my neighborhood. I have coyotes in my neighborhood. We found deer. It's a 2-street neighborhood with dead ends. We found deer down at the end of our street, lost. Didn't know where to go. Okay? Between the last meeting and this meeting, in a vacant lot between 2 houses in my neighborhood, coyotes were raising a ruckus. I would say at least 3. Couldn't tell you the exact count because nobody wanted to go out there and count them. But we now have coyotes in a very small neighborhood with children, pets, and backyard livestock. We have coyotes at 9 o'clock at night rustling around with each other. It's not safe. I understand that you guys have your codes you have to go through and your classes you have to go through, but there has to be a place at the end of this that you have the authority or the ability to say, this is not safe. This is not right. There has to be an override of, this is not safe for the community. You are putting things in that are going to end up being a problem for the neighbors that live around there. We already are now living in a flood zone. Now, I don't know what you're saying you're going to do down Taylor Dairy Road, but I know that that's a main canal, and I know that it hasn't been cleaned since from Indrio to Angle Road, that canal down Taylor Dairy Road has not been cleaned. And now you're going to add a whole nother development in there that's going to feed into that canal, an unmanaged, basically unmanaged canal, making us even more in a flood zone. Not to mention the traffic, where the stress point of the traffic is at Taylor Dairy Road. It used to be where the trees were, where the canopied area was. When people got past, and I've been there for 30 years. I've driven down that road 10 times, 30 years. When people get past the canopied area in front of the Binney House, they hit the gas, and they want to go up to 50. It's 25, 35, 45, 50. 50 by the time it gets to US 1. When they got through the Binney estate, where the canopied areas were, they slam on the gas and try to get to 50, and they're coming up behind you. Now, my street is a few hundred yards up from Taylor Dairy Road. I take a left. I have to watch in my rearview mirror every time I get ready to take a left, because they want to swerve around me because I'm not going fast enough. I'm going the speed limit. Last weekend, I was on Indrio Road heading east, going to my street, when a motorcycle who was way behind me pulled up beside me, was angry at me for going 30 in a 25, pulled up beside my car, and thank God I was looking in my rearview mirror, because I was getting ready to take a left. And he's screaming at me and giving me fingers I don't want to see. This is a constant on this road, and you're going to add more traffic. And you're going to, what, a fire light? A fire station light? I live near a fire station light in Virginia. They only go off when the fire trucks have to leave. So we're going to have a blank light there that what? Goes off when you need a fire truck out? Is that how that's going to work? Because you don't have a stoplight. So how is that going to make it any safer? None of this is making it any safer. The animals, the predatory animals in my neighborhood are scaring all of the neighbors out there. We had quite a few here today, but it's midnight and they went home. It's at the point where I'm afraid that we're going to have neighbors walking around with shotguns in their hand because they're afraid of what's wandering around the neighborhood. And it's a little two-street neighborhood. Now, am I done?
Yeah, you are, but wrap up. Go ahead, wrap up.
Okay. All right, so all I'd really like to say at the end of this is we've got an historical house with agricultural land around it. We love the area. The animals are safe there. I'd rather have them there in my neighborhood. We voted you guys in. We gave you the authority to make good decisions for us. That's why you were elected in. We would hope that you would think about us and the safety of our neighborhoods and our children, and not letting somebody get killed on the road. Please have some loyalty. Please understand that we can't vote tonight. We count on you to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to come forward?
Hi, my name is Greg Lugar. Currently, I'm living right off of Indrio Road, not far from the Binney Estate. Transplanted here 2 years ago from Pittsburgh. Yeah, why did it take me so long? Anyhow, I'm glad I'm here. I love the Fort Pierce area. We're building a home here, and I've been coming here since the 80s. And every time I drove down Indrio Road, I would look at the Binney Estate. I never knew what it was. I just thought, wow, that's just a cool old Florida property. And I, find out the significance of it. And that's one thing people, when I moved to Florida, people were like, where are you at? I'm like, Fort Pierce. I never heard of that. Well, that's near Vero. We're south of Vero. And I said, well, they don't know what it's like. I'm like, well, Vero's nice, but Fort Pierce is cool because it's kind of old school Florida. You got the fishing, it still has the old school vibe. And, the Binney property is part of that. Not sure why. It's designated a historical, is this historic landmark? Okay, well, first you designated historic, it gets designated a historic landmark. And then we're talking about changing the zoning around it to basically encompass it in a development. It just doesn't make any sense. That's my 2 cents.
Hi, my name is Sophie Arkowski. I'm on 4081 North US Highway 1. And yeah, they said it well, but the increase in human density in the area and the loss of habitat will just greatly increase the competition for land and water resources between the animals and the wildlife in there and humans. There's tons of animals in there. Obviously, some people already mentioned it. There's scrub jays, there's the burrow owls, there's the gopher tortoises, and the gopher tortoise burrows do provide a safe habitat for other animals, snakes, rats, mice, frogs, invertebrates, and tons of other creepy crawlies that you don't want in your home. Just last week, I saw a bear in the area. Unheard of for this area. Yes, I saw one, okay? Wasn't a raccoon. Know what a raccoon looks like. They don't get that big. They grow tails. Saw a bear in the area. All the development north, it's coming down. They're pushing them down here. The bears are coming, okay? We've already got the bobcats, we've got the coyotes, we've got all that stuff. And yeah, that area provides that safe space for those animals to contain them. And if not, yeah, they're gonna be in our backyards. They're already coming into our backyards and into our homes. And that provides a great health and safety hazards to the residents and the animals in the area. And if you approve this plan, it's kind of complacent in the hazard that it proposes to the residents. And I don't know, I don't agree that as nice as business as you've done with the developer or how much money they're willing to spend or what benefit they're claiming to give to the community, to let them strong arm you, you know, and shove down development into the throats of residents that don't really want it. That's my take.
Can I have you spell your name, please?
It's RUTKOWSKI.
Thank you. Just so she gets it right. Thank you.
Only I can do this. I have had no lunch, no dinner, so my brain is not working. It's Gwinnett Kruliski. It's written down in there. GW. Yeah.
She's got your
hard.
paper.
Yeah, it's a hard one. We're down. We're not near that area. We're at the very end of Indrio, 4380 Indrio Road. The very last house on the left going down. I'm tired. I'm sorry. But we're in the preserve, so all the animals are coming to us. We got a fence all the way around, and yeah, we've seen great increase to the amount of animals there. And the main thing I want to say is I love, and I get emotional, I'm sorry, but the ruralness of where we are is what we loved about it. I mean, when we first moved here 23 years ago, driving through that canopy of trees, I mean, I know the Lord took it out with the hurricanes, but that area is beautiful. I think that's a gorgeous looking development, but can't it go somewhere else? I mean, there's a reason that we zoned AR. I mean, we bought our property because it was horse zoned. Then I find out I couldn't get my barn put on there, and you can't ride in that area in the preserve there because it wasn't big enough. But there are a lot of horse people around there. I mean, if anything, I wish we could develop it to have more area like that for the riding or for something like that or for preserves. That's what we love about Fort Pierce. We don't want to be Port St. Lucie. You've got that. You can run right up the road to Vero. What we love and what is so beautiful is the reason all these people moved down here. We don't want them to move down here and then turn it into what they left. There's, granted that I know we need houses, but it doesn't have to go there.
And after reading about the significance of the Benny residents, I couldn't believe what that man did. He made Fort Pierce. I mean, and I'm an artist, so of course it's a huge impact to me, but I didn't know anything about it till we went there, because I'm like, oh my God, they're putting in tons of houses, I'm not happy. And then I found out about the significance of that man, what he did for Fort Pierce and Crayola. Who hasn't been impacted by that? I think that place should have huge something showing the significance of that property. And you're going to take away from it, putting this community around it. It's not that that community is, the design is fantastic. Just put it somewhere else, not there. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you drive down Indrio, she's right about the traffic. My God, they fly around you, and I'm pointing at my camera going, I'm taping you now, because they fly just bat out of hell, and they race past our house all the time because there's nothing. You got houses, nothing, and then our little bitty place, and then nothing again. So there's a couple of motorcycles race every night. And it's just going to get worse if you get more people and more traffic. And the whole thing, you're like, oh, we'll make the road bigger. And now I find out about the airport, I'm just having a heart attack about that. I had no idea that was going to be coming towards our house, because it's nice. We haven't had neighbors for 24 years. We're in the middle of nowhere, and it's awesome. So now I have to kind of accept the airport's going to be coming closer. But I see so much in the 23 years that we've lived here, the areas. We're just taking away the beauty of Florida and taking away all these rural areas. And the reason we're here when we're in the bed normally hours ago is we don't want to lose that. That's what we love about it. And I hope I'm being coherent about what I'm saying, because again, I've had no food and I'm really tired. But I know I'm repeating myself. That's what we from North Carolina do. We say the same thing over and over. But please understand how much this means to us, that beautiful area. And I don't want to get and mess my makeup up, but that's what we love about it. I mean, if you have any doubts, just go in that area and you'll see what makes it special. And then you get to these other places, and that's not what we want. That's all.
Thank
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
John Kroliski. I go by JD Kroliski. It's obviously my wife. Live in the same house, I hope. So good morning.
It's not there yet.
We're close. Clearly, my wife's a country girl. I'm a city boy. I grew up in the city, California, Chicago, Las Vegas, Nevada. So I'm used to tight quarters, right?
I need you to address us, please. He's speaking to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
So I'm not really against progress, but we have lived here for 24 years. We've gotten used to that. We love Indrio Road. Nice, peaceful, it's quiet. And I guess the big question in my mind is, at what point in time does it stop with the growth, right? Because earlier today we were talking about the whole west side of Kings Highway and all of the development that they want to do over there. Right now, we're talking about developing around their house. And that's a multi-family unit. You guys know where Heather Way is? Mm-hmm. Just west of there, there's a brand new sign in front of the woods there that says coming soon. Right? So that's more. Now, I appreciate the work that they did in looking at the traffic and all that, and saying, kind of put a picture and say it's not going to be that bad. But if they're putting in units over there at Heather Way and he's building here as well, I don't know if they really looked at the full picture of how much their traffic is going to affect Indrio Road. I drive it every day. We go up, and I deal with the traffic. I saw their 40% or 43%. I was like, those numbers don't quite add up. It's a lot worse than that on Indrio Road. So basically, that's my point, is at some point in time, we really do understand that there's going to be growth in the area. We get it. We had the meetings and we're like, hey, how do we keep it down to single-family homes on Indrio Road, 1 or 2 houses per acre? And that keeps it low, right? But now we're looking at multifamily homes in more than one location now. So the question is where does it end? How do we get control of that? And them going down from 3 stories down to 2 stories, I get it. That was nice. That kind of helps them out with the viewing over another person's property line and in their privacy and everything. But they didn't change them all down to 2 stories. I think it would be nice if there was consistency in that park. Take them all down to 2 stories, right? And that could be a compromise. So that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tired and nervous. Dennis Jerkowitz, 6701 Indrio Road. I live right there at the Benny Estate. This property development is going to surround me, and it's going to destroy what's there now. Once it's gone, it's gone. Okay? I want to thank the commissioners that voted 3-2 to not approve the rezoning on March 5th. Thank you. As far as I'm concerned, rezoning is to improve the general welfare of the community. I'm not sure this does that. This is a beautiful area, and I can see with 390 more parking spaces, I believe that's probably at least 390 more vehicles pulling out of that Taylor Dairy Road, and I don't think it exits on Indrio. But that's a dangerous little intersection at 25 miles an hour. People flying down that road, and someone doesn't pay attention, pulls out on Taylor Dairy, bang. Okay? I'm not sure how that could possibly pass any kind of traffic study. There was a development across the street from my property years ago that tried to develop and could not pass the traffic study, and that was 15, 20 years ago. The road hasn't changed. It's 2 lanes. Okay? And I spoke with a lot of good people in the area in the last couple of weeks, and they were shocked to find out exactly what was going to be built there. The flyers went out to alert the locals on this development. I don't know how many, maybe 15, 20, 30 went out. There's only a few people that live in that within 500 feet of that property. And when I show them this, and I show them what's going to be removed, and there's going to be 7 buildings here, they're shocked. They're saying, I didn't know what was going to happen there. And now they do, a lot of them. And they don't like it. And I don't like it. And I would really appreciate if you all considered the environment, the wildlife, and the surrounding historic property there. If I'm not mistaken, the Indrio Road may be an evacuation road from US 1 to 95. Is that the case? Because if there's an emergency, we're putting a lot of cars on the road that want to get out, and they're going to use that road. The developments going west of Kings Highway on Indrio Road, there's a lot of units there also. So that's a huge concern. And I'm asking you, all the commissioners, to please vote no on this rezoning. It's not the right project for this area. There's plenty of places in St. Lucie County to build apartments, and they're coming, we know it. However, this is one piece of property that should not be stripped and rezoned. Thank you. I wish Mr. Benny was here. I wish Mr. Benny was here. I do too.
Commissioners, my name is Clark Schimmel, 7808 Holopaw Avenue. I moved to Florida from California in '73, and I lived down south of Miami. I'm just going to give you a brief. The Dadeland Mall was just built. The Palmetto Expressway was just built. Everybody there said the Dadeland Mall would never make it. The Palmetto Expressway was built too far west. Coming from California and watching Strip City happen, I told them, you watch, in 5 to 10 years, you're going to have another freeway further west and Dadeland is going to be the hub. It's exactly what happened. Moved here 11 years ago from south of Miami, waiting for the prices to come up so I could get rid of my house. Found this area, loved Indrio Road because it was the first one that you could get off of 95 coming north that didn't have a traffic light. 2-lane highway. 2014. 2-lane highway. Come in and find this beautiful area. I'm driving down Indrio Road one day and I see this beautiful home over here. It reminded me of some of the homes in Coral Gables, the old homes. I said, I got to find out about this. I found out it was the Binney estate that the guy made Crayola crayons for the world. And it's not a historic site? Well, it wasn't, but I think it is now. Is that correct? It should have been done 40 years ago. That man made Fort Pierce. And I agree with the man that purchased it. It should be kept original. Sure, it's going to be developed around it, but not with this project. This is not a high-rise place. It's not a 2-story. It's a AR1. That's what it should remain. I want to commend the 3 vote, whoever voted the 3 against it. Carry on. This should not be here. They made the changes, sure, but from what I saw on all of it, they didn't really make much more open space or preserves. They did manipulate a lake and manipulated an exit onto Indrio from the property, but that's going to be a disaster. The traffic in 11 years, I've seen the traffic on Indrio Road go from really nice to craziness. Like they said, the guys coming up behind you, speeding, giving their horns, flipping you off because you're going the speed limits. And I know people, when I first lived here, they said, watch out, Indrio Road is a speed trap. Well, where's the police? They need to be there day in and day out all the time. Then they wouldn't be speeding on that road, okay? They would respect the people like us that want to do 25 and enjoy the beauty of that area. The wildlife that's been mentioned. This is going to destroy everything that's there, okay? This crazy Rio project, if it ever gets off, is destroying everything over there anyhow. Sure, we're encroaching on nature, but we've got to give nature some area to live in. Otherwise, we're not going to have anything, and it's going to turn into a St. Lucie or a West Palm Beach or a Fort Lauderdale. I've seen them all just build and build and build up through the years. Okay? We don't want that here. Let it happen out there on the west Indrio, where it's 4-lane highway. That's why they built it. Don't bring it into Indrio Road here on us. And yeah, you did your work trying to change it, but that's not what it's meant for, okay? Take it somewhere else, please. The traffic, once again, traffic. Go stand out there and watch. I hope you don't think people are going to leave this area and walk over to all of that that's there at Winn-Dixie. they're not going to be able to get across the street because of the traffic, or somebody's going to get killed. And then what do? Please don't wait till then. Commissioner Chris Dodowski stated, excuse me if I mispronounced your name,
And I'm call me a little bit late for dinner.
that you guys are there to help keep the order of the commercial, keep them commercial. Industrial, keep them commercial. Residential, let's keep it residential. AR1, keep it AR1. We don't have many of those around now. And the other thing that they said, there's going to be 4 or 5 other projects going in. Where are these cars going to go?
Mr. Schumann, I need you to wrap up, please. Your time.
Please keep this area an AR1 and keep this beautiful area more livable and not survivable.
Thank you.
Scott Roos, 5860 Adger Court, Port St. Lucie. Like my gentleman just spoke, I'm a Miami boy. I grew up down where Dadeland is, Homestead. My wife and I moved to the Keys in the 80s, and I saw what developers did to the Keys. They've taken it. It's gone. I've seen what they've done moving up the coast. We moved up here to the Treasure Coast after we left Key West and moved to Martin County. And there was a commissioner there, Maggie Archula, who fought development. And God bless her soul, she's gone now. But Martin County is now littered with apartment buildings, and the traffic is atrocious. And now you drive on US 1, and you see these apartment buildings coming north, and along comes the cars and the crime. This is not the kind of community we moved into. I hate to see it happen here. Fort Pierce is such a beautiful town. You people are elected to represent the citizens. What these gentlemen and all these wonderful people have said about the quality of our quaint little town is going to change. But with your guidance, it'll move forward and do it right. Thank you.
Anybody else? Good evening.
Lasana Hayes, and evidently I'll be the oddball out. We do need affordable housing here. It's astronomical to pay first, last, and security, almost $8,000 to $10,000 for somebody to move into a rental property, as an example. I would assume there was some due diligence done on the part of the people who purchased the Binney property, and they would have been well aware of the fact their property was surrounded on 3 sides, and there would be a possibility of development in the future. What I understand from reading the newspaper, even Mr. Binney himself planned on developing that area. The expectation of 1 house per acre in this economy and market is far-fetched. Apartment buildings provide green leads type building, and more people per square foot, not spread across as much land, actually conserves on utilities and so forth. I do understand it was kicked around that Indrio is supposed to be expanded here in the next, I don't know, maybe 10 years. Might be too long for some people here. I can also say that the more heads that you have in an area increases the retail to come into a particular area. And they won't come into that particular area unless the head count is a particular number. I'm kind of tired of seeing our tax dollars going to another county. Because people who live in Lakewood Park either shop in the front of it at Winn-Dixie, which I personally think is atrocious, or they go out the back way down 27th and go spend all their money in another county. So, you know, at the end of the day, I have to pay taxes for my house or car or whatever to supplement people going out of county to shop elsewhere, or retailers paying impact fees to have their corporations within our county. On average, it's 18 miles either direction to Home Depot. That increases traffic within it itself. Every day that somebody wants to go to Winn-Dixie, to Walmart, or to Home Depot, or to Lowe's in either direction. So, by the way, a comprehensive master plan is also an ever-changing body to correlate with the flume. They both are ever-changing. I personally support the project. I think we need affordable housing. We need a place for people to live. We need to make things more walkable, accessible. St. Lucie County has a terrible problem with public transportation. People can't get places from one end of the county to the next. So, as far as I'm concerned, I support an increase in density. I'd be fine with it being 3 buildings, 3 stories in height, and what it was previously. They've agreed to reduce it, that's their decision, but I support it. So, I do not support 1 house per acre. It's just not something that's fathomable at this point. People have to have places to live. You've got people living in tents behind Winn-Dixie when they went to tear everything down to put in the storage facilities. So, thank you.
Yep, you're good. Thank you.
Good evening, or good morning. We had that discussion earlier. My name is Daryl Crum. I live at 2280 Johnston Road. I've been very vocal about what goes on in this community. I'm probably one of the rare ones that has basically lived here my whole life. My wife's family is 5 generations here. We've seen I-95 go through our citrus groves that our family owns. Most of these people think I-95 was complete. There was a time where it ended at Route 60 and started in Palm Beach again. I lived on dirt roads here. This community was an agricultural community. Citrus is gone. Let's face it. We have a little 80-acre piece on Header Canal. We've about gone broke trying to do what our families have done in this community. One thing that we don't need is what's going on. I'm just ashamed to know that there's tons of blank land that doesn't have to be disturbed literally a half a mile from here. Developers should be looking, doing their due diligence as much as possible, understanding that there's going to be feedback from community, people that live in that area, that are not going to like you destroying real Florida. These people come here for real Florida. That's what they wanted. Of course, real Floridians, we don't want them. I wish we could have got your speech at the beginning. I feel that I thought of it as your CYA speech right before we got up. If you want me to tell you what that acronym is, I'll be glad to. But I think most of y'all know what it is. And that we were put towards the end of this because obviously there's some retribution that you feel from, it may not have been said, but there must be something that's going on for this to be looked at again. You were very adamant at that point in March about what you felt your vote should be. As a voted person, and if you have all these credentials that you stated where you go and you learn, you should have been aware of this. That this may come back and bite your vote in the butt. And that's what I feel happened. We started the night talking about how all this money preserved North Beach. What is not special about this piece of property that we can't preserve it? My wife's family, if y'all haven't ever heard of the Ashley Gang, Sheriff of St. Lucie County set up a roadblock at the Sebastian Inlet. 3 of the Ashley Gang members were in a vehicle. The story is they were handcuffed, executed, and their bodies brought back to 2nd Street. You can go do the ghost tours. If you haven't seen it, hanging out with the Ashley Gang. One of them was my wife's great-grandfather. So if you don't know that I'm here speaking for our family, you're wrong. This should not happen in this county. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi, Janie Baugh, 6701 Indrio Road, Benny Estate. I'm sorry, I am exhausted, as I'm sure y'all are too. My head's spinning. Again, I wanted to thank y'all for your support the last meeting. I find that these are strange circumstances that we are here again. And I kind of feel like I'm all over the place with these things, but I'm going to start off with the traffic, which is just, everybody said it, it's horrendous, it's dangerous, extremely dangerous. We can't even pull out of our driveway without extreme caution. We have 3 driveways, and there's only one that I tell everybody, don't go out of any of those other ones, it's not safe. And this is, again, the traffic study, I don't see how that's even possible that it could pass with the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit that's supposed to be there, the backed up traffic that gets from Indrio Road to Taylor Dairy at certain times of day already. When you put those other cars on the road, I don't see how that's going to improve. And there's already the other projects that 4 to 5 projects coming, I think, that we talked about last time, that are behind the Winn-Dixie and around in there, the Habitat for Humanity, and the Indian Pines, I think, has an expansion, and then 2 or 3 other projects, I believe, what we talked about, right? So that's an additional number of multiple hundreds of cars adding into this as well. I find that to be, I don't know, kind of irresponsible, I guess, in the traffic study arena. And moving on from that, the wildlife, again, too, I can't stress enough how we need There's a lot of wildlife in there. Fortunately for us, it doesn't really disturb us, but we have a lot of it on our property. But because of that other area there, and they will be displaced, even as they're doing, I mean, they do seem to have a really nice, job with the trees, but when the trees they're leaving around our property will eventually die, and they won't. How are they going to? In a forested area, a tree dies, and new one's growing right next to it usually. But this will be. It seems to be that it will be more of a manicured situation, where that won't happen, and it will definitely adversely affect our property. Our view shed, or zone of visibility, I believe is what that's called now, when we have a historic view shed. So we'll be looking across the big lake, or pond, retention pond, actually, since it's man-made, not really a lake. From our balcony, we will be able to see Taylor Dairy Road and I guess a flashing light, because there'll be a few trees there, it looks like. I mean, the best I can tell. And now if we do a walkthrough or whatever, but if they take out the trees in the front too, we're going to be looking at that, and that's definitely adversely affecting our property. And the same thing on the west side. So adding more water doesn't really help us, it hinders us. And then I haven't seen any trees grow in water, other than cypress, and I don't think there are any on that property. So that's an issue for us. The other thing is they have their lift station right in the back, where is the most peaceful and serene spot on our piece of property. And there's going to be a nice lift station there. That'll be very pleasant. I also am very concerned about the structural integrity of our house and what this kind of construction will do to it, especially building a lake of that size, or pond on both sides. Not to mention our water source, which was already disrupted severely when they built DOT did the retention pond on the corner, which was farther away. And again, the walkability factor just doesn't seem realistic in that area at all. I can't see anybody walking to Winn-Dixie or to that plaza. Or very few people in the weather, the hot. They're going to carry their groceries back in the heat and the rain. I mean, we have a few nice days, but that seems about it. And as far as the housing situation goes, yes, I know we need housing, but does it need to be there? I mean, I think when we were here last time, Bedford Farms got up after us and said, we have plenty of it for you out by 95, where they can get to the jobs that essential housing people probably need. So this project obviously will also hinder, anything that we want to do with the property after getting our historic designation. And this, is a very significant property to the community and the surrounding property. And I don't think, again, it's in the best interest of the community, and dangerous. And as Commissioner Fowler said at the last meeting, we don't have to approve everything.
It's been asked of me numerous times outside of here after having the last thing and the newspapers. And the question was raised tonight. Why didn't you invest in the lots around your property, understanding how important that was to your view, your vision?
Well, quite frankly, I mean, money is an issue at a lot of different times, but we didn't even really know it was for sale. A for sale sign's been up there for, 25 years, I think. The same for sale time. And I did ask about it a long time ago, and it wasn't for sale. The realtor just leaves a sign up, as is up now, still. So it's never been, and it was zoned AR1 when we bought it.
And then the other question is, when you came to my office, you talked about your vision for the property, a vacation rental, Airbnb, or a bed and breakfast, and a wedding venue.
Not really. I mean, we talked about, that was originally our plan, was to do a bed and breakfast type of thing, but we really, as we got further into that, it just started to be that it would probably compromise the integrity of the interior of the home, which we did not want to do. And so we kind of abandoned that idea, and as we've gotten back into it from other personal things that have happened to us over the last few years, but we do want to get back into, we had just started getting back into trying to get their, reconstruction done and doing the work on the house. And we'd like to be able to have host events for, the community. And we had a cookout a couple weekends ago, and we had a hot dog meet and greet thing this last weekend, which was fun outside, and it was very nice. But we want to be able to do more things like that, and more things, fundraisers or things for the community. I believe Fort Pierce Art Club wants to try to do something if we can be prepared for that, for their fundraiser, and those sort of things is what we'd really like to do. And I have some other ideas of, we have photography clubs that want to come out, and photographers that do come out. Some of them were here tonight but had to leave. The artists, we had plein air painters out there. They like it a lot. That will, those kind of things will probably go away and not be as interesting to them. And the wildlife is unbelievable, what we have right now. We have baby owls back there in the back. And, they're all over. They're not just in our yard, because they're mostly where the trees are.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Sir, I can't have you speak again, sir.
All this talk about wildlife, I got to go let my dog out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Buster Johansson, I live here in Fort Pierce. All right, I just want to talk about the 400 units are being built or are built very close to this area. We just forget about that, and that's tops of my mind. That's 400 units, and this one 200 and what? 200 and it doesn't matter. 200 and it doesn't matter. That's way too many, and that's the main thing, because I just think it's. There's no need. What I'm seeing is there's no need, and I'm thinking it's just greed, So, yeah. Thank you.
Anybody else? Last call. We're closing public comment. We're coming back to the board. Okay.
Answer question.
DZ, before we opened up public comment, you had mentioned that you wanted to speak about the environmental concerns that you received in the emails. Would you like to move there, or?
Well, I just want to give respect for all the folks that took the time to email us on some of the questions on the environmental concerns. And Mr. Crum, thank you for the opportunity to make my advertisement. And that is, in the 1990s, the residents of St. Lucie County moved forward with a referendum to actually tax themselves up to $250,000 on their property taxes. In doing so, they put away $20 million over 20 years. That then has turned into over $75 million worth of investments made in St. Lucie County to preserve conservation land, conservation preservation in perpetuity. That included the North Beach, 3,300 acres, 3,200 acres on South Beach. We have the Indrio Road Preserve, the northern savannas. That has been done. The Environmental Resources Group, with their board, their council, their advisors, have moved forward with 11 lots on the Kings Highway corridor, continuing to buy up those individual platted lots, which will help to create the wildlife corridor, as we are trying to accomplish also in the Indrio savannas. And as part of that, we're also working through some of the issues at the airport for the scrub jay preservation process. And as part of this, back to my ad, if we want to stop and be able to purchase these types of properties that are significant, we need to reestablish that referendum and move forward with a citizens approach that we can put on a ballot and vote for. Indian River just voted a $50 million bond for protecting environmentally significant lands. Martin County did a significant one also, or is on the ballot now. So it's clear that we want to protect and save property. I have worked my entire adult life in trying to save the environment, whether it be clean water, whether it be our coral reefs, whether it be trees, which is, again, what I'm trying to do here. The challenge that I see here is that when we have a situation where the law provides for protections for the investor, the state of Florida puts so much stock into property rights. There's only 2 cases in which a 12-person jury are set. One is capital murder, and the other one is property rights. So that's how much they put into making sure that property rights are important. You live near here, and your property rights are as important. But when people buy a piece of property, there's an expectation to get a return on the investment. Whether we like it or not, they're going to keep coming. But I want to go back and give the respect to those who actually talked about the environmental issues, which is I have been working on my entire adult career. In my personal life, in my dive resort life, as an instructor, and clean water. I talked about being on the National Estuary Program for the last 16 years, been the chair 4 times. Most recent chair just now, or most recently. So I want to go back to ERD, and let's go first to the land, the picture that is here. I asked a question about what is the quality of the actual uplands, and let's talk about the area around the Binney property, and then I want to talk about the significance of the preserve area that's being set aside, because I think it's important that we have the opportunity to know where the best habitat is, and if that's been the focus to preserve the best possible habitat. Now, I did my research on Binney as well. Binney was a conservationist. He actually did move into the nursery side for things back in the 1919s, and he was into more of the forestry type trees, and not largely Florida natives. They were also some ornamentals and things like that, which really don't mix with what our canopy, our natural elements are. So can you point out on that map?
I think it's best to start out with the slide that shows the 1950s aerial to see kind of where we're coming from originally. So in the 1950s, this was all citrus grove for the most part. We have our parcel here that surrounds the Binney estate, and then you can note on the southeast, it's relatively untouched in some areas. Now, if we go back to the other slide, a lot of what you're seeing at the north side is actually invasive growth between the palms. And you can see towards the northeast, a large chunk of the undergrowth or invasive actually was cleared out, and that's what you're left with is this cabbage palms. So you're left with impacted, habitat. It's not native. But to the southeast, that is beautiful habitat. It's considered hardwood hammock, and there is actually a lot of understory in there, like wild coffee, and it attracts animals, as people have been pointing out. Now, they're required as part of the tree mitigation to set aside 25% of native upland habitat. This applicant is setting aside 50% of native upland habitat.
Say that again?
They're setting aside 50% of native upland habitat. They're required to set aside 25% of native upland habitat to satisfy tree mitigation. So total site acreage, now not all this is native upland habitat on the site. The total site acreage cannot be less than 15%. They're preserving 22.9% of the total site acreage. So that gives us an additional 2.5 acres that they did not have to give to meet tree mitigation. On top of that, they're preserving 57 oaks outside that preservation area. And we always opt for the conservation easement and preserving native upland habitat because that preservation area is covered by a conservation easement, which means that that area is protected in perpetuity, and it's protected with a PAMP, which is a preserve area monitoring plan. And basically what that says is you got to keep up with invasive removal, with planting native species, and that will be basically preserved for eternity. So when it comes to tree mitigation, that's always the preferred method.
Okay, and I just heard this evening, and is recognized here, the folks were indicating that the tree canopy along Andrew Road was important until such time as the hurricanes took them down. And I'll let the applicant come back and tell me about it, but as I understand that they have indicated they are going to replant through a linear park, if you will, and adding those same types of oak trees along that corridor, which would provide, again, that separation and that canopy that everybody loved and appreciated. Have you been made aware of that?
No, this is the first I've heard of the linear park, and the first I've heard of the 57 Oaks. They were going to also walk the property with us. That's the first I've heard of it. It's above and beyond the minimum, requirements of the code, which we appreciate. So.
Well, I want to go back to what you just said about walking the property. I heard the applicants suggest that they did a tree survey and they had their folks out there. Wherever this goes, if there's an opportunity to approve or whatever the case, I just want to go on record that I would like to have a condition, if there's even an opportunity, to make sure that our staff, our Environmental Resources Department, walks that property and pushes to preserve the best possible habitat available on this property. I think it's incredibly important. I'm going to move on to another email that I got about the wood stork core foraging and nesting colony areas. And the reason I'm asking that is because we have worked in our effort to preserve scrub jays. We have the Sheridan Plaza area. We have the areas we just talked about at the Indio Savannas Preserve, the 11, 12, 15 properties that we own along Kings Highway in those platted lots that have wetlands and so on and so forth, which would be good foraging and good opportunity for wood storks. But I see that there's a map that shows the foraging area for a possibility of wood storks. Can you tell me or show me where current wood storks have been found?
Good evening, Amy Cooper with the Environmental Resources Department. Pardon me. So the map that you see before you is a map that is produced from the Department of Environmental Protection's website. This is identified. The hashing is the entire county resides within that nesting, the core foraging and nesting colony. So really the entirety of St. Lucie County is represented on this map as being here, or having that ability. But the two colonies that you'll see that are actually that have the nesting colonies are down south, and those can be represented. It may be hard to see. Thank you, Corey. With the two yellow marks here, it's a yellow mark with a wood stork. So there's on the proposed project tonight, there's not any habitat, there's no wetlands on site, there's also no other surface waters that are on site that would be representative of wood stork habitat.
So what I just heard you say is that there's no water surfaces on the property today. As part of their proposal with the two lakes as a buffer with littoral plantings, would that attract wading birds and the possible wood stork and other types of wildlife such as that?
It would. So the stormwater retentions that are being proposed are required to have littoral shelves and upland buffers, which will rely for that very nice sloping for wading birds to come in and kind of do their thing of feeding. So that would accomplish that.
Yeah, and since it's in the TVC, future land use, It requires double the amount of littoral and double the amount of upland buffered than a traditionally zoned property.
And I mentioned about the properties that were recently purchased. Do you have that slide? I asked for that one.
We do.
And again, the idea is to create, and I'm so happy that these folks are concerned about the wildlife, because I have been all my life. And I have worked hard to make sure the environmental issues have been something I've focused on across the board.
What's this got to do with putting up ugly apartment buildings?
Buster, we can't outburst. Go ahead,
So-
continue on.
So anyway, are you showing that map? Okay. So again, about having the environmental corridor, the wildlife corridor, this is a significant investment that St. Lucie County has made to do just that.
That is correct. So what you see before you are parcels that are highlighted in blue are the ones that have been acquired already. The ones that are highlighted in orange are the ones that are currently under under review for possible acquisition. What this will allow, this is at the north end of our county. What this will allow is for that connectivity for wildlife corridors, for scrub jays, really any wildlife. So that's what we're very hopeful for.
Okay. And so the reason for it is I'm giving respect to the emails that I got and the phone calls that I got to reflect and to approach these issues. So I'm doing what the constituents have asked me to do. That's why I'm doing it. And that's all the questions I have for that for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for ERD? Any other questions for staff? Okay. We'll come back to the board.
Does the applicant have an opportunity?
Do you have anything you'd like to add, Mr. Raines?
No, at this time, thank you. I think we've addressed all the issues, and I believe staff's done a good job in explaining the environmental benefits that we're bringing to the project. So thank you.
Madam Chair, as the board is deliberating, again, whether you vote yes or no, it's important to give reasons as to why you're voting yes or no, and to try to tie it back into the standards of review. So we have an adequate record. We can defend whatever the action the board takes.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. I want to address a few things before we go into some more conversations. So I heard a lot tonight about you don't want development. Well, I don't want development. I want what we had 30 years ago, 40 years ago, too. I can relate to every single thing you're saying. However, development is inevitable. And the other thing, as far as trying to sway this tonight and put it last, was not the intention. Due to the items that were on public hearing, there were a couple of the items that I didn't feel were going to go that long. And so the object tonight was to get those out of the way and get the people out of the room, because they were supposed to be simpler items. Some of the items took longer than I had even predicted. So I'm sorry that you feel that way, but it was not intentionally done. The other thing I want to say is it was mentioned tonight about the Benny House. So there's been a lot said about Mr. Benny tonight, and Mr. Benny, he was somebody that had a vision, and he did do stuff for Fort Pierce. And some of the things that you recently brought up, whenever you said that about the venues, you've sat here and spoke about the traffic, which I personally have an issue with that. I've made no secrets about that. But in moving forward, the things you want to do are going to drive traffic. They're going to drive traffic to come there. So you're not really setting a standard to be able to have your venue to be set up to do what you're wanting it to do by putting traffic on the road and having the people come in and out. So, and the other thing is, the airport has been here for a very, very, very long time. It was here before any of us. That property has been owned by the county for a long time. And I knew when I bought my house 30 years ago, and I knew 45 years ago when I was living in Lakewood Park, that the airport was going to come. I didn't know if it was going to come in my lifetime, but I knew it was going to come. And it is going to come in our lifetime. It is here, it's around the corner, and you are going to see activity and growth. And the airport property goes all the way to Indrio Road. It goes to US 1, and it goes to Kings Highway, and it goes to St. Lucie Boulevard. It is the largest airport in the state of Florida. It is underdeveloped, and it has not been utilized. But you can take Fort Lauderdale and Orlando and put it on our airport and have close to 1,000 acres left over. So it's an underdeveloped airport, but the property by landmass is the largest in the state of Florida. Again, I don't know that we're going to see that totally built out, but I'm telling you, it's going to be the largest at the end of the day. And I'm only bringing these things up because I think it's important that, first of all, you spent the night with us, and I want to thank you all for that. Because you are going to go out there and you're going to talk to people, and you're a voice. And so when people say things, you're going to be able to educate them on things that you learned tonight that you probably didn't know. You know, I'm sure that you're all going to walk away from learning things tonight about the airport that you didn't know were there. And so I'm interested to see what staff has to say about this and the direction the board's going to take tonight. I will say personally, I'm with the residents. I agree this is something that this might not be the correct spot for this. But when you look at the bigger picture also, you have Heather Way, you have Indian Pines, you have the apartments and the little areas sitting there already. Corey, how many projects are already approved on the north side of Indrio Road? Just roughly.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we have probably 3 projects that have active approvals immediately adjacent. We've had pre-application meetings, or we've had meetings recently with several other prospective projects. The active projects that have approvals, we have Cabo Rio Due West, the self-storage facility on Turnpike Feeder. We have the Sugar Sands multifamily complex north of the Winn-Dixie. The Heather Way multifamily apartments or Indrio Pines, which is really part 2 for an additional 75 units. That's nearing approval of a minor site plan. We've had folks approach us regarding the property due north of the petition site. That was previously approved for 92 units. And then to the further to east, Indrio Lakes, that's not an active approval, but we've had a pre-application meeting for folks pursuing a design for that project. And then due southwest, it's not listed here, but we recently, within the last couple of weeks, received a proposed rezoning for a community there on that undeveloped parcel.
I don't really want to talk about the stuff that people are coming in because they're not approved projects. I want to talk about, just briefly, you don't have to go through it all again, out of these here, go to the Winn-Dixie side. How many of those are already pre-approved? And these were approved years ago. They were approved before I know. Me and Commissioner Bartz were sitting up here, and definitely Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Fowler. These are already sitting there, pre-approved projects. And I know Heather Way and the Indrio Pines, that's something that's been long going. Is Sugar Sands is...
Sugar Sands, to clarify, that the zoning, which allows for the density of that site up to 9 units per acre, has been in place for several years, probably over a decade. But that project was approved within the last 2 years at the staff level because it met the code requirements under 100 dwelling units, and the zoning was already in place, single story.
And the other thing that was stated, and again, I agree with the resident. I drive that road every day. It's not an improved road. It feels like you have a flat tire when you're driving down it. And people do speed, and it is bad with motorcycles. So I agree with that. But I also know, and again, y'all wouldn't know this, that Mr. Landry, and is Patrick still here? He,
Oh, there he is.
Patrick. That road is deemed to be widened. It's going to eventually end up being a 4-lane road. It is an evacuation road. And DOT is going to be widening that road down the road. So do you want to talk about that real quick, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Patrick Diane, the Public Works Director.
Forgive me, I'm not a night owl, so I'll try to be brief. In actuality, I went back and I refreshed myself on the long-range transportation plan from the Transportation Planning Organization. The roads that are slated to be widened right now from 2 lanes to 4 lanes are Turnpike Feeder Road from Kings Highway North. And this section of Indrio Road is actually, for the time being, going to remain a 2-lane roadway. It is not projected to be widened in the next 25-year horizon. In the next year or so, we're going to be going through the process of updating that to the 2050 horizon. That's going to involve new land use data, new socioeconomic data. We'll see what comes out of that. But at this time, there are no plans to widen Indrio Road from Kings Highway east to US 1. It is slated to remain a 2-lane corridor.
Okay.
Can I ask him a question?
Go ahead.
So Patrick, what is the current grade of that road? We have grades of roads under FDOT rules A, B, C, D, E, F.
Bad.
Correct.
It's
Correct.
not. It's actually.
So, yeah, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. What's the grade?
So yes, thank you, Commissioner. And when we're talking about it's letter grades like we used to get in grade school, A through F. And when we're talking about it, it's not about the rideability, it's not about how smooth it is, it's not about the number of cracks or things like that. It's about how much capacity is used up on the roadway. Are you at gridlock or are you at free flow? And right now that roadway operates at a level of service C based on the annual traffic counts, again, taken by the Transportation Planning Organization. C may not sound like ideal, but in actuality, the level of service D is what is projected as our required level of service based on the comprehensive plan. And a C and a D is about where you want to be for a roadway, because if you're building roadways that operate at a level of service A where nobody's driving on them, well, you've just put a very expensive piece of infrastructure out there that is not really returning the benefit to the greatest number of residents.
But Patrick, what I'm saying is that I'm not talking about traffic. Traffic's already dangerous, but what I'm talking about is that when you're going down that road, it feels like you have a flat tire. It is bad. It needs to be repaved. Already in existence the way it sits today. So it's only going to continue to decline and get worse with the garbage trucks and the other trucks that are coming. So that is something that needs to be discussed, because that road is going to need to be repaved. If the development is going to be there and it's going to come, Indrio Road is going to be beat up even more so with the construction trucks coming and going. And so that's something that's concerning to me, because that road's already bad. So, Commissioner Zadowski, do you have any more?
No, I just wanted to.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions or comments? Let's get them over with now, because everybody, I'm sure, would like to go home.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lee.
I still have several reservations on this project. You guys have done a great job. You really have. But as it's been mentioned here this evening, we have, this master plan, which I have yet to figure out. But TVC is involved, and, the little bit I understand about TVC is they're trying to keep traffic down. They're trying to keep high-density areas in certain areas that are more conducive for it, expand out into hamlets and villages and countrysides. And my vision of that is taking the area that we are currently approving a lot of development out on the intersection of Indrio and I-95 and putting the high density out there. And as we expand out from there, which is mostly going to be east, we start getting into the hamlets and the villages and the countrysides, and that should put us over to the Kings Highway area, which already has those large pieces of property on them on the west side. Obviously, the east side is still Lakewood Park. But, going past that, going past the wildlife disruption, the environmental impact that it's going to have cutting down the trees, whether they're invasive or not, we got to look at the airport. The airport, as she just said, it is the largest in the state of Florida. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the largest in the country. We were in Marco Rubio's office a year ago, and the staff was saying that they need another airport down here because of the congestion in Orlando and South Florida. Obviously, we are an hour and a half in between that. being a guy from an airport and knowing a little bit about them, nothing major, but take Palm Beach, for example, take Fort Pierce, for example. You go to Palm Beach, you have your main entrance coming in off the highway, takes you right over to the terminal. You want to go to the private side, you go down one more exit and you're over on Southern, and that takes you to where companies like I had operate all up and down Southern, all up and down that southern side of Palm Beach Airport. We are going to have the same thing here. It's a matter of time before the county airport is going to be the next Palm Beach. We're going to have to figure out where the private side is going to be coming in, which right now, in my personal opinion, would be on the St. Lucie Road side, because that's basically where it's at now, and you'd have to tear everything down if you wanted to put up the terminals and everything else. Now we're going to have to turn around and figure out where we're going to put the terminals at in that airport, where the entrances are going to come in off of I-95 and the turnpike, what roads are going to feed them in, and you take all the residents' complaints, you take the other things that I've talked about, and then you throw the airport in there. We may need that property for airport entrance at some point. We may need that road, Indrio Road, to support the commercial side, which I know Lakewood Park people aren't going to want to hear, but it is coming. Everybody knows the development is coming. It's a matter of time whether or not we'll see that much the time we're out of here, who knows. But between the road not being upgraded, between us really not knowing what we're going to do with the entrances on the airport, where that master plan is, what we're going to do and how we're going to plan that, and get some really good details down on how we're going to keep the Indrio Road from becoming another tradition or St. Lucie West. We're all up here trying to figure out. And right now, I do not think that project is conducive to any of those thoughts, other than throwing in a possible another whole bunch of upset clients, possibly restricting the airport expansion, having some serious traffic issues and safety issues that could go on for the next 10, 15 years. You know, we've got 229 possible residents coming in out there. They're going to have, what, 1.5, 2 cars each. You've got the other developments that are going across the street, which is going to impact that road also. And again, if we don't have anything in the foreseeable future on upgrading Indrio Road, it's not going to be able to handle the traffic. It's, from what I'm hearing from the public right now, it's hardly manageable as we speak. And we've got, what, 3, 4 more subdivisions that we're looking at putting in there. So bottom line, that's where my head is at, and you'll figure out where I'm going to be voting.
Commissioner Bart, do you have anything?
I don't. The only thing I want to clear, which is a small thing, is I see that the public art, and I see that we're providing the bus shelter. Do we need to put anything into it that we are providing you're providing the bus shelter, but that we want it to commemorate the Binney estate?
We would be open to a condition of approval for the public art without an issue, and the bus shelter as well.
Okay.
Commissioner Fowler?
One of the conditions of approval is the construction of Taylor Dairy Road from Indrio to the southern property boundary. Is it stipulated in there when that is activated, when that improvement would occur?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Fowler, this evening's public hearing is for a preliminary plan and rezoning. Should it be approved and proceed, a final site plan would need to be filed, evaluated, authorized. That would presumably spell out specific details as to the timetable, but it's my understanding that that roadway would need to be improved parallel to any certificates of occupancy. We can't guide it as to when the applicant may launch development of the site, should they be able to secure all approvals. But if you were to factor in the timetable to secure a final site plan, South Florida Water Management District permits, local county permits, it could be a 9 to 12-month process.
Okay. The conservation easement, Brian, you said that will be maintained in perpetuity. There's no chance of that going away over time?
Correct.
Aaron, can you talk a little more? One of the things that I brought up last time was about the AR1 zoning. And the applicant also brought up the incompatibility. Can you touch on that again? Because one of the things, obviously, that we all also heard is the residents have, just like I did, grasped onto that it's AR1. But I would pose the question back, is it really AR1?
So the zoning is currently agricultural residential 1, which is 1 dwelling unit per acre. However, and I believe Corey is currently pulling up our matrix. So the comprehensive plan has a future land use zoning matrix. So I believe along the top it has the future land use designations. Along the left column it has the zoning designations, and it's late, so forgive me if those two things are in the opposite order. And then it essentially assigns zoning districts that are compatible with the future land use districts. So if you have incompatibility between the future land use and the zoning would need to be changed in order to be compatible with the future land use. So, for example, in looking at this matrix, if you had a future land use of industrial and a property was zoned RE2, that's not compatible. That's a residential estate zoning district and a non-residential future land use. So we would need to change the zoning district in order to be compatible with the future land use. And you can see on your screen that we broke it down into the differences of future land use and zoning. So on this property, the future land use has, prior to the TBC, allowed up to 9 dwelling units per acre under residential medium future land use. So they are allowed up to that density. Now through this PUD development, they can ask for up to that amount. You're not required to grant that amount, and there are a lot of factors that impact what zoning is appropriate on a site. Environmental impacts are huge. If there's a giant wetland on the area, that is going to possibly reduce the zoning density that you guys would approve, because it doesn't make sense to have, we can't have we can't have dwelling units in a wetland. So there are a lot of factors, but we need compatibility. So in the chart that Corey is showing, AR1 is not compatible with the TVC future land use. So by rezoning to a PUD, which is compatible, there's a little X on the matrix that shows PUD is compatible in the TVC future land use, then we know that those two aspects, the future land use and the zoning, are compatible with each other, and we can move forward.
How large is the buffer between the project and around the Binney Estate? How wide is it?
Are you speaking specifically to the landscape buffer or the distance between?
The landscape buffer.
Is it 15 feet?
10 feet.
Thank you.
But
That's it?
there's a larger buffer being provided, correct, Aaron?
Yes.
Okay. That's the minimum required, is 10 feet.
So I apologize. So it is 10 feet, and I believe originally it was 15, and now you can see in that top left, and it is blurry, but it is a 20-foot landscape buffer that they're offering. So they did double it before, between the Planning and Zoning Commission and coming to the BOCC.
Okay. Patrick, any comments to address the concerns of traffic? Because that was my other concern was traffic. I know we say that it's a level service C, Chair Townsend, brings up the condition of that roadway. While maybe potentially the widening is not there. You know what, let me just backtrack real quick. With the traffic analysis, were the projects that have already been approved on Indrio taken into consideration for that traffic study? Do we know?
Thank you, Commissioner Fowler. I can respond to that.
Okay.
And the answer is yes. The applicant's traffic report considered the existing condition. They considered the existing condition with their project, and they also considered the Sugar Sands apartment, Indrio Pines, Cabo Rio, Publix at Emerson, and Kings Highway self-storage. All of that traffic being loaded onto the roadway was contemplated in their analysis. Regarding the road condition, as mentioned, our land development code requires that improved access be provided to all vehicular points. For that reason, that is why Taylor Dairy Road is being improved as a condition of approval for this particular development. However, once we have paved access, if a road is in less than ideal condition, as we've heard, it's that way when the applicant got there. So it would seem inappropriate in maybe some opinions to allow or to ask an applicant to fix a existing condition.
Okay. Those were all the questions I had, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner
Madam
Sadowski?
Chair? A few. All right. So, need to know from the applicant, let's go back to the linear park on the north side on Indrio. You indicated a significant increase of oak trees and the linear component, although not yet completely designed. Can you repeat what that was?
Absolutely. So the linear park along Indrio Road will be 30 feet in width. They're pulling it up right now. And so it's going to be a combination of new trees being planted, but what's most important are the trees being preserved along Indrio. So if you can go back to the tree preservation slide. It's down.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
This one
We
here?
are preserving some significant trees along the Indrio Road corridor. So the goal is to supplement those when we do our design and preserve as many healthy trees in place along that frontage as possible.
So as you're saying that, I'm looking at the graph in front of us, and then you showed the tree preservation to the right slide.
Yeah.
Those trees, the question a moment ago, what's the buffer between the Binney property to the east? And although the buffer is 10 feet, the significant buffering is the trees that you're going to preserve next to the lake, correct?
Correct. And the buffer's actually 20 feet, not 10.
Okay, so
And so we're going to provide that buffer. We will plant within the buffer, but we are also preserving all of those trees in green are existing trees, they're existing view shed that we've heard loud and clear the county and the residents want us to keep. And so those are going to either be preserved in place or relocated on site and then supplemented with new plantings that complement them.
And you went pretty fast on the Taylor Dairy. You talked about the spine light.
Yes.
Then you said right after that something
I
about
did.
contributing to actually or creating the actual
Fully
stoplight.
signalized intersection,
Signalized.
yes, Commissioner. That is something we are willing to have a conversation about. We understand the concerns in terms of safety. We originally proposed the span wire with a flashing signal as an improvement to get us to the point where a signal is permittable. That being said, we are open to having a discussion on condition of approval that ensures that the traffic light fully signalized at that intersection will be in place.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lee, you brought up the airport and the background, and I know that you have significant experience. It's been recently stated that an airline flight school is interested in coming to St. Lucie County to teach flying to those that would actually go from training to commercial, and that's significant. And when they were here, they had suggested and asked about essential housing and the cost of housing, because those folks would actually likely be signing a contract to train for up to 4 to 5 years, which would then take them through their flight hours from a general aviation type licensing up to a commercial licensing. So, and I'm going to go back to, as we talk about essential housing, in an earlier project that was provided, it stated in it that this board, through strategic planning, made essential housing, workforce housing, a #1 focus for us. And so we've, as a board, need to say that that's our strategic plan and that's our focus, but we've largely got to stand up to that and be pushing to do what we said we would do. It's important that essential housing, workforce housing, and I am going to ask a question, you're probably going to say no, but I'm going to ask it anyway. But you indicated the workforce housing up to 10%, but you also indicated from 80 to 120% AMI. I'm going to ask because folks that might be working at the Binney property through hosting events and so on and so forth are going to be likely those who are going to be falling below that 80 percentile number. And so I'm going to ask that a percentage of those be 50% to 120%. And if you make it 5%, whatever it is, because those that are in the hospitality business, those that are in even CNAs, teachers, new teachers, those folks fall under that category of about $50,000 annually. So I'm going to ask for that, and you've come a long way. I get that. So what do you think about that?
The 50% AMI would be difficult and near impossible for us to meet.
In TVC,
when you take into account all of the other things that we're providing on this community.
So understood. So in TVC, 8% is considered for the workforce housing, correct? But I'm asked for 10%, and they went to 10%. So if you went to the 8% and the 2% of that to be 50% AMI, that's a much smaller number. You're probably looking at 4 or 5 units. And I also want to understand too, if you'll share to me, what is your price point? Because this is not low-cost housing. I just want to make sure that that's clear. This is not, low-income housing. So what I understood early on is you're around the $1,700, $1,800 for the smaller ones, up to as much as $2,200. Is that still the same?
That's about the range, correct?
Okay. Well, while you guys are thinking about that, I'm going to keep going.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I want to go through basically what we're talking about, and we have our process is we have to follow standards of review. And so my review of this project as it is today has it been revised, and I'm going to go through the effect on nearby properties as part of the initial start of this thing with the standards of review. So in standards of review, under B1, the proposed building or use will not have an undue adverse effect upon nearby property. The character of the neighborhood, traffic conditions, parking, utility facilities, and other matters affecting the public health, safety, and general welfare. Given that we've seen and have heard the number of, and let's go back to this map. Someone go to this map. So from a compatibility of the nearby properties that are just to the north of this on Indrio Road, it's significantly compatible to those uses with multifamily uses. And to the west, you have Cabo Rio, which is not only a rental, but it's also a transient rental. So from that standpoint, these are going to be apartments that are going to likely have annual rentals as opposed to transient. Number two, all reasonable steps have been taken to minimize the adverse effect in the proposed building or use in immediately vicinity of the through building design, site design, landscaping, and screening. As we've heard, they're preserving the number of trees, buffering, adding buffers, reducing the density. And if you look at the detailed conceptual elevations in the plan, they've actually moved to create the architectural design that is significantly closer to that which the Binney House is. So it will become compatible. And instead of having 3 stories there, it's only going to be 2 stories. So I heard Mrs. Baugh talk about how they were on their balcony and being able to see Taylor Dairy Road. Well, if they had three, if they have two, they could probably still see Taylor Dairy Road. So that was a significant condition or offer, concession, to reduce the density that was around that property. The proposed building or use will be constructed, arranged, and operated so as not to interfere with the development or use of neighboring property in accordance with applicable district regulations. That being said, they have done just that, just as I stated, with reducing the size of the building and being more applicable from an architectural standpoint. The adequacy of public facilities. We know, and the adequacy of fire protection. We know that the fire district is clearly identifying a fire station that'll be next door. We have a school that is to the west of here, off of Fort Pierce Road, that is a middle school. So we know that that exists, and we also know that the busing standpoint, students can be throughout the county. The adequacy of school facilities is there. The environmental impact. I went through that quite extensively in my questioning by reflecting that which were the emails to us regarding the environment, and clearly substantially this project actually provides more help to provide the wildlife corridors and to protect the wildlife and the environment than what could actually be there. Now I'm going to come back to staff and Aaron and Corey. We keep hearing that agriculture is the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
I hear that people want to protect the trees. They want to make sure that the area stays the same as it is.
Right.
In the worst case scenario, if someone came back in and said they want us to go into agriculture, AR1, they would be able to build one home per acre, but because it would be agriculture and they want to be a bona fide agricultural concern, they could go in and clear cut the areas in which they would plant tomatoes, cucumbers, whatever the case. And so if someone can share with me what that would look like, and would we have any control to condition an AR1 property that is going into bona fide ag by stopping them from cutting trees down?
So AR1 is a little bit different than the AG1, AG2.5, and AG5 zoning districts, and that AR1 is agricultural residential. So if you look at the permitted, conditional, and accessory uses in AR1, single-family homes are a permitted use, and it has more of a modified agricultural use as to a traditional AG1, AG2.5, and AG5, which is a straight ag use. I had this conversation with Amy and Brian this morning, and I posed that very question. And if the development, and this was from them, and they can correct me if I'm misspeaking, if the development came in for 32 single-family AR1 lots, and you bought one of your properties and you wanted to put a single-family home on it, you wanted to put 3 barns, you wanted to have 2 pools, you wanted to have a shed, and you wanted to use a majority of that acre property, mitigation would be required, but yes, you could take down all or most of those trees. Now, clear cutting all of it for an AR1 use when you have a single-family home is probably not going to be reasonable. The Environmental Resources Department takes mitigation very, very seriously, and they're not going to allow plain clear cutting. Now, a bona fide ag use where you have an ag exemption through the state, it does limit the county and your ability to prevent things from happening at certain points. But in an AR1 zoning district, I'm not sure if clear cutting all 32 lots would be reasonable or what would even be an ask.
Then let me just take you to a single-family home. If a single-family home wanted to do that, what then stops us, or what provides us on the ability to condition the single-family home by taking the trees out?
Well, the single-family home would come in more than likely with a PUD, which does give us some flexibility. But this plan does preserve more trees on the property, and they're preserving more than is required with the PUD than what would be required under the AR1 zoning district. Did I get that all right, Brian?
Yeah, that's correct. If you have a single-family home there and they want to build out the whole lot, like Aaron's saying, there is the option of mitigating for those trees and clearing all those trees. I mean, there's always that option. And we don't want to see that, so we always try to get them to avoid and minimize the impacts, but it's not a guarantee that they won't want to develop their whole property, so.
So we spoke to the applicant. We can't do the 50%. It is, the 10% ask, as you all know, is over and beyond what's required by
Agreed.
code. And so when we looked at putting the 10% proposal on the project, we took a lot into account. That being said, we would be willing to stick with the 10% and do half in the 100 and half in 120.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
All right. That being said, unless there's more to anybody else to speak, because I'm ready to make a motion.
I want to clarify one thing. So Patrick, you said earlier that Indrio Road is not targeted to be four-laned anytime soon, correct?
Madam Chair, that is an accurate statement.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lee, you have a question? Commissioner Zadowski?
Madam Chair, according to the standards of review and that which I reflected in my recent comments, I move to approve this project with the conditions as stated and that which was agreed to tonight.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam Secretary, call the roll. And I want to clear, I'm sorry, Mayor, Mr. McIntyre, again, as you stated earlier, whenever we take our vote, you want us to clarify why we are or are not supporting or not supporting.
Really, that should be in the motion maker. I think Commissioner Zadowski, the way I understood your motion was that you're basing your motion to approve based on your review of the standards of review. I assume that includes the staff report recommending approval. All the other, I assume you want to incorporate the most recent agreed conditions on the 100 versus the 120, the commitment to build Indrio Taylor Dairy intersection. That sort of thing is all included in your motion.
That's correct, which is why I asked the questions of the applicant.
And to clarify, what Lindsay had said up there is that she was willing to have a conversation about a fully lighted intersection. So specifically, your condition of approval would be for that
To
conversation?
participate as a fair share contribution.
A proportionate fair share. Okay, thank you.
The others, in the meantime, design and do the span wire.
The span wire and the single flashing light.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Secretary?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I just had one quick. And their proportionate fair share is 27%, is that right?
I'm going
Roughly.
to defer to Patrick on this one.
Fully lighted.
Commissioner Fowler, we would have to get back to you with some further analysis, perhaps at the final site plan. We would be ready to come back to you with that potential.
Okay.
On initial look, it looked to be 27% on the initial review that we did with what their changes were.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I'll just add that the fire district will move faster with this if the applicant is moving forward with paving that road, which will add a benefit to the entire community of Lakewood Park on a fire safety response, as well as paramedic.
Madam Secretary?
Commissioner Fowler?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lee?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Bartz?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Zazowski?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Townsend?
I want to, before I give you my vote, I just want to say to the applicant, y'all have gone above and beyond. You have lower density, you have gone two-story, you're almost there. I have to say that I agree with the residents as far as the road. Patrick clarifying that the Indrio Road is not, I thought it was to be four-lane soon. So I know the traffic is on that road already. It's not good. And so for that reason, I'm going to be denying the project tonight, so I'm a no vote.
So in conclusion, the vote passes.
Correct. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the public hearings tonight. That closes us out with upcoming meetings. Mr. Landry, would you like to close out the meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Board of County Commissioners will hold an informal meeting on Tuesday, May 14th, 2024 at 9 a.m. here in these commission chambers. And the Board of County Commissioners will also hold a regular meeting on Tuesday.
Excuse me, Mr. Landry. I need everybody to be quiet. We're still under meeting, please. If you need to leave quietly. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Landry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the Board of County Commissioners will hold a regular meeting on Tuesday, May 21st, 2024 at 9 a.m. here in these commission chambers at the Roger Portis Annex at 2300 Virginia Avenue, and Jason will handle the announcements.
St. Lucie County is hosting a public kickoff meeting for the Project Development and Environment PD&E study for the potential widening of Glades Cutoff Road, widening between Rangeline Road and Selvets Road. A PD&E study evaluates the social, economic, and environmental impacts associated with a planned transportation improvement project. The public kickoff meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, May 14, 2024, in person at the Fenn Center, 2000 Virginia Avenue, Fort Pierce, Florida 34982, and Wednesday, May 15, 2024, virtually. For more information about the meeting or to register for the virtual option, please visit the project website at www.gladescutoffroad.com. St. Lucie County Oxbow Eco Center summer camps are filling up. However, there are a few spots left for the following camps. Preserve Pals Camp for campers entering grades 9 through 12, 14 to 17 years old, is running June 10 through June 14. This immersive camp is a hybrid of work and play. Daily field trips to over 10 county preserves where campers will learn how to maintain trails, leave no trace, expand our watershed knowledge, and meet career environmental professionals. Campers will receive 40 hours of community service credit to go towards student requirements. Senior Archery Camp for campers entering grades 9 through 12, 14 to 17 years old, takes place July 15 through July 19. This course teaches fundamental skills of archery. No experience is required. All equipment is provided. Camps run 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily and include off-site field trips every day. Fee is $230 per student. Sign up by visiting oxboweco.com. Limited scholarships are available. For assistance, questions, or scholarship application, call 772-785-5833 or email oxbow@stlucieco.org. Finally, St. Lucie County hosts Kids to Parks Day on May 18, 2024 from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at River Park Marina, located at 500 East Prima Vista Boulevard, Port St. Lucie, Florida 34983. This National Day of Outdoor Play is celebrated annually on the third Saturday of May. The day connects kids and families with their local, state, and national parks, as well as county parks, through park events that promote discovery and activity in the great outdoors.
That concludes all the announcements, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Everybody have a great night.